Good morning, one and all. Good morning, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Media, Culture, Heritage, Cities, Indian Social Work, Indigenous Social Work, Eminent Indian Social Workers and Reformers, Education, Environment, Health, Nutrition, Vegetarianism and Sustainable Development 2022. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, UN Sustainable Development Goals as part of awareness and campaigns, international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022. We welcome you all once again to this international conference. Before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall proceed to the today's commemorations, and then we will move on to today's sessions. As you all know, we have been organizing international webinar series, and on every day 6 to 8 p.m. and every Sunday we are organizing international conference from 11 o'clock morning to 6:30 in the evening. So every Sunday we are having international conferences, and every day we have having international webinar series. As part of that, across the world, eminent speakers, presenters, and participants are joining from various places, from various disciplines, and sharing their knowledge with all of us. And this was an initiative taken up as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. This is a registered organization actively involved in creating various awareness, training programs, offline, online, and in hybrid mode, and also takes up various research activities and promotes especially young talent and new talent who are looking for opportunities. So this is such platform where everyone can utilize, everyone has equal opportunity to utilize the platform to make presentations, to develop your skills, soft skills, hard skills, these employability skills and presentation skills, and also gain a lot of knowledge and insights into various aspects and disciplines which are of utmost importance. So the common theme which has been set is holistic health, which includes physical, physiological health, psychological health, mental health, emotional health, social health, financial health, economical health, spiritual health, and various other domains of health is included as part of holistic health. Holistic health is an umbrella term which encompasses all the health domains as part of holistic health. And we have well-being, which is a broader aspect, including health aspect, and also sustainable development. Sustainable development is also an umbrella term where we are covering almost everything on this planet based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which was taken up after MDG, Millennium Development Goals. And now we have 2015 to 2030, and we have to achieve by 2030, and this year is 2022, and we have almost come to an end of 2022, and we have hardly 7 years left. And the impact of climate change is being faced by each and everyone across the planet, not only just by human beings, but also various species, animals, birds, and various living and non-living beings on the planet. It is also impacting on the foods that can be cultivated, especially it is having a huge impact on agriculture, because food we cannot survive, and it is having a huge impact on water resources. Most of the fresh water resources are, getting dried up, or the percentage of freshwater resources, which was earlier 2 to 3%, now no longer is same. because of glaciers, which constitute most of the freshwater sources, are melting down at a high speed, and a huge amount of glaciers, ice is melting down due to global warming, and it has huge impact on the planet, on the glaciers. So fresh water sources are depleting. And not only that, most of the water gets mixed with the oceans, that is salty water, which cannot be used directly for drinking, and desalination and other things has to be taken up, and that is a very costly affair. Now people are, today we can see across the world, people are dying. A lot of hunger deaths are happening. Every 40 seconds, one hunger death is happening. And more, almost 40 people are facing hunger issues. And, across the globe, we have malnutrition, undernutrition issues. And many people are not even able to have, their 3-time meal also. In that context, there is a huge divide between the haves and have-nots, where one side we have trillionaires and business tycoons who have massive wealth. The entire wealth of the planet is located in just a couple of hands. And the rest of the world is, struggling. There is a huge divide in terms of technology, in terms of resources, in terms of accessibility towards food, clothing, shelter, and education and employment opportunities. So with this context, not only that, but at the same time, there are certain things which impact everyone at the same rate. Maybe for some, especially at a more higher impact is faced, especially with the low and middle income countries and individuals and families. Especially with the climate change, we have seen change in the monsoon patterns also. Seasons are slowly drifting from traditional standard months. We can see that seasons are now, drifting to the next months. And we are seeing continuous droughts or famines or floods. So all these are an increasing global temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions. So this gives lots of opportunities. These are challenges that we need to face. And in this context, social work or social service or philanthropy, charity is at most important need of the day. At the same time, along with this, contributing to the humanitarian aid, it is also equally important for all of us to extend our support and create awareness among our fellow beings so that we can have sustainable development and practices which can help us create a sustainable planet with sustainable development practices. So in this context, we are commemorating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, which are addressing various aspects. And at the same time, as India is celebrating 76th year of independence and 75 years of independence, and we have a huge success. India is now fastest growing economy in the world and have huge ample opportunities. Now, if everyone utilizes opportunity, irrespective of the opportunity, whatever opportunity it is, India will stand ahead of everyone. There will be no poverty. There will be no unemployment. Employment crisis would not be there. There will be employment in spite of having huge population next to China And in coming years, it is also going to exceed the China's population, because China is now very much into reducing the population with stringent measures. And the projected figures in India soon, in the next few decades, it is going to surpass China and going to stand ahead in the coming days. So in this context, it is very much important that we all contribute and take up, different opportunities. Either it may be self-employment or entrepreneurship or employment. In any way, in whichever fields or passions we are having interest, based on our interest, so that we can contribute to the nation. Most of the unemployment occurs due to our likes and dislikes, our preferences, our interests, which we are looking, and the kind of mindset we are holding towards these occupations and opportunities. There are ample of opportunities. One side, you can see many industries, organizations, institutions are struggling for human resources, manpower. And at the same time, we have huge unemployed youth, middle-aged, adult population and senior population. Now the longevity has increased. And so there are many retired professionals or senior citizens who can do some sort of work, or who can still actively contribute. But at the same time, there is a huge gap in between employment and employability. Employability skills or soft skills, hard skills, or employability skills are lacking in the present generation. And the attitude towards employability, employable domains is also one main reason. You cannot say that you do not have any opportunity. There are plenty of opportunities where you can do. In your own community, there are a lot of opportunities for volunteering, for even employment, self-employment. So if everyone can utilize opportunities and take up either employment, self-employment, or entrepreneurship, starting startups or business, then there will be no person in this nation, or for that matter in this world, there will be no hunger deaths, there will be no malnutrition, there will be no poverty. The main reason for the poverty is because we are talking about poverty elevation, poverty eradication. Initially, it was poverty eradication, but these years has, notedly given us that we cannot eradicate a poverty. It can never be eradicated. The main reason is people's mindset, apart from other reasons, because opportunities are there, people are not coming forward to use the opportunity. That is the main reason. In spite of many opportunities, still we are not able to utilize them. And with that, lot of opportunities are left behind, and leaving everyone behind or someone behind. And there are huge potentials in everyone. Everyone is equally capable, equally able, but based on our likes and dislikes, based on our interest, and based on our passions, or based on our value that is associated with certain traits, certain jobs, certain occupations, we are not actively taking up the opportunities for employment, self-employment, and entrepreneurship. That's why still considerable amount of population is still unemployed, or still, under poverty. So we need to create more awareness. Dignity of labor is what very much need to be established. No matter what job you do, you should be equally respected. So that kind of awareness is very much required, because nowadays it's all about interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach. No, you cannot survive without a scavenger coming to your house, or a maid working for you. From that to, scientists who are working on various life sciences, space sciences, and a lot. So everyone is equally important. If a scavenger doesn't come to clean up the trash that is generated, within 3 days, you'll all fall in. So that's how it is very important, as equally important as scientists or doctors or engineers or teachers. So no matter what we study, what position we hold, what status we had, how much degrees we hold, but still we do not look up with the same dignity of labor towards other occupations, especially millennial jobs, where they are, not treated with respect. But we should understand that without them, it will be a great deal for us. Can you go and start doing it by yourself? Yes, why not? But because of you have utilized the resources of nation, and you are at a greater advantage because you have got an opportunity to pursue higher education and technical skills in a higher domain. In the sense, you can offer your services in a domain where someone else cannot contribute. So that is where, we need to understand and give equal importance for everyone. And similarly, the pay is also should be, given to meet the needs, because almost all the school, whether you are a billionaire, a trillionaire, or whether you are a rickshaw puller or you are a scavenger, or any, irrespective of any occupation, the schools and colleges or hospitals do not discriminate in terms of payment. No matter who you are going to pay all the products or services which are available in the market, irrespective of your occupation, your status. It's same for everyone. Similarly, they also need to survive. They need to get good educational opportunities and good employment opportunities and good living opportunities, good lifestyle opportunities. So for them, it is very much important that we all look up to them and see them that they are also on the same pace as we are. That will help us, in fact, to bring everyone closer and everyone into this kind of equal pace, equal status, dignity of labor, where everyone can actually promote. This is where, the context or the theme of this day, like how various media, culture, heritage, cities, and social work models, especially Indian social work models, indigenous social work models. And there are many people who are working, who worked, who reformed, who brought various reforms through education and through advocacy, through awareness related to education, environment, health, nutrition, and sustainable lifestyle, food practices, which is contributing to the sustainable development of the planet. And, there is a great advantage now because of the sedimentary lifestyle we are living and more preoccupied with various gadgets. Now, it is very much pertinent that our work intensity has reduced from physical, and we are moving towards more of mental or psychological or cognitive burdens. So we are more using our brains rather than our bodies, physical body. So that is again giving a huge impact on our health, because the kind of food we consume, basically, we are what we eat, we are what we think, we are what we do. So it is very much important that we all focus on what we are eating, what we are thinking, what we are doing. That will have huge impact on us and on our health. In this context, due to lot animal farming, huge scale of animal farming that is taking place, there is huge resources required for animal farming. Water to feed animals which are raised for the purpose of meat, and to feed, there is a huge production, food, grains, cereals, rice, wheat, and various other things which go as part of fodder and feed to these animals, which otherwise could have addressed the hunger problem across the world. So it is unjudicious or exploitation of existing food resources and existing food production from agriculture are being diverted to these, which is again, there is no considerable benefit from them. Like you can consume the same rice, wheat, cereals, all pulses, all these you can consume, and you can get equally all the nutrients from this vegetarian diet. But just for the sake of consuming this meat, so much of water resources and so much of food production, crops and yields are used. Along with you need shelter. You need to have this shelter to house, and you need to have this butcher plants where animals are caged, and also slaughterhouses where they are tortured, where their rights are violated, where they are abused and they're brutally killed, and people are consumed the dead bodies of such animals. And how cruel we are, violating the animal rights. They are sentient beings and they have every right like us. Like we fight for human rights, and when we claim ourselves as an higher intellectuals, then is it not our responsibility? How we are preying on the dead bodies by inflicting pain, cruelty on these poor animals, where they cannot advocate themselves. We being in a better position, we are consuming more of meat that is creating a lot of methane gas emissions, lot of unhygienic practices, due to which pollution surrounding slaughterhouses or animal agriculture, where animal farms, there is a lot of pollution associated, lot of wastage that is being dumped and used inappropriately. Even at many times we have seen the oil which we are consuming, are sometimes or most of the times, because there is no sufficient oil seeds production and there is a huge demand. So what is happening? These cotton seeds, oil is extracted, and from these animal extracts or leftovers like bones, they are being used to extract oil, and which is being circulated, to these especially eateries or food outlets, where they get it for cheap, but it is highly unhygienic and it causes a lot of health problems because they are very high in, these bad fats, and they are very harmful also. The process through which it is extracted, and also the, content, nutritional content of that value is also very low, and it poses a serious health hazard to everyone, each one of us. So in that context, it is also very pertinent to look at various aspects of, being and being connected to these opportunities where everyone needs to be aware of our thinking, our doing, our actions. So a small change by adapting vegetarian diet and lifestyle, you will be saving so much of resources. You will be putting an end to animal cruelty, animal abuse, animal suffering. And remember, the karma will not leave us. The more we are cause for someone's cruelty, someone's suffering, someone's torture, someone's rights, tomorrow we are also going to be, no matter whether we believe in, karma or not, but we are going to pay. And this is the age, Kali Yuga, we say. This is the age where you don't need to wait to again take birth. In the same lifetime, in the same birth only, you will pay for that. And this is the age, and this is the yuga where, you pay for your deeds. So when you become the cause for the pain, suffering, abuse of another living being like you, so you are being held responsible, accountable for consuming them, live or dead. So we are as equally as consuming dead bodies of, same sentient living beings like us. It's like eating, human beings only. Though they are not human beings, they are animals, but it is as equal as eating our own flesh, our own this thing. So we have to be very cautious in such a context where, how we are thinking and how we are doing and what we are doing and what kind of lifestyle we are adopting and how it is impacting. More and more selfish, more and more, having this mean attitude will always create more problems. Today, climate change is affecting everyone. Today, we don't have water, sufficient drinking water. And soon we will run out of all the water resources. Then what is that we are going to do? Now air is being polluted at a high rate, and we are cutting down trees, and there is no forests also. We are engaging in deforestation and more expansion, human population. No, the planet is limited, the earth is limited. So we need to move towards forest, cutting down more trees. That means more ecosystem, more diversity is damaged, and ecosystems disappear. And there will be a huge shortage, and animals, wildlife, lot of species which are protected in the forest, great biodiversity zones will disappear. And what will happen? We are going to lose out our balance, the nature balance, ecosystem balance. When one species become extinct from the planet, it is going to create a huge impact on the ecosystem, whether we observe or not, whether we notice or it's going to be having same impact. It doesn't matter whether we notice, whether we recognize, whether we accept or not. Many things are there. There are more than 8 billion species on the planet which are becoming extinct, which have already become extinct, and which have in the process of, are in the endangered list. And because of that also, we are facing a lot of issues. because we have no idea about how they are contributing, and they are disappearing, and that gap is being felt by other living beings and non-living beings, which are being protected by them or which are being prayed by them. You can see, like one small example I can give, kangaroos, in Australia, because of lack of control, where they growed up immensely, and Australian government officially, they are killing kangaroos to reduce their population. So this is what happens, when there is, because species are predators on each other. So especially these tigers, lions, who are carnivorous, they prey on other species. So that's why they keep other things under control. Similarly, a lot of microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, and all these keep a check, insects, all these keep a check on each other by controlling, these snakes, which keep a check on rodents. Otherwise, a lot of crops and plants, trees, fruits, all will get, damaged, and we cannot get good yield. And similarly, if you take these lizards, they are very good protectors of our homes, because they keep preying on insects, and they will, they keep control on the insects that are on various, they are which are coming inside our homes, even outside also. So we think that they do not have any purpose, but even spiders, they contribute a lot, because there are a lot of openings where insects and other bacteria keeps coming inside, and there are ventilators. So these spiders, through its web, it covers, and whatever enters, you need to enter through that web protection, where it builds its own web, spider web. And through that, whenever these insects or these microorganisms try to pass through, they get obstructed there, and these spiders prey on them. And that's how they keep on control. So every species on this planet are contributing more than what we are contributing. When we look at each ants, ants literally eat up anything. They are very conscious about not eating humans as such. But otherwise, maybe future that is going to happen. Maybe nature has its own course. If humans also explode like that, just ants are enough, to eat up entire human population. Because ants can literally pass through anything. They can make holes, passages through walls. They can literally, and they keep, places clean. And they also, eat up these dead insects, and, wherever they are getting decomposed, which are dead around, and they keep a control on that. But at the same time, we also need to ensure that that balance is maintained. Otherwise, what will happen? Too many ants, too many spiders, or for that matter, too many of any species, including human beings also, can be taxing on the other natural resources, can be taxing on other species. That is what happening. Humans with the huge population, we are taxing on billions and billions of species, and they are becoming endangered, and many of them got extinct. So in this context, it is very much important that we understand, and we, take up measures to protect our ecosystems, biodiversity zones, and forests, and also environment around us, within us. inside as well as outside. Recent studies have shown that indoor pollution is causing more, diseases, more infections rather than outdoor pollution. Our homes are polluted highly indoor air because we keep accumulating various objects, substances inside our home. We keep preserving them. And because of that, lack of proper cleaning, lack of proper dusting, and, regular maintenance, lot of these microorganisms, virus, bacteria, and the insects make use of them. They keep living over there and keep multiplying, especially dust mites. Today, even respiratory problems, asthma, allergy are increasingly growing. And due to which, you can see a lot of dust mites. 1 millimeter of area can accommodate some thousands and lakhs of dust mites. Do you know that? If you just at any millimeter of your home, you just put a microscope and observe. You can see how many microorganisms, how many dust mites. You will not sleep from that day afterwards. So, but not always everything is harmful to us, because our body is also equipped with the immune system, which protects us. Not everyone falls in spite of having so many species around us. For that matter, why? We are inhaling air, and we all are inhaling. Without inhaling, we will die, no matter what. So the air itself contains a lot of pollution, lot of microorganisms, like a lot of virus and bacteria. Every second, every moment, we are intaking a lot of virus, bacteria, pollutants through our nose, through our mouth, and various other openings from our body, which are helping us in intake and for out. So all these, in spite of all this, we are having immunity, resistance towards that. So similarly, everything, even whatever we see, even cockroaches also for that matter, they also prey on small, these insects and other things. They keep maintaining. But at the same time, we should also ensure that there is a counterbalance. See, ants are there. Ants, there should be something that is controlling ants. Otherwise, ants will become a huge population. Cockroaches, there should be something that can, control them. Like, lizards. Lizards eats up cockroaches and various other insects. Like spiders. Spiders also literally eat up anything. And ants also literally eat up anything, even cockroaches or whatever leftover food or rotten or whatever it is there, just spilled out. Sometimes there are certain areas where food is spilled out and we do not regularly clean it. These places, ants go and pick it up. They eat, pick it up and take it away. So when we have that heart, compassionate heart, we always keep off talking about a lot of compassionate gratitude. But, we don't practice it. We are very good preachers, but we are not very good, practitioners. We preach about so many things. We talk about gratitude whole day, but we do not show our gratitude to our own drivers, our own staff who are helping us. We keep shouting at them, yelling at them, scolding at them. What is the point of giving lecture entire day about gratitude when you don't show them and you don't even practice them? So in similar way, when we are saying we are very empathic to living and non-living beings around us, so we should also practice that in the sense, first respecting each and everyone, each and every occupation, and every person who is engaged in different occupations, so that they are also equally contributing. Without them, no matter what, we will not be able to live in the same situation, same condition. Imagine a scavenger doesn't turn up and he doesn't clean it or pick up the trash in 4 or 5 days. You imagine what would be the plight. No matter you are a doctor, engineer, or scientist, or even also you can be president, prime minister also. What will happen? You will immediately caught some diarrhea or dysenteries or, or malaria, typhoid, anything. So we need to appreciate dignity of labor, no matter what kind of employment or activity one person is engaged in. We should treat them equally because we all are, equal souls. We all came from the same source, that is Almighty. We are all part of it. So in a similar fashion, we all need to contribute in such a way that we all are, encouraging, motivating, and supporting in each other's development. So with this context, this media especially plays a greater role in bringing out these various issues and challenges and helping creating awareness and in addressing this myth busting and also creating awareness and promoting equality and equity and our rich culture and heritage. Especially, they have given us a lot of examples, a lot of role models, and our ancient sages, and even our social reformers. They contributed a lot through their practice. They have shown how well we can address these issues, challenges which are existing now and which are going to be a serious threat in coming days. So these eminent social workers, philanthropists, and reformers who have contributed immensely in education, environment, health, nutrition, development. All these are very much pertinent, and we are remembering on this day, on this occasion, this entire month, because we have various months that are being commemorated, like World Vegetarian Month and World Mental Health Month, and also World Dyslexia Month. And various months are being, commemorated on this day, World, Breast Cancer Month. And there are many, we have seen daily, every day we are commemorating at least some 20 to 25 days commemoration. So that is the importance where this month is also, we are celebrating Indian Social Work Day. We have celebrated and we are commemorating, entire month, and today is the last day. Tomorrow will be the last day. And so all these are very much relevant in the context of climate change, preserving environment. And we need to adapt to the changing environment and lifestyle, without which we will have a serious implication to meet and to address. So with this, I shall conclude my session and how this media, culture, heritage, and especially these growing urbanization cities, and how these Indian and indigenous models, developmental models, or social work, or social workers, or reformers have contributed to our education, environment, health, and all these aspects like nutrition, and how vegetarian lifestyle or vegetarian diet can help us in achieving sustainable development goals in coming days. Of course, this is a very broad topic, and we cannot cover within 1 hour or 2 hours, even for that matter, one day, because every aspect can be dealt in a very complex way, in a very subtle way. So it's a very vast subject. We can discuss on years, months together also. So with this, I conclude here And thank you everyone for joining us. And I know there might be certain difficulty, those who are regularly joining, because the link has changed, Zoom link, where maybe we are still circulating, but many have saved the old link, and they are still accessing with the old link, so old ID and password. So there is some technical problem with that account, and both the accounts are being used. So we will also send once again reminder to them, and we request everyone to keep updated with the joining links daily, so that you can join in time. So with this, I will conclude this session, and will move on to next session. So before that, I request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form for this session, and then we will invite our next speaker. I think our speaker has also joined, so we will invite after this feedback form. You can quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. There will be no external link that will be provided. Feedback will be taken within the platform after each session, after the session concludes, while Q&A is going on, or after Q&A. So kindly fill up the feedback form. If you have any queries on this session, while you are completing, or if you have completed, we have 5 minutes. After that, we'll take up our next session. So before that, quickly fill up the feedback form. And if you have any queries, you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself. If you have any difficulty in unmuting yourself, you can raise your hand and we can unmute you. And kindly ensure that you are filling all the details, so that we can identify your attendance and map, so that we can check the eligibility and issue the certificates. So thank you once again for attending this first session. Quickly fill up the feedback form, then we will move on to our second session for the day. And we have with us Professor Dr. B.D. Patel. He is a professor, former principal, Government Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital, Bangalore and Chandigarh. And he is also Director of Culture and Heritage, Rotary District 3190, Bangalore. And today, sir has joined us to address the gathering. We welcome you, Patelji. We are just waiting for the participants to complete this feedback form. In another 2-3 minutes, we'll take up your session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. It has been raised in the form of polls, so that we can move on to next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 1. We have another minute to close the feedback form. We have 5 minutes for each feedback form. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. So we will be moving to our next session. We have with us Professor Dr. Patel ji. As already introduced, he is a professor, and we welcome you, sir.
Dhanyawad, Ravindra ji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Yes. I was filling the form. Suddenly something happened. It went off. It says stop polling or end polling, something like that. Anyhow, my details are with you. And our great lady, Mary Florence, she has a lot of my details.
Yeah, we always keep remembering you, but whenever I ask her, she says you are always busy, so we did not trouble you. In fact, we are always looking up. You can always reach out to us whenever you have an opportunity. You fix up a session. We are always welcome.
Ravindraji, what happens is, in that I mentioned one thing. What you are trying to aim to or aiming at creating an impact, that may not happen more with the Zoom meeting in India. Indians need a direct one-to-one talk, or at least talk in the audience, so that the vibrations are felt. In Zoom meeting, anybody can off, anybody can on it, and then they go to sleep. All these things happen. Zoom, when you have a live meetings, you vibrate with them, and the even audience will vibrate with us. So most of my other meetings are also like that. Now I started doing, if you are willing to have a live meeting, I am coming, otherwise no. And moreover, being a medical doctor, even now I was seeing patient, I said, madam, after 12 I am not here, please don't come. So being a medical profession, and that too a specialized one, we have a lot of appointments. So Mary said, sir, you must come. I said, okay, fine, Baba, for half an hour you take me. She said, only half an hour timing, but do you think that we'll be able to speak anything on Sanatan Dharma in half an hour?
Yeah, that is a great challenge, but if you can give some time, we can accommodate you for some more time.
Yeah, I see. Anyhow, I see, actually, this was made in a big temple for 2 days, and each day it was 2 hours. And we have a lot of presentations, so people, sir, only this much, some more we want. I said, Baba, this much you digest, that itself is bigger. Anyhow, I have made a small, very small presentation for today's this thing. Let us see how Where should we go? Can I go?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'll share my, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are doing a lot of offline programs also, and this is also part of effort where we are compensating because we cannot physically reach everywhere.
Yeah, okay. See, out of India, we can't help it. I do agree on that. But sir, I'll tell you, somewhere we need to have some live programs also, which will
So
have a greater
daily
impact.
we are having satsang in evening and mornings.
Okay.
So before going to our universities and colleges. Even in colleges also occasionally we organize so many satsangs where we disseminate and anyway academic programs are going on.
Okay.
So this is whenever we get time opportunity now we have fixed up this time daily, and daily we are having evening 6 to 8 online also apart from offline also.
Okay. Yeah, I am sharing it.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Sir.
Yeah.
First slide, Secrets of Sanatan Dharma.
Yeah, sorry. I would like to see some of the, okay, I'll reduce this. Okay. So, Secrets of Sanatan Dharma. First of all, let me congratulate all of you today, 12 to 13 people who are attending this. You have taken off time from your schedule, whatever schedule it is, and you are interested in knowing something about Sanatan Dharma. That's a great thing, because today, day by day, things are by the way we are going towards the Western culture, entire thing is coming down. Nobody wants, or hardly anybody wants to know about what is Dharma, what is Sanatan Dharma, what is this Vedas, what is this Upanishads. This is, sir, ये सब छोड़ो, इससे हमको क्या फायदा होगा? Everybody has what benefit we get. क्या फायदा होगा? कोई हमको नौकरी मिलेगी, कोई प्रमोशन मिलेगा, कोई बिजनेस ज्यादा मिलेगा. Today's world is more towards the materialism, and they don't want, if you get money, 2 वक्त का खाना मिल गया, एक कार है, एक ये है, they're happy. But we need to go beyond that, because once you get all food, vehicle, house and all that, afterwards what? Afterwards what? Somewhere we need to stop this or limit this and go beyond to see the purpose of our life. With this brief introduction, let me take up something on secrets of Sanatan. You see, many people have different ideas of Sanatan Dharma. When I say we are talking Sanatan, say, is it Hinduism? Absolutely no. There is nothing like Hinduism in any of the Vedic literature. It is Sanatana Dharma. Yes, we'll see what it is. This is a path of liberation. It doesn't mean that you leave the house and go into mountains and become a sannyasi. No, absolutely not. Sanatan Dharma never tells you to leave the house, don't get married. I'm really so unhappy with this lot of mathas, where the Swamijis and other people are not married. No. Shankaracharya was the only person from where all these things have started. Shankaracharya's contribution is very great to the Sanatan Dharma. And he has, to be very frank, he has revived it. Fine, that's okay. He did not marry. Fine. But it doesn't mean that every Mathadi should not marry. The body, physical body has its own needs. And that first thing, this should go away from the idea of anybody who is Swamiji, anybody who is talking on what you call Sanatan Dharma, on spirituality, should not be married. This is something I'm not able to digest. You take all the great saints and rishis. Each one was married and they had 2 to 3 wives, and they led a very strong spiritual life. And whatever I'm going to talk, whatever we are going to talk, or whatever you know, it's all given by them. And very few were brahmacharis. This point I would like to make clear to everyone who is listening. And I think it is very sad thing that such a program our Ravindra ji is arranging and only 13, 14 people are there. That's a very, because Mary told, sir, 150 people will come, please attend it. 150 is 1.5. Anyhow, so this first point I must clarify, that if you want to practice Sanatana Dharma and if you want to practice spirituality, it is not compulsory or it is not necessary that you should not marry, you should be bachelor. No. Lot of people who have married have led a very nice spiritual life. Okay, let us take the next one. It's a different dimension. Now, many people ask, what is Sanatana Dharma? Are you talking about Hindu religion? Hindu word was coined by Persians, as most of us know. Persian travelers were people living on the other side of Sindhu River. And in Persian language, sa is not there. So it becomes ha, and that's how it becomes Hindu. So this is a name given to us by outsiders who were invading this country for the riches that India had at that time, Bharat had at that time. Everybody was saying, we must go to India to earn money or to grab money. And that's how people came to India. By the time people were even awakening outside the India, we were already very well civilized with all full-fledged money, gold, diamonds, navigation, science, everything was very well established. And nobody came and taught us from outside. Britishers created a separate category in 1828 for administrative benefits, and we are following without questioning it. This is the unfortunate part of it. The word Hindu is not mentioned in any of the Vedas or major Puranas. If anyone has seen, they can give me the reference. I'll correct myself. Now there are now before that, I would like to say the word. If you go and see the Indian Constitution, Hindu means what? Hindu means they don't know what to give. So they said anyone who is not a Muslim, not a Christian, not a Jew, they are all Hindus. So that is the constitutional definition. Afterwards, in 1995, they a little bit added certain things to that and changed it, who are broad-minded, who will accommodate everybody. All these things came up. What do you call this? Pseudo-secularism words all came up. Now, there are so many religions, and they say all religions are same. What is the difference between religion and dharma? If all religions are same or teach the same thing, then why the fight? Why the conversion? Stop conversion, there will be 80% peace. The basic point in religion and dharma is dharma will not convert anybody. Religion is like a political party. You come into our party, then you will get heaven. And they have a lot of schemes to convert people into their beliefs. The difference, this is very important, we must know. Religion. Uniformity is first principle of monotheistic society. That means everybody who follows this religion must have these things, and they should follow exactly like that. One single formula for everyone. Uniform pattern of faith and belief and behavior. You have no liberty, you have no freedom. You have to read 5 times, you have to pray 5 times, you have to read this book, only you have to speak this, only these words. If you speak anything else, you are not in the religion. And there is only one God and only one, this is the way only you should worship the God. This is the only way you should pray. This is the only way you should do. People to have faith in supernatural powers. Yes, somebody is a God. Yeah, that's fine. Is a community belief system revolving around a supposed God. It is a community. If you follow that, all people are put into that category. Otherwise, no. Now let us come to dharma. diversity in belief and behavior is in the roots of polytheistic society. When we call about dharma, Sanatan, dharma, I will be going detail into the word dharma. Diversity. You can believe in anyone. You can worship in any way. You can dress in any way. You can worship in the morning, in the evening, anytime. You need not worship. Still, you are following the dharma. You can worship any number of gods. Every person can have a different spiritual attitude. This is an important part. The freedom of human being thinking. Human being is thinking. He thinks in a different way, not like animals. He has that extra power. So that in spirituality, one person will pray God in one form, other person will pray in other form, and many ways of seeking. And that's what simply says, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. Truth is one, God is one, whatever it is called, one. But people can express it in a different way. Vipra means intelligent people, learned people. They express in a different way. Knowledge and wisdom on practical ground realities. What was practiced in Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga may not be relevant in this Yuga. And wisdom can change as per the situations, as per the time, as per the occasion, as per the person. Knowledge and wisdom. This is the basic principle. Whereas when you talk of religion, whatever was there when you found it, that the same thing has to continue. You cannot change. You cannot change one word here and there. If you change, it's a sacrilege. People to do just their duty. Dharma is this. Dharma doesn't talk of anything. It just means duty, your duty. Is universal for the whole humanity, regardless of faith and belief. Sanatana Dharma is for the entire universe, and it was practiced everywhere. Same thing. Everything comes under Sanatana Dharma. Not only the so-called Hindu, not so-called only what we talk in India. No. It's everywhere, entire world, entire universe. Religion gives some moral values, but more of strong commandments, and everyone has to follow, no exception. Nobody can speak against them. If express different views, they can be punished, or they are being punished now. Religion is based on certain beliefs taken from general laws from Sanatan Dharma, like speak truth, don't cheat, etc., etc., and add their commandments. If you do not follow, you are an infidel and liable for punishment. They enforce it with a very strong hand. Adroha sarva bhuteshu karmana manasa gira anugrahascha danancha satam dharma sanatana. The absence of malevolence towards all creatures in thought, deed, or word, and to practice compassion and charity towards them is Sanatan Dharma. It doesn't talk of anything else. Never ever think ill of anybody. Anybody. All creatures, including animals, including plants, including people, whether they're your color or different color. And have some compassion whenever there's a need. And charity, have a what you call mentality of giving. And that is Sanatana Dharma. And this was told when? In Mahabharata, Vanaparva. I have given the shloka also. The salient features of Sanatana Dharma: creative power and energy. Adi, Anadi, Ananta, Akhanda. That which is the beginning, which is right from the day. It is it, Adi, the one, first one. Anadi, there is no beginning for that. And it is Ananta. Ananta means it keeps on growing. It is the plenty, whatever you want. And Akhanda, it cannot be broken. That is creative energy with which the entire universe is being created, including this mobile, including Zoom meeting, including your computer, laptop, human beings, etc. And to represent the creativity, Shiva Shakti. Shiva is stagnant, Shakti is activity. So we need both. We need both. With that, the creation started. This is a representation where we are having Shiva and Parvati in the form of Shiva and Shakti. And that creates the entire universe, whatever you see. Whatever you see, whatever you don't see, what has come up earlier, what is now, what will come up in future, everything is because of this positive and negative energy coming together. And that is what is Adi, Anadi, Ananta, Akhanda. This is what I'm showing you here is a symbolic representation of the energy. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma Tajjalaniti Shanta Upasid. Chandogya Upanishad says this. Everything is Brahman. Everything comes from him. Everything goes back to Brahman and it is sustained by Brahman. Everything comes. Somebody said, sorry, this is also written in what you call Bible. Never give reference for Vedas about the Bible, and they have come much recent, just 2000 years, just 1500 years. But Vedas are Sanatana. Right from the beginning, they are there. Right from the beginning, they are there. And everything comes from that creative power. Everything is sustained by creative power. Everything goes back into the creative power. And Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma means everything what you see, including your Chala Achala, which moves, which doesn't move, which is dead, everything. Brahma, the meaning of the word Brahma is not a god what we show with the four faces. That is Chaturmukha Brahma that we have created for some other purpose. Brahma means ever expanding. That is the meaning of Sir. Because I'm not able to convey exact meaning in English because English cannot conceive the idea of what Sanskrit words are there. It is very handicapped language. It is unfortunate that we have to speak in English, in India especially. Brahma means ever expanding. Brahma. It is Brahma, expanding. That is Brahma. Vishnu means what? Sarva Vyapi, Vishwa Vyapi iti Vishnu. Spread everywhere. Everything, whatever you see, everything you see, it is there. That thing is there. That is Vishnu. Vishnu is Vishwa Vyapi. And Shiva, that which is not there. That which is not, nothing. Shiva means nothing. People really have a different ideas. You will be shocked. Many people are, sir, it is a shocking news to us what you are telling. I said, this is the fact. If you go into the original Sanskrit meaning and literature, you'll get these ideas. We have some ideas which are rough. In Vedas, all energies are given the form of gods. Everything, air, it is given a form of God. Air doesn't have any form. But air, if you say, they'll create. Fire, it has been created. Sun, created. Water, created. Thunder, created. For everything, there is a form of God, and they have described these are the qualities. They are all basically energies which make you and me live and the entire universe to move about. Aham Brahmasmi, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Yajurveda says, and Chandogya says Tattvamasi. What does it mean? I am Brahma means I am the creator. The creative energy in me is there. So also in you. So there is no question of any difference. When you have this type of ideology, if this have the thinking, you will never try to harm other people. You will never try to spoil the peace that is prevalent. It is not that my religion, your religion, I will kill you, you should not be there. Ghazwa-e Hind. We talk of so many things. If you follow Sanatan Dharma, hardly you will hate anybody. Because if you strongly trust Sanatan Dharma, Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. Why Sanatan Dharma is love peace and want to live in peace with everyone? This was asked to me by one of the foreigners. Sir, why these Hindus always want to be peace, peace, peace? I said, don't call Hindu, call them Sanatan Dharma. As they strongly believe in Karma Siddhanta. Karma Siddhanta is the basic foundation of our Sanatan Dharma. Whatever you do, it comes back to you. You harm someone, someone will harm you. Simple logic of the whatever laws you talk, Newton laws or anybody laws. You do good, you'll get good. You do bad, you'll get bad. Nobody can stop and nobody will interfere. This is the fundamental belief of Sanatana Dharma. That's why we know, if we harm somebody, if I abuse somebody, somebody will abuse me. So why should I do that? Karma is of three types: karma, akarma, and vikarma. Now, karma means, we do our duty, that's it. Number two, akarma. Akarma means we do our duty without attachment. Vikarma means we do something wrong which you are not supposed to do. Prabalhat karma siddhantaha. This is basic point. So akarma is doing anything without attachment to itself, benefit or loss. Another principle of Sanatana Dharma is mitrasyaham chakshusha sarvani bhutani samikshe. Mitrasya chakshusha samikshamahe. Yajurveda says this. That means we expect everybody to look at us as a friendly one. Everybody should be nice to us, talk nice to us, and say, hello, how are you, good morning, what can I do for you? Instead of this, Yajurveda says, we should see everyone as our friend. And let us try to go there. Ask him, sir, how are you? Are you fine? Do you need anything? Can I be of some use to you? Mitrasyaham chakshusha sarvani bhutani. Everything, including animal, including plants. Don't try to harm unnecessarily. Let us look at each other in a friendly manner and treat each other as friends, including animals. And this is what Yajurveda teaches. Paropakaraya phalanti vrikshaha, paropakaraya vahanti nadyah, paropakaraya duhanti gavaha, paropakarartham idam shariram. Only people quote sometimes only the last paropakarartham idam shariram. But the full shloka is this. Just giving an example that the trees that grow, that give fruits, they don't eat, somebody else eats. Because for somebody else, it is giving the fruits. Same thing, the river flows and it will quench the thirst of others. The river doesn't quench itself thirst. And then even the cows give milk to serve others, benefit for others. So also, let us use this body to be of some useful, some fruitful, something for others. Anybody. Dharma gives all the values and leaves it to the intelligence of the person who follows. It will not lay any commandments. It will say this is right, this is wrong. It is for you to judge and follow what is right at the time. Doesn't condemn anyone unless it harms the society, community, or nation. It will not say anything else. You don't do anything. But if it harms the society, if it harms the neighbor, if it harms the nation itself, there are a lot of negative forces in India which they want to, Indian themselves, they want India to be destroyed. They work. Yes, for them you need punishment or whatever it is. But otherwise, as an individual, whatever you do it. You don't do, you pray to God, don't pray to God. You do your job, don't interfere in others. Everything is fine. Sanatan Dharma teaches inclusiveness, not exclusiveness. Whereas religions talk of exclusive. You follow these things, then you are our community. Otherwise, you are not. But Sanatan Dharma never talks of that. He says everyone is our own person, everyone is fine, everyone is good. Religion is exclusiveness, as I told you right now. In other words, religion binds you, whereas dharma liberates you with a total freedom. It can talk of good and bad, but it will not bind you. If you don't do this, you will be shot dead. If you don't do this, you will go to what you call hell. Nothing like that. Dharma simply means laws. And Sanatana doesn't mean old. It means eternal. So Sanatan Dharma is eternal laws which were followed all over the world, universe. Religions converts others to their belief system. I need not explain on this. There's entirely a big organization which converts people into either this religion or that religion. Whereas Sanatan Dharma never ever doesn't have any policy. Sanatan Dharma teaches what is right and what is wrong and leaves it to our intelligence and judgment to choose according to situation. Sanatan Dharma that governs life, the eternal ideal way of life. Sada ayatanam, sada nutanam, iti sanatanam, na puratanam. That is perennial and ever new, not old. This was there from the whenever universe was there. And it is there now. It will be there even afterwards. But it is not old one. Found out by some one person, some 5,000 years back. Nothing like that. They are universal laws. Everyone has to accept. Everyone will agree when we discuss on the platform. Sanatan Dharma teaches how we should treat each other. It is a law between husband and wife. It is a law between father and a son, an employer and employee, between guru and disciple, between ruler and ruled, between man and animal and nature. It is the relation between Bhakta and Bhagwan. Whatever Bhagwan, whatever God you use. Dharma is that which holds and supports the society to be together. Otherwise, in adharma, things are all hanky-panky, there will be chaos. Now, there is a very big thing which has been thrusted on us, the myth of Aryan invasion. Because in India, people came from Aryans, came from outside, and they taught us, and they created Vedas, and this is given by outside people. Let me not go much detail into this, but let me say one thing. This was created by Britishers and Macaulay's education theory system and Max Muller's contribution, which he realized and negated all his views in the end. But that was very late. By that time, whatever damage could be done has done, and that damage is still continuing. Most of the political parties, they want this thing should be there. They have come from outside. So why do you blame Britishers? Why do you blame Muslims? Why do you blame anybody? All others? No. Whatever things are there here, they are here. They are original. They have not come from Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan or Ukraine or whatever you call them. No. Genghis Khan, nothing. They're right from here. And actually, people don't even understand the word Aryan. I will be coming there. Now somebody says that you also convert. There is a saying in Vedic mantra, Karnavanto Vishwamaryam. It doesn't, what it means, Aao, Pure Vishpo Arya Kare. What does it mean? Arya word means a noble person, a person with knowledge, a person with good understanding, a person who's capable to analyze and contribute to society in a good way, behaves in a good way, talks in a good way, helps others, contributes to the society, builds up the nation. That is Aryan. That is Arya. Actual word is Arya. Make the whole world a noble place to live. This is Rig Veda. And I don't know how many of you are aware of this. In the house, the Dharam Patni never addressed the Pati, the husband, by name. Today it's a very fashion. Hi Sham, how are you? Where are you going? Come here. No. They used to call the Pati Deva as Arya. Arya, 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 Bataiye. This can be in any language. It can be in Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Punjabi, everywhere. Arya is Arya. Arya is a noble person. My Pati Dev is a noble person. So he called. And the Pati Dev, the husband, used to call the wife not with the name. He used to address as Devi. Devi itself is a very pure and very powerful word, which people make fun of it. So this is what is idam vardhanto apturaha krunvanto vishwamaryam abagnanto ravanaha Rigveda, so and so aphorism. Okay, so never ever believe and never ever teach your children this is wrong. There is nothing like Aryan invasion. Anyhow, that if Ravindra ji permits, there's a separate program of mine where we give all the points on how Aryan invasion is a myth. Now, as you are all very knowledgeable people, there are 4 Vedas. And this point I wanted to emphasize. Female professionals were called Brahmavadinis. There are many ladies who are rishis, rishikas, who call as rishikas. Gargi, Maitreyi, Logomudra, Ghosha, Romasha, and so on. Total what we could collect is 27 rishikas are there who have contributed to Vedas. And it may, for some people, it may be a little surprise. You know, Shankaracharya had a very strong verbal discussion with Mandana Mishra. He was talking on more of Karma Kanda, and this Shankaracharya was talking on Jnana Kanda. A lot of discussion. And you know who was the judge to decide who's right? Mandana Mishra's Dharam Patni, wife, was the judge. She was to decide who has to win. Ultimately, Shankaracharya defeated Mandana Mishra. And his wife, Mandana Mishra's wife, said, yes, my Pati has lost the discussion. That was over. But immediately she said, Acharya, you are a very knowledgeable person. Everything is fine. Can you discuss with me? Shankaracharya was shocked. And let us all know, Mandana Mishra's wife defeated Shankaracharya in the discussion. The itself will take a long time, whatever the questions are that. Anyhow, that we'll do it for someone. But this let us realize. We are for so many years, ladies are kept separate. Oh, ladies should not touch Vedas, ladies should not say Vishnu Nama, or should not say Gayatri Mantra. All this is created of late. Nothing of that. Gayatri word itself is feminine gender. In Nalanda alone, this let us remember, let us not forget. In Nalanda alone, 9 million Vedic books were burnt in 1193 by Bhakti R Khilji, invader who was treated by a Vedic doctor for his incurable disease. And that fellow was shocked. How he can cure me when we don't have any such literature? So burn that. He has been benefited with that, and he burnt. According to Tibetan sources, 3 large buildings, one had 9 stories, vast library, and was burning for 3 months. Imagine. And what Vedic literature we have? It is only 10%. 90% has been burnt out. And still we take the name of Khilji, we take the name of Bhaktiyar. Now, Vedas, little bit of Vedas. Vedas is just wisdom of Veda. It is survived only on oral tradition. Right from the beginning, the Rishi used to say, the Shishyas used to follow. They used to adopt, they used to learn. The person who identified them, the person who heard them is called as Shrutis. And those who heard that from the masters, from the great Rishis, they are called as, that is called as Smriti. So it is a tradition to tradition coming down from generation to generation. So Smriti, those who have into that tradition are called as Smarthas. So the word Veda derived from the root word Vid. Vid means to know, knowledge, jnana. Bas aur kuch nahi. Now this is just for interest of the people. Gita is a very famous thing, what we all know. But do we know how many Gitas are there? It is said that there are 32 types of Gitas. I have given here a few. Ganesha Gita, Avadhuta Gita, Rama Gita, Uddhava Gita, Vyadha Gita, Anu Gita, Ribhu Gita, Bhagavad Gita. People only, whoever knows little bit of Gita, they only relate to Bhagavad Gita. But there are so many Gitas. Now, Bhagavad Gita started as a Moksha Shastra in that time. It was Moksha Shastra. Anybody wanted Moksha? They say you go to Bhagavad Gita and read. Then it became Dharma Shastra. Anything wanted to discuss Dharma, they used to. But today it is a Jivan Shastra. And let us make it a very clear point. Bhagavad Gita and Vedas are not for Buddhas, old people like me. It is for youth. People forget this. Bhagavad Gita are all old people, बुढ़े बुढ़े बैठ के पढ़ते हैं, पता नहीं कहाँ कुछ होता है, सोते हैं, सुनते हैं, नहीं तो किसी नहीं पता. Let us remember this. And Bhagavad Gita was told to Arjuna, who was a young man, by a Yadava, who is a Krishna, and that too where? In the war field. In the war field it was told to him. So it is for youth, youngsters and all that. It is not at all for old people. Now, anyhow, these are all the some basic principles. Still some more we'll go through that. Sanatana Dharma talks only of Gyan, Vigyan, Adhyatma, Vyavahara, minimum Ahankar or no Ahankar. It talks of Vidya and Avidya. I think I have only 10 more minutes, something like that. So I will not broach more on Vidya and Avidya. It takes separately at least 5-6 minutes. So, but anyhow, I'll take the next slide. Punarajanma. This is another Siddhanta of Sanatana Dharma, that we accept that there is a Punarjanma. This Janma. Now, this is what is Ouroboros. Ouroboros, what is snake eating its tail. That is infinity symbol. What comes will go back. What goes back will come back. This is what is life, birth, life, death, again life, birth, death. If you have to cut this, it becomes moksha. Now in this, in our language, in Indian language, you call this Jagat. World is one, what we call Jagat. But the meaning of Jagat is not world. Meaning of Jagat is Jayate iti gacchate iti jagataha. That which comes, takes birth and dies is Jagat. What comes will go away, that is Jagat. What comes and goes, that's Jagat. This we must remember. And the same word you cannot give to the English word world. English, as I told you, is very, very handicapped language. Now, another contribution, great contribution of come in. Aye. Come in. Another great contribution of Sanatana Dharma is Panchakosh. Are you bet? By that time you can also listen to this. Namaskar ji. एक 10 मिनट आप आराम से बैठिए कुछ सुनिए आप भी. We are going in a live Zoom meeting चल रहा है. Panchakosh. This is one biggest contribution of Sanatana Dharma, that the body has 5 layers. Annamaya Kosh, Pranamaya Kosh, Manomaya Kosh, Vijnanamaya Kosh, and then Anandamaya Kosh. Now people put the same thing in a different package and give it to you. It is from America, it is from this thing, that thing, all those things. But the basic fact is, much before, thousands and thousands of years before, they have mentioned about the 5 koshas, which you call as 5 layers. And this concept of Panchakosh is there from there. And Shariras, body, 3 types of bodies. One is Sthula Sharira, that is gross body, Sukshma Sharira, which is higher body, Karana Sharira, which we do the jobs. Now, another contribution, great contribution of Sanatana Dharma is Yogas Chitta Vritta Nirodha, yoga, which is now everywhere, everybody is practicing. You'll be surprised to know in the entire UNO, this was the only thing which was accepted by 173 countries uniformly when Modi proposed 21st June as Yoga Day. Nobody opposed. And the remaining people who were not there, they sent their approval afterwards. And what does yoga mean? It means silencing of mind through reasoning and not through suppression. Removing of the confusions, fluctuations of the mind through deep meditation. We are not to suppress our emotions, but we are trying to remove the confusions and think about it. Now, Kundalini Jagran, or whatever you call Kundalini energy, this is again another contribution of Sanatana Dharma. Now, this is what you are saying. Dr. Patel is in Shirsasana. Okay, but basically, yoga is not what today is propagated. Yoga is Ashtanga Yoga. It is 8 parts. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhana, Dhyana, Samadhi. People only do little bit asana, little bit pranayam, and they're too in their own way, and they call this we are doing yoga. Asana, pranayam are 2 small parts of that. But basically, once you are in Ashtanga Yoga, you don't need anything else for your liberation in the life. Everything is there in this Ashtanga Yoga. Yama, Niyama, the moral values, everything. What to eat, what not to eat. And every time when we say, do some, yoga, they say, sir, physical exercise? Physical exercise, gyms. Don't compare ever yoga to gym. They are both opposite. There is a separate lecture of mine on the gym and yoga. You say pranayam, sir, meditation. How can dhyana be meditation? They are opposite. And it's very unfortunate part of India, today's generation. For every Indian word, we want an English word. So let us not use that. English is, as I repeatedly saying, very handicapped. It cannot go beyond certain things. Now, the best example of the yoga is, you are seeing this photo. He is Vanara. Hanuman is a jungle man, not even a civilized, cultured man. And he became the greatest sage only because of yoga. That man had no anger, no jealousy, always calm, serene, no desire, yet the most powerful person in Ramayana, more powerful than Rama also. Again, we have a separate presentation on Hanuman. That man won everything, did everything, and never expected anything in return. If you practice yoga without spirituality, call it physical exercise, don't call spirituality. You can be healthy even by doing physical exercise. Pranayama without spirituality is simple breathing exercise, not pranayama. Now, another one biggest contribution of Sanatana Dharma is Ayam Nijha Paroveti Gananam Laghuchetasam Udarachritanam Tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbaka. Now, what we are talking is your entire universe is a global village, global marketing. We are talking only marketing. But the concept this Sanatana Dharma gave is if you call, I am from this land, I am from this state, you are from this state, you are color, you are black, you are all narrow-minded person. A broad-minded person will consider everybody as one family, not family. Kutumbakam means a small family. Let us all be together. Why we hate? Why do we need? Color can be different, language can be different, dress can be different. This is Rigveda and Maha-Upanishad also is given there. Now you see Satyameva Jayate. It is from Mundak Upanishad. Truth alone trims, not falsehood. Truth alone fulfilled all the desires of noble men. Noble men. Another thing what Sanatana Dharma says is Satyam bruyat, priyam bruyat. Na bruyat satyam apriyam. Priyam chanrutam, priyadeshaha dharma sanatana. What does it say? Speak truth. Speak presently. Do not speak the truth that is unpleasant or unpleasant manner. Even if pleasant, do not speak untruth. Just nowadays, you give politicians mic. They keep on speaking so many things which they never mean, and they are not into that. Somebody has a habit of praising somebody without any qualities. That is not accepted in Sanatana Dharma. This already we have said, Ekam Sat Viprabhahudavanti. If at all God is there, if at all is there, you can worship in any form, anywhere, anywhere. Because this is only thing in Sanatana Dharma. You can worship, you may need not worship. Even if you don't worship God, you are Sanatana Dharmi. One of the basic fundamental mantras is Om Tat Chinyora Vrunimahe Gatum Yajnaya Gatum Yajnapataye Daivi Swastirastunaha Swastirmanushebhyaha Urdhanji Gatu Bheshajam Channo Astudipade Chanchatushvade Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. What does it mean? It means the mantra prays for the welfare of not only human beings, but for creepers, plants, animals, those who walk with 2 legs, those who walk with the 4 legs. It doesn't differentiate anybody in the universe. Now, the biggest problem, when I presented this to international audience, they asked me, sir, you talked everything so nice, goody things about Sanatana Dharma. You never talked of caste system. Let me tell you, there is no caste system in Sanatana Dharma. So many castes, say, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. This is simply by profession and by duty what we are doing. Now, clearly it has been mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Chatur Varnyam Maya Srishtam Gunakarma Vibhagasha. Tasya Kartaram api Mam Vidya Kartaram Avyayam. What does it mean? Now, today, I'm talking, I'm sharing my knowledge with you. So I am Brahman now. After some time, I'll be seeing patients, I'll do some operation, I'll do something. I am a Kshatriya. I'll take money, I become Vaishya. I drive my car, I become Shudra. It doesn't mean. Absolutely not by your birth. There cannot be anybody by birth a caste. This is unfortunate gift given by the Britishers 200 years rule what they did. The profession has become the caste. That is very bad. It is guna karma vibhavasha. Nothing by birth. If you go into details, more and more rishis were not Brahmins. Everyone has the right to study Vedas. There should be no discussion on this in any platform. Veda is knowledge and nobody should be devoid of this. If you do this, you are committing a greatest sin against the creator Brahma. Already it is 1:05. How much time do I have more, Raghavendra ji? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can I take for some more few minutes?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
This is the reason for the present state of the country. This is still happening even now. A doctor marries a doctor, an engineer marries an engineer, a software marries a software. It's just like nothing but caste system. Okay, so this is what it is happening now. Now let me give a brief idea. Angirasa, Atri, Bhrigu, Pulaha, Pulatsya, Marichi, all married daughters of Kardama, a Matanga. Vashishta's wife Arundhati and Agastya's wife Lobamudra were Matangas. Matanga means in today's terminology, Dalit. You are calling them Dalit. So they were the wives and they were great Rishikas. This is what see this man, what is he doing? He's an uneducated village brat. He is worshipping his cycle and his son is with him. He doesn't know any mantra. He doesn't know any puja vidhan. He doesn't know how to worship. He doesn't know how to sit. That cycle gives him food. He drives the cycle and earns something. And that he is worshipping. This is Sanatan Dharma. And if at all there is God, he will accept this bhakti rather than going to Tirupati and spending money and money. This is the true bhakti. See, there is no God, there is no temple, there is nothing, just cycle. He's worshipping his cycle. He put a hara to that and he's putting some water and doing namaste. That's what it gives food. This is Sanatana Dharma. Try to understand. Let us share these things with everyone. All living and non-living things are the same creative energy in different forms. This is what Sanatana says. Sanatana Dharma, so everything worshipped, including nameplate, that is Sanatana Dharma. So tip of the iceberg, whatever we talk for maybe 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and this is to continue. Sanatana Dharma is unending. Okay? So with this, anybody has any questions, 5 minutes, you can take it up. My address is this, my email is this, my phone numbers are this. Please, anything, any questions, anything, we'll be able to answer if Raghavendra ji permits us. Yes, Raghavendra sir. हाँ sir, बोलिए.
Thank you, Patel ji. It was a really wonderful session. I know that the talking on this time will be a very great constraint. Maybe one day, one Sunday exclusively we can dedicate it to you, sir.
No, but sir, I would refuse to come in Zoom. See, that vibrations cannot come.
Yeah,
Vibrations
true.
To be live. कभी आप हैदराबाद में कुछ कीजिए, बुलाइए, हम आएंगे. और उसे आप हैदराबाद मत कहिए. कम से कम आप तो उसको भाग्यनगर कहिए.
Yeah.
आप वहां के हो, हम लोग अधिक नहीं जानते उसके बारे में, तो हमने थोड़ा सा संशोधन किया, तो उसका नाम भाग्यनगर है पहले.
हाँ
सर बोलिए. So अगर कोई क्वेश्चन है तो चैट बॉक्स में भेज दीजिए हमको. हमारा ईमेल हमने दे दिया है और हमको भेजिए आप, हम उत्तर देंगे. ठीक है?
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका.
Sir, I have few questions. May I ask?
May I know who is speaking?
Sir, it's Manasa.
हाँ?
Manasa.
मानसा. हाँ जी, मानसा जी बोलिए. मैं पहले इसे पीपीटी बंद कर दूंगा.
Sir, why karma will only hit good persons where
हाँ जी,
very
हाँ
hard?
जी.
Why karma?
हाँ, वही कर्मा. हाँ.
Will only hit good persons very hard.
नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज कट रही है आपकी. I don't know. वही कर्मा. वही कर्मा.
Only hit good persons very hard than bad people.
That is karma. That is prakriti. See, anything right will not be acted. Now, for example, I'll tell you simple food. If you take an Indian food, you make bajre ki roti or makke di saag ya kuch bana do, that will not look that attractive. But you go to a 5-star hotel, the chocolates, the cakes, all the things which are harmful to body are very attractive. They are put in beautiful packets. Coca-Cola pio karo. Who will eat your dal and rice? But they are the healthiest things. Karma is karma. Don't expect because I'm doing good karma, I will get all benefit. No, you will get a peaceful sleep and peaceful life. That's it.
So, like, as per your observation, you are stating that being good person is not benefitable. If we say bad, karma will won't play.
No. Chebulu Manasaji. Manasaji, baat ye hai, you are understanding in a different way. Karma doesn't come in your future, in your prospects. Karma will give you definitely the right things, and whatever you need, it will give. You can build the country. Now, see what the Modi is doing. Tell me one karma. You tell me one thing he has done something wrong against anybody. He's doing his karma. Everybody is abusing him. Everybody is blasting him. People are prepared to kill him. But he is not bothered. He's just doing his karma. And like an akarmi, he's not one. And I was shocked to hear about this Modi by his home minister. He says he praised Modi like anything. Then he said, Modi wo pradhan mantri hai jiska apna ghar nahi hai. Can you believe a prime minister doesn't own a house? That is his karma. That is his sushtu karma. That is what it is. So if you do good karma, you will be peaceful. It is not that you will do a very good thing in the business. But some people are there who are doing right things and prospering in business. And I can give you one of the best examples is Tata. He thinks so much for the society. Tata himself is a big lecture on what is his contribution.
Yes, sir, I do agree. Most of the good peoples were doing really good things, but many people were there, like Dharmo Rakshitha. Most of the people, they never stick or bound with the things. But why still karma is never hitting them? They are literally playing with humans' lives.
This is a right question you asked. Karma, when it hits, you will not know. There is a saying, uske ghar mein der hai, andher nahi hai. Jab uske lathi padegi na, to uthega nahi. Now, many people, I'll tell you a small incident which happened maybe 1 week back. In UP, there were 4 people driving BMW car. Okay, one doctor, one engineer, so many people. They were driving at 230 kilometer speed in that highway. What Yogi has created, great roads. And ultimately, somebody was saying, "Yaar, itne speed se mat jao, ye theek nahi hai, road mein kahin mar jaoge, charo marenge." And within 10 minutes, all were killed. Karma hits. You do not know. It will not tell you I am hitting you because of your karma. No. If what is your age, Mansaji? If you don't mind.
30.
30. You are married?
No.
No. See, now this is the karma. When you are supposed to get married as a doctor, I'm telling you, you should get married by 2022. That is the Siddhanta. Medical. I'm talking medical.
Nowadays, we are literally well educated and
no, Mansaji.
So there is no correlation between this topic and that topic.
Why I'm telling you is I'm talking of the karma.
Rakshitaha and karmas.
And
no,
you are involving I'm talking that karma. See, this
that is karma, not karma. That is my level of perception.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. This will reflect in your health. In future, as a doctor, I'm telling you, I'm practicing medicine for the last 50 years.
And answer to the question, sir, not to my perspective.
No, not you. Yes. I'm giving an example. Forget about it. Now, any time the karma affects, you will not know. It will affect. You do good karma, it will definitely affect you. It will benefit you. Some way which you may not attribute it to that. But when it hits, you do a bad karma. You see a lot of politicians. The way they die, the way they are thrown out, you do not know. It is their karma.
But most of the people were still alive only, no, sir. They are doing bad only. Still, we are simply seeing like that.
See, our time and the nature's time is different. Nature has its own way. Karma has its own way to show its effect. It is not when, see, nowadays everybody is a computer scientist. They want to enter the program and enter and you get the result. that doesn't happen with the life. Natural forces have their own way of doing things. They do at their own time. Anyhow, madam, we will see you in
As a similar
Bhagyanagar.
manner, sir, as you said, 22, 23 is not nothing. As time arrives, my thing will come. Yeah.
Raghavendra ji, I will request Raghavendra ji to have a live session where we can talk on so many other things. Okay. Manasa ji, you can send me a mail. I'll give you a full reply for that. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Right now, I'm having some patients I have to see. Yeah. Any other question?
Hi, sir.
Mary.
Actually, yes, I heard this once in Rotary.
But
from
not
you.
this much, not this detail.
Not this much, but in that December meeting, last December meeting, we came to Lavely Rona, we heard it. But I believe, sir, more than sitting hours together in prayer, we do every day one good, that only will save us when we are in bad times.
That's what you said. That is his karma. Who said you? I have not given you that. In Sanatan Dharma, there is nowhere written you go to temples and sit for hours together. You need not go. You don't believe in the Almighty. Still, you follow Dharma without interfering in others' affairs. It is Sanatan Dharma. You are
actually,
very right,
one
Mary
incident happened, sir, when I met with accident in 2006. I was about to lose my life, but my parents' good deeds had saved, because my own uncle lost his life on that same road.
Yes, you tell Manasa, that is the karma, somehow it affects somewhere else. You cannot correlate it to what you did and what it affected you. Manasa ji, this is how isko aapko relate karna padega. Inki mama ji guzar
actually
gaye.
very informative sessions, sir, because I believe in what we do good. Even the words we speak, it should not hurt anybody's feelings.
Exactly.
Exactly.
This is what is Sanatan Dharma.
No, sir, words are like weapons. If you hit somebody also, they'll forget. But if you tell somebody something, it lifelong you won't remember. Sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Good.
Right.
God bless you.
Right. Raghavendra ji, shall we close the session?
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Definitely, just kindly let us know when you are available. We will always definitely have your session, and our participants will be, very eager to listen to you.
Right, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for joining us. Wish you all the success. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank
you. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. And we will move on to next session. So I'm raising a poll for session 2. Yeah, feedback form for session 2 is live. Quickly attend to the feedback form. So, answering to the previous queries, in short, we were yesterday also discussing, if I'm not wrong, yesterday or before yesterday also, same topics we covered in a very short time. Simply, I said these all topics we were discussing yesterday also, caste system, that Vedas never had these kind of caste system or religion system or any such systems. These all were created by vested interest with vested people with vested interest for their own benefit and, for their own these things. So let's not attribute something which is not existing. That's why even to understand that these things, whether they exist or not, we have to read. But we are going completely away and we are becoming ignorant. We even don't know whether that is true or not. So we are just going by the propaganda. So that is causing us, spreading a lot of misinformation, disinformation or false information about, these holy scriptures, especially Vedas. And, as I already mentioned, religion's concept is something like a, daily product. Daily one religion will pop up and It's like a religion can be seen as a, product to better understand. See, lot of products will come, and every product will try to capture the entire market and try to see that other product will not exist or does not exist. Similarly, the religions, which are popping up or which have recently popped up or which they always try to capture the market. Means they always try to convert people and see that the existing religions are no more existing, so that they can have their monopoly. So that's a very simple strategy for everyone to understand. Because complex things, if we make it more complex, that's why I always try to avoid, referencing these Vedas and reading shlokas, especially, because that will make things more complex. So that's why I always tend to keep it very simple in a very simple language without quoting them. So it can be understood as a simple, marketing, like religion thinking as a factory, where group of people coming together, starting an industry or a factory, and you have all the products coming out. Products are followers, and they want to expand their market base. That's all. They want to fill entire market with their products and services, and that is how religions work. And their only agenda is to capture as many customers as they can. Now, how will that happen? Because there are already existing market, existing products, existing services. But only when you make the customers to leave that product and pursue to buy this product, only that will happen. So similarly, religions are the upcoming or which are recently existing or which will, and this is not an end. Tomorrow also, and in future also, many religions will sprout up like that. Like many industries come and many new products are coming today. Yesterday there was 5G and 4G, and today we have 5G, and tomorrow we'll have another maybe 6G or 10G also. Similarly, religions also will come and go. We need not worry about those things. The products will come and go, and whichever product, it is serving, it will serve, and there will be monopoly. Like even now, still there are some products which are there since long time, and they will continue. They might continue. There are certain products which were there since years together, but disappeared now. So things will go, like basic things will be there. Like construction is there. No matter what, construction industry has to thrive because we have to live with. So similarly, doctor profession should have like this. Even certain, like Sanatana Dharma will be there forever because it has come even before human beings existed. So that will be there forever, no matter what. So whatever came after that, they has to, one or the other day, we don't know when they will go, but they have to go. Like we have taken birth and we have to die. We cannot be immortal. Similarly, it's all the struggle of, to sustain themselves. So to capture as many as they can. So they keep conversing and a lot of things happen. But that's a different concept. Only what I am trying to simplify the concept, to understand. Nothing, we are not criticizing or, or discriminating anything. It's to make it simplified, to make it understand, it's that simple. You just treat it as an industry or a manufacturing, unit where products are produced. Similarly, new products come, new companies come, and they go. Some stay for longer, some stay for shorter. Maybe giving free products or at a low price, or alluring them with their gifts, like you buy this and you get this bonus. Some religion says, you get converted, you get free education, you get quality education, you get quality healthcare, you get food, or you get employment, you get money. So similarly, like in products companies offer, deals like that, similar deals are also offered here. So take it everything in a positive sense. Okay, we know, everyone knows about it. It is not that no one knows about it, no one talks about it, no one speaks about it. Everyone knows about it. Only thing is we need to understand that things are happening, and for good reasons, for bad reasons, both are happening. And the next thing is, like one of the query asked by our beloved participants, why karma hits the good people? Yes, definitely it hits good people. It is, as I will simplify this in a very simple manner. Why people only hit trees with fruits and flowers? Why people will hit? Because there is a benefit over there. To grab that fruit, to grab that flower, we have to, either pull out that branch or tree. In that process, that branch also sometimes will get, damaged, or sometimes, in the process of plucking the flower or fruit, we end up hurting the plant or a tree. And sometimes the branches also get off the tree. So that is the reason. It's not in any other context. The right people, good people are first targeted, because there is a good thing. And this is Kali Yuga. And we should also keep one thing in mind. Kali Yuga, 3 padas, among 4 padas, 3 padas are adharma only. So by default, if you happen to meet 4 people, in that 3 people will be bad people only. In fact, it's not like good people are bad people. Now, Kali Yuga is like, as already I mentioned yesterday also, in ourselves, we are bad and good. Both are there. So what will happen is, at times, that dominance of whether good or bad, evil or, that will come up. And the dominance, especially, that dominance again depends on the karma. See, sometimes we get angry, sometimes we don't get angry, in spite of, very badly hurt also. Sometimes we get too much, excited, but we don't take any action. Sometimes, without any strong reason, we react. So similarly, why that is happening? We also don't know at times. We also wonder why I have behaved like that manner, or why unnecessarily I made such a comment, or I could haven't done. But, in that impulsivity, that's what we were also discussing in earlier sessions, that impulsiveness. And sometimes it's not that we don't know, we do it as a practice because we got used to it and we are unable to get over it. Certain habits we form over a period of time, and we are not, trying to get away, and they have become the part of our lifestyle or our communication. That is reason. See, that is why yesterday also I was mentioning, a lot of people preach, but same thing whether they are practicing, that is quite questionable. Maybe, in these or in upcoming sessions, or also a lot of sessions we have conducted, more than, I did not count, but, it's almost from March, maybe we have conducted more than 1,000 sessions, because daily we have at least 1 or 2 sessions, and Sundays we have at least 6 to 8, sometimes 15, each speaker taking 1 session. So even if we count number of days also, we could have completed more than a good number of sessions. So maybe we have got many speakers, including myself. I have taken number of sessions. So maybe what I have taught or I have, spoken, maybe I may also not be practicing. So that may not be possible, may be possible, may not be possible. So similarly, that's why it is very complex things to understand, but still we have to simplify and see. And the best thing we can do is take the life as it comes. That's all. Let's keep it as simple as possible. Whatever life gives us, take it. And whatever opportunity comes to us, use them. Don't think, array, this is small opportunity, this is big opportunity, this is too big opportunity. No, take the opportunity, grab the opportunity, and try to utilize in your own capacity. That's what. This is the best I can do. Don't focus on what other people are thinking or what other people will think. Just our focus should be, okay, if we got some opportunity, first we should tell ourselves, okay, I will do my best. That will give us immense satisfaction. No matter 1,000 people, 1 crore people talk you against. Nah? It is only our own perception that hurts us. Like, nothing can stop but its own, like iron, there is a quote, nah? No one can destroy iron, but its own rust can. So similarly, its own, our own thought, our own, thinking, negative thinking that will destroy us. No matter how many people say anything, it may, they can say 1,001, 1 crore, 1 things also, but we should not get affected. We should not take anything to heart, anything to head. That's where we are very strong. We become so strong there. So that is simple. Trying to make it very simple to understand. So definitely good people are the ones who will be first targeted, like the ones, trees with the fruits and flowers. Otherwise, you see a tree standing without any, just leaves and branches. No one even bothers to have that or, play with it unless and until, and even then also people try to bother, saying leaves are falling down or it is creating a lot of, all these things. And again, when it comes to shade, parking, where we have to stop, we'll stop. We'll keep searching for some tree and we'll park there or we stand there. So these is all are, very important things. So we have sessions till evening. Don't keep leaving. It is mandatory for all the sessions. Feedback. So do not come and join, leave, stay back. And let's continue with other sessions as well. These are wonderful sessions by each speaker. So don't take anything personally. All these are very nice, different perspectives of understanding things. And hope our next speaker has joined. Okay, if everyone has filled the feedback form, I'm closing it. And we will move on. So we'll move on to next session. Do we have our next speaker? Aarti Makkar ma'am. If you have joined with some other name, you can let us know. Unmute yourself or you can use chat box. Okay.
Hello, sir. This is Dr. Aarti Makkar.
Yeah, ma'am. Welcome. Just let me rename you. Would be easy to
Okay.
identify.
Okay, sir. Unable to on the video, sir.
Yeah, just a second. Now you can try it.
Thank
So
you.
our next speaker is Dr. Aarti Makkar from Delhi. She is educationist, counselor, past life and expression-based art therapist. And she would be delivering her session on social reformer Sri Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Sir, feedback link, can you share it?
That's already closed, ma'am. Generally, it's there for 5 minutes. And you can fill up the next feedback field for the session. We cannot relaunch. Again, what will happen is, if we relaunch, the data will be lost. There is some
Okay.
technical limitation. You can just leave your, feedback by selecting host, and the rest of the sessions you can fill up the feedback.
Okay.
Basically, like now, some people keep joining and leaving in the middle, so we don't know their data. So that's why we keep for every session, so that even if for one session they join also, now we have those details. So don't worry, if you are available for the next session also, you can fill up in the next session.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Aarti ma'am, over to you for your session.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the participants. This is Dr. Aarti Makkar. I am educationist, counselor, past life regression, and expression-based art therapist. So today I am presenting my knowledge in the field of social reformers. One of the pioneer, that is Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He was born on 22nd May 1772, and he died on 27th September 1883 at the age of 61. He was the father of modern India. He was a great reformer. He was the father of Indian Renaissance, pioneer of Indian Renaissance. His father name was Ramakant and mother name was Tarini Devi. He has a great role in Indian social religious renaissance. आधुनिक भारत के पुनः जागरण में उनका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल था. He was a father and originator of Indian language press. He was social reformer of Bengal Renaissance period. He contributed his presence in Indian independence movement and in the field of journalism also. Vice versa, his journalism skills give light in his Indian independence movement, and his Indian independence movement gave a direction to his skills in journalism. So he was the great scholar. He was a great reformer of his time period. So Raja Ram Mohan Roy was born in Bengal in a Brahmin family. In the age of 15, he was excelled in several languages, just like Bengali, Sanskrit, Arabian, Persian language. In the young age, he traveled a lot. He worked for East India Company from 1809 to 1814. He was a founder of Brahmin Samaj. Brahm Samaj. Brahm Samaj was the Indian social religious movement that affects the Bengal Renaissance period. Raja Ram Mohan Roy was the pioneer social religious reformer of his time period. His one of the aim is to remove the social religious orthodox from the society, Indian society. So he worked on Sati Pratha, he worked on Parda Pratha, he worked on caste system, Bal Vivah. So he has a great contribution towards Indian society. In 1815, he found Atmiya Sabha, which was known as Brahm Samaj in 1882. Which was proceed further by Devendra Nath Thakur. Devendra Nath Thakur, he was born in 1817 and died in January 1905. So he was the Hindu philosopher, Brahm Samaji religious reformer, one of the founder of Brahm Samaj, and this Brahm Samaj was carried forward by Keshav Chandra Sen, that is from 19th November 1838 to 8th January 1884. So he was also the Hindu philosopher of Bengal, social and religious reformer. So what is Brahm Samaj and what are their principles? So Brahm Samaj through Brahm Samaj, they are spreading the knowledge that God is one and He is the creator. He is the doer of the society. So Atma Amar hai, soul never die. He works on this one principle that Atma Amar hai. Men should be follow non-violence, should be work for peace and prosperity. That is also the principle of Brahm Samaj. All peoples are one. So there should be no discrimination, no caste system. There should be no caste system for that. So they practice the similarity for everyone. So aim of Brahm Samaj is to remove all the superstitions from the society and bring the lights of education in the society. To give value to one God. God is one, He is meant for everyone. So to remove all superstitions like Prarda Pratha, dowry system, caste system, Bal Viva, Brahm Samaj works a lot in this social, religious, political field. Importance also, there is one more thing which they want to implement, that the knowledge of Vedas and Upanishads. It is also spread by a Brahm Samaj and working in the continuously working for the women's rights, children's for the labors also. So they work for the farmers, laborers, so that they speak in their favor also, so that they can give them the equal rights in the society. So try to implement the good features of Indian modern philosophy. That is features of modern philosophy in the Indian society. So achievements of Brahm Samaj has a great role in that period, in the period of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So they removed Sati Pratha in 1829 through William Bentinck law, improve social structure of Indian society, improve social religious lifestyle of Indian peoples, work on the mentality of the peoples, continuously working on the mentality through their social movements. They are using the good contents of modern philosophy. So Raja Ram Mohan Roy has given enthusiasm to the education. Their main enthusiasm on education to literate the society by giving them the valuable knowledge of Vedas and Upanishads, by giving them the valuable thinking. They are work through their journalism, regularly changing the thought of people through modern philosophy. In 1988, Doordarshan serial Bharat Ki Khoj, produced and directed by Shyam Benegal, also picturized a full episode on Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So through the whole history, we came to know that Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he was a social reformer. He was the Brahmin prince. He was the author. He was the father of Indian Renaissance. He was Agradut, that means pioneer, forerunner of Indian Renaissance. So we came to know that he was the father of Indian society, modern India. He was a father of modern India. So he gave his contribution totally in the field of social, religious, cultural, political field, and through journalism and through Indian independence movement, he has a great impact on the society. So he was the one of the pioneer who was killed for this Indian Renaissance movement, who was known for his period. Now, not even he was that period was not known at that time only, but today also we know that period through his name. Today, this period is also inspired by that period. So he was a great reformer who has a great impact on Indian society today also, and his great role on the development of women's for the problems of women. He worked on the problems of women's Bal Vivah, Sati system, and all the great role he had played through his activities. So he was the inspiration of Indian society. His novel work gave a light to his period. He was known, his period was known by his name, and he was a great reformer. And I am regardful to the organization for giving me the opportunity to speak for such a great reformer, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. ICMCHCISWEISWREEHNVSD2022 for sharing insights. Participants, if you have any queries, we can take it quickly before concluding. You can unmute yourself and feel free to ask. If you don't have any queries, then we'll go ahead. Okay, ma'am. Thank you for joining us and taking your valuable time. And
thank you so much, sir.
Wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in the future.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for this session, and then we'll move on to our next session. So we have 5 minutes for the feedback form. So quickly fill up the feedback form. It is raised in the form of polls. You will see a poll window. Do not close it unless and until you fill the feedback form. For all the sessions, it will be same. It will look like same, except that session number will change. You can see now feedback for session 1, session 2, session 3, like that. This is third session, and you can see feedback for session 3, like that, session 4. And finally, you will see the feedback form for, finally, you will have overall feedback form. That would be the last feedback form at the end of the conference. So you can, once you fill up the feedback form, you can close it safely after filling it. Don't close it before filling it up. And we cannot relaunch again. That is a technical limitation within Zoom. Once we relaunch means all the data captured will be lost. So again, all the participants have to fill it up again. So that will be again more troublesome. So whenever the feedback form is launched, that's why we are taking break also in between for 5 minutes so that there is no other activity. you can quickly attend to the feedback form immediately. And then we can start the next session. We are giving time also. This is ideal time where, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and share. In the meanwhile, others are filling up the feedback form. And the next speaker would be Manasa. Be ready, ma, with your presentation. Once everyone fill up the feedback form, we'll make you co-host. Sometimes what happens is when we immediately give the co-host, so they don't know what to do, because till that time they will not have this end poll option for them. But once they become the co-host, they will get more options. So sometimes, they, in the process of closing it, they will end the poll. Again, relaunching the poll, the data will be lost. So if participants are filling or in between, they will not be able to fill it. So that's the reason we are not immediately hand over this, sessions to them. Next speakers. You can see the time also running. When the poll has launched, we have 5 minutes is more than enough. What we observe based on the participants' feedback. So you can quickly fill up the feedback form. It's already 3 minutes past. And if you are still filling up also, we'll announce it, we are closing. If you are still in the process, you can just let us know in chat box. Yeah, if you are unable to see it, maybe there is some technical problem with that. Otherwise, you can just go to options at the bottom, and you can see, ma'am, there would be polls. You can click on the polls and it will show you active polls. Otherwise, if you are joining from browser, there might be within the browser, if there are some technical issues, you will not be able to see. So always join from a Zoom app, from mobile or laptop or system, so that we can enjoy full functionality of the platform. You can see there is an option in the bottom, 3 dots, and mentioned as more. You can click on that and you can see polls. You can click on that. When you click on that, you can see that active polls are, when you will see this window. If there is any active poll running, you can see that and fill it up. Now the poll is active, so you would be able to see that feedback form for session 3. If you are on browser, kindly log out from browser and join from Zoom app. If there is no app, you can install it and join it from the Zoom app. Password is, username is my mobile number only. And password is 2022. It's already mentioned. So anyway, it's easy for you. Yes, you can enter my mobile number. It's there in the registration form and everywhere. And you can enter password. If it asks for password, you can enter 2022. And this is same. Earlier, we have 2 accounts actually. Other account is this account. Right now, we are using this account. So at any time, if you see any one account is still showing that it is still yet to start by the host, you can just check with the alternative ID. So we are ending the poll. and we'll move on to our next session. In case if you are still unable to see access, you can also leave by selecting the host. You can leave your details and feedback. Basically, it's name, designation, organization, contact number, email address, along with your feedback. How was the PPT? How was the speaker presentation? And how did you feel, whether time allotted to the session was adequate or not? And your observations, queries, anything. So this you can leave. There is like if you require participation certificate or not. So these are the things that are being taken as part of feedback. So you can leave the same thing in chat box. So we will move on to our next session. We have with us Miss Krishna Manasa. She is pharmacist and also classical singer, and also she is a regular blood donor. She is doing a great service, by donating blood regularly, and she is also a very good traveler and likes reading, lot of reading. So Manasa, you can unmute yourself and can start your session.
Yes, sir.
Social reformer Rani Lakshmibai. Over to you.
A very good afternoon to one and all. On the occasion of International Conference, today my topic is regarding Jhansi Ki Rani Lakshmibai. The Queen, Rani Queen of Jhansi, was born 19th November 1835, Kasi, Varanasi, to a Maharashtrian Brahmin family. She was the Queen of Maratha, ruled princely state of Jhansi. She was one of the leading figures of the Indian rebellion of 1857 and a symbol of resistance to British rule in India. She has gone down in Indian history as a legendary figure, as India's Joan of Arc. She was called by the name Manikarnika. Affectionately, her family members called her Manu. Her childhood. At a tender age of 4, she lost her mother. As a result, the responsibility of raising her fell upon her father. She was educated at home. Her father, Moropan Thambe, worked at the court of Peshwa Baji Rao II at Bithur and then traveled to the court of Raja Gangadhar Rao Nevalkar, the Maharaj of Jhansi. While pursuing studies, she also took formal training in martial arts, which included horse riding, shooting, and fencing. When Manu was 13 years old, she was married to Gangadhar Rao, the Raja of Jhansi, at the age of 14. During that period, Lord Dalhousie was the Governor General of British India. The adopted child was named Damodar Rao. As per the Hindu tradition, he was their legal heir. However, the British rulers refused to accept him as the legal heir. As per the doctrine of lapsy, Lord Dalhousie decided to seize the state of Jhansi. Rani Lakshmibai went to a British lawyer and consulted him. Thereafter, she filed an appeal for the hearing of her case in London, but her plea was rejected. The British authorities confiscated the state jewels. Also, an order was passed asking the Rani to leave Jhansi fort and move to the Rani Mahal in Jhansi. Lakshmibai was firm about protecting the state of Jhansi. After her marriage, she was given the name Lakshmibai. Because of her father's influence at court, Rani Lakshmibai had more independence than most women who were normally restricted to the Jinan She studied self-defense, horsemanship, archery, and even formed her own army out of her female friends at court. She gave birth to a son in 1851. However, this child died when he was about 4 months old. But after the death of their son, the Raja and Rani of Jhansi adopted Damodar Rao. However, it is said that her husband, the Raja, never recovered from his son's death, and he died on 21st November 1853 of a broken heart. Because Damodar Rao was adopted and not biologically related to the Raja, the East Indian Company under Governor General Lord Dalhousie was able to install the Doctor of Lapsey, rejecting Rao's rightful claim to the throne. Dalhousie then annexed Jhansi, saying that the throne had become lapsed and thus put Jhansi under his protection. In March 1854, the Rani was given a pension of 60,000 rupees and ordered to leave the palace at the Jhansi fort. She was determined and not to give up Jhansi. She strengthened its defenses and assembled a voluntary army. Women were also given military training. Rani forces were joined by warriors, including Ghulam Ghaus Khan, Dost Khan, Khuda Baksh, Lala Bahu Bakshi, Moti Bai, Sundar Mundhar Kashi Bhai, Diwan Raghunathan Singh, and Diwan Jawahar Singh. The memorial to Ghulam Ghaus Khan, Moti Bai, and Khuda Baksh, the three are remembered together as a symbol of unity. While this was happening in Jhansi on May 10th, 1857, the Sepoy Mutiny of India started in Meerut. This is the point that would become the starting point for the rebellion against the British. It began after rumors were put about that new bullet casings for their Enfield rifles were coated with pork, beef fat, pigs, being taboo to Muslims, and cows, sacred to Hindus, and thus forbidden to eat. British commanders insisted on their use and started to discipline anyone who disobeyed. During this rebellion, many British civilians, including women and children, were killed by the sepoys. The British wanted to end the rebellion quickly. Meanwhile, unrest began to spread throughout India, and in May of 1857, the First War of Indian Independence erupted in numerous pockets across the North subcontinent. During this chaotic time, the British were focused and forced their attentions elsewhere, and Lakshmi Bai was essentially left to rule Jhansi alone. During this time, her qualities were repeatedly demonstrated, as she was able, swiftly, and efficiently to lead her troops against skirmishes breaking out in Jhansi. Through this leadership, Lakshmi Bai was able to keep Jhansi relatively calm and peaceful in the midst of the empire's unrest. The letter is one of the few remaining artworks from the Rani of Jhansi's life. The letter was written by Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, shortly before the Indian Mutiny or First War of Independence in 1857. It has been found in London in the archives of the British Library. The Rani of Jhansi has often been called the zone of arc of the Indian independence struggle. Academics says the discovery of the letter is hugely significant because so little historical evidence from the Rani of Jhansi's lifetime exists. Up to this point, she had been hesitant to rebel against the British. and there is still some controversy over her role in the massacre of the British HEIC officials and their wives and children on the 8th June 1857 at Jokhanbag. Her hesitation finally ended when British troops arrived under Sir Hugh Ross and laid siege to Jhansi on 23rd March 1858. Rani Jhansi, with her faithful warriors, decided not to surrender. The fighting continued for about 2 weeks. Shelling on Jhansi was very fierce. In the Jhansi army, women were also carrying ammunition and were supplying food to the soldiers. She was very active and herself was inspecting the defense of the city. And she trailed her troops around her and fought fiercely against the British. An army of 20,000, headed by the rebel leader Tatya Thope, was sent to relieve Jhansi and to take Lakshmi Bai to freedom. However, the British, though numbering only 1,540 in the field, so as not to break the siege, were better trained and disciplined than the raw recruits. And this inexperienced soldiers turned and fled shortly after the British began to attack on the 31st March. Lakshmi Bai's forces could not hold out, and 3 days later, the British were able to breach the city walls and capture the city. Yet, Lakshmi Bai escaped over the wall at night and fled from her city, surrounded by her guards, many of whom were from her women's military. Along with young Damodar Rao, the Rani decamped to Kalpi along with her forces, where she joined other rebel forces, including those of Tatya Thope. The Rani and Tatya Thope moved on to Gwalior, where the combined rebel forces defeated the army of the Maharaj of Gwalior after his armies deserted to the rebel forces. Then they occupied the strategic fort at Gwalior. However, on the second day of fighting on 18th June 1858, the Rani died. This is how the jumping point. The Rani is claimed to have jumped her horse from this point on the wall to the ground below and so make her escape. She died on 18th June 1858 during the battle for Gwalior with 8 hussars that took place in Kotah Sarai near Phool Bagh area of Gwalior. She donned warrior's clothes and rode into battle to save Gwalior Fort, about 120 miles west of Lucknow in what is now the state of Uttar Pradesh. The British captured Gwalior 3 days later. In the report of the battle for Gwalior, General Sir Hujros commented that the Rani, remarkable for her beauty, cleverness, and perseverance, had been the most dangerous of all the rebel leaders. Cremation place of Rani Lakshmi Bai. However, the lack of a corpse to be convincingly identified as the Rani convinced Captain Rees of the so-called bravest regiment that she had not actually perished in the battle for Gwalior, stating publicly that the Queen of Jhansi is alive. It is believed her funeral was arranged on same day near the spot where she was wounded. One of her maid servants helped with the arrangement of quick funeral. Because of her bravery, courage, and wisdom, and her progressive views on women's empowerment in 19th century India, and due to her sacrifices, she became an icon of Indian independence movement. The Rani was memorialized in bronze states at both Jhansi and Gwalior, both of which portray her on horseback. Her father, Moropan Thambe was captured and hanged a few days after the fall of Jhansi. Her adopted son, Damodar Rao, was given a pension by the British Raj and cared for, although he never received his inheritance. She became a national heroine and was seen as the epitome of female bravery in India. When the Indian National Army created its first female unit, it was named after her. Indian poetess Subhadra Kumari Chauhan wrote a poem in the Veer Ras style about her, which is still recited by children in schools of contemporary India. In a prophetic statement in the 1878 book, The History of the Indian Mutiny, Colonel Melson said, her countrymen will always believe that she was driven by ill treatment into rebellion, that her cause was a righteous cause to them. She will always be a heroine. It's a few pictures which have been taken from the net, stating from the United States of India. And the portrayals of Rani Lakshmi Bai in literature and films. Several works have been done on the life of this great warrior of India. Notable among them are La Femme Sacrée in French by Michael de Gries, is a novel based on the life of the Rani of Jhansi. And Rani is a novel on Lakshmi Bai written by Jayashree Mishra. And The Night Runners of Bengal was written by John Masters. Manu and Queen of Glory by Christopher Nicole are based on the life of Lakshmi Bai. The Tiger and the Flame and Jhansi Ki Rani have been filmed on the life of Lakshmi Bai. Still, TV serial Jhansi Ki Rani was also aired on ZTV. It's been really a wonderful session. Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing me a wonderful opportunity to talk about such a wonderful Indian social reformer of Jani Lakshmi Bai today. Thank you, sir. It's been a really wonderful platform. And thank you all for providing me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. It was an insightful session, very well presented. Wish you all the success. Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute and ask. Meanwhile, quickly fill the feedback form per session. Then we'll move on to next session. A feedback form for session 4 has been launched. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 4. It's in the form of polls. Our next presenter would be Mary Florence. Kindly be ready. After this form, we will take it up. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 4. We'll be ending the poll and we'll move on to next session. Next we have with us Mary Florence Frida. She is founder, Mary Florence Frida Charitable Trust, and also a research scholar from Bangalore University and a professional social worker having 16 years plus experience. And she is also a very active participant, volunteer for our webinar series. We welcome you, ma'am, for your session on social worker, Mrs. Sudha Murthy contribution.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. I'm going to present on the social work, Mrs. Sudha Murthy. Mrs. Sudha Murthy was born on 19th August 1950. She is an Indian educator, author, philanthropist, who is the chairperson of Infosys Foundation. She is married to the co-founder of Infosys, Narayana Murthy, and was awarded Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India for social work by the Government of India in 2006. Sudha Murthy began her professional career in computer science and engineering. She is a chairperson for Infosys Foundation and a member of public health care initiatives of the Gates Foundation. She was founded several orphanages, participated in rural development efforts, supported the movement to provide all Karnataka government schools with computer and library facilities, and established Murthy Classical Library of India at Harvard University, USA. Murthy is best known for a philanthropy and contribution to the literature in Kannada and English. Dollar Bahu, Daughter-in-Law, a novel originally authored by her in Kannada and translated to English as Dollar Bahu, was adapted as a televised dramatic series. Runa, Death, a story by Sudha Murthy, was adapted as a Marathi film, Pitru by director Nitish Bharadwaj. Sudha Murthy was acted in the film as well as in Kannada Pratana. Her early life was, she was born in a Kannada Madhava Brahmin family on 19th August 1915 in Shivangi, Haveri district in Karnataka. She was the daughter of R.H. Kulkarni, a surgeon, and his wife Vimala Kulkarni, a school teacher. She was raised by her parents and maternal grandparents. Her childhood experience from the historical basis for her first notable work entitled How I Can Taught My Grandmother to Read, Wise and Otherwise, and Other Stories. Sudha Murthy completed a BE Engineering in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from the BVB College of Engineering and Technology, now known as KLE Technology University, and ME degree in computer science from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Sudha Murthy became the first female engineer hired at India's auto manufacturer Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company. She joined the company as a development engineering in Pune, and then worked in Mumbai and Jamshedpur as well. She has written a postcard to the company's chairman complaining that of the men only gender biased at telco. As a result, she was granted a special interview and hired immediately. She later joined Walchand group of industries at Pune as a senior system analyst. In 1996, she started Infosys Foundation in Bangalore, and to date has been the trustee of Infosys Foundation and a visiting professor for the PG Center of Bangalore University. She has also taught in Christ University in Bangalore. Sudha Murthy has written and published many books, which include novels, non-fiction, truffologies, technical books, and memories. Her books have been translated to major Indian languages. She is a columnist for English and Kannada newspapers. Her philanthropy was the award she has got is in 2004, Raja Lakshmi Award by Sri Raja Lakshmi Foundation in Chennai. 2006, Indian fourth highest civilian award, Padma Shri. She also received the R.K. Narayan Award for Literature. In 2010, Dana Chintamani Attebai Award by Karnataka government. 2011, Sudha Murthy has confirmed honorary LL degree, Doctor of Laws degree of contribution to promote from formal legal education and scholarship in India. 2013 Basvashri 2013 award was presented to Narayan Murthy and Sudha Murthy for their contribution to society. 2018 Murthy received the Crossword book award in popular. In 2019 IIT Kanpur awarded her a doctorate degree honoris causa as the Doctor of Science, National Award for Public Relations, Society of India for Outstanding Social Service to Society, Award for Excellent Service Social Society by Rotary South Hubli, and that's all, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. Hello, sir.
Amar, it was a nice presentation.
Actually, now she's at present to 5 years. She is helping all the poor students who are got highest marks in PUC and SLC. She's identifying them through the rank list, and she's helping through Infosys Foundation. And I have visited a foundation. I met her personally, sir, and she helps more these government school children, and she's associated with the Aksha Patra Foundation, which is associated with ISKCON Temple, Bangalore. She supplies foods also for these temples. That is the recent news I got from my friends. And she's a great social worker.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you very much, sir, once again for the opportunity.
Yeah, very well presented, ma'am. Congratulations. She is very well known, down to earth person, and very simple person. You know, Infosys is one of the leading corporations, IT corporations, and having a huge network. At the same time, she is very humble, down to earth person, and she really does involve in a lot of activities.
And in her free time, she goes and visits orphanages, homeless home, and this mental retarded children. And she comes to Niman's, the psychiatric patient, schizophrenia patients, what she comes often. That is yesterday I got the news from my friend.
Yes, ma'am.
She's very down to earth, sir.
Yeah.
And very simple in dressing also.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, we should learn from such people. You know, many people who are reached great heights, they are always in simple, humble manner. We wear so much costly, all these things, but you know, they are very simple. They have thousands or crores of net worth, but they wear simple, dress simple, and they, you know, conduct themselves in a very simple, humble way. So thank you once again. So dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 5, and we will be moving on to next session. By Virendra Kumarji. After closing the session, we will hand over session to sir. So friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 5. We'll move on to session 6. So we'll move on to our next session by Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is advocate and RTA resource person and also assistant professor in computer science and engineering, Govind Ballabhant Institute of Engineering and Technology from Uttarakhand. Sir would be presenting on Smart Cities Vision and Guidelines 2015. He is a regular contributor on our platform, bringing on legal awareness on various aspects every week. We welcome you, sir. Over to you for your session.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible and my video is also on. I will
Yes.
make my screen shareable. I hope my screen is visible to all, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So today's topic is very interesting. It is about smart cities. Since in the theme for today's session, I saw about cities, and since this is very hot topic after 2015, I have attended some faculty development programs related to smart cities, but they are more related to technical aspects of it. I was not aware of what are the official or the authentic information about it. That is, what is the vision and mission of these smart cities, and what are the guidelines that are there. So these have been available on the Ministry of Urban Development, that is MOUD. And when we talk about smart cities, now there are many expectations, there are many misconceptions, there are many acronyms and backronyms. What should be smart, or what are exactly the features of smart cities? So that we shall see the authentic information about this from the Ministry of Urban Development document, which I have used for making this presentation. So let us start with this smart cities. I'll move on to the next one. First, we see about the cities and the urbanization process. So cities are engines of growth for the economy of every nation, including India. We also have ministries, that is urban development as well as rural development, because development is essential for all. And we classify them into, say, villages, towns, and then cities, and then metropolitan cities, depending on the population criteria. So nearly 31% of India's current population lives in urban areas and contributes 63% of India's GDP. That is as per the census of 2011. So urbanization is 31%, or number of cities we can say, and while contribution of GDP is almost double of that, 63%. With increasing urbanization, urban areas are expected to house 40% of India's population and contribute 75% of India's GDP by 2030. That is the projection, the expectation, that it will rise from 31 to 40% and GDP from 63 to 75%. This requires comprehensive development of physical, institutional, social, and economic infrastructure. Now, there is requirement of planning as well as management and monitoring how these cities are growing, whether it will be a planned growth or whether it should be a haphazard growth. So that depends on this element of planning and their execution. So we shall see about that. All are important in improving the quality of life and attracting people and investments to the city, setting in motion a virtuous cycle of growth and development. So development of smart cities is a step in that direction. Now we come to the concept of smart. What is smart and what should we expect? What are the features of smart cities? So let's see about that. The first question is, what is meant by a smart city? So the answer is, there is no universally accepted definition of a smart city. That means it differs from continent to continent or even from country to country. It means different things to different people. The conceptualization of smart city therefore varies from city to city and country to country, depending on the level of development, willingness to change and reform, resources and aspirations of the city residents. A smart city would have a different connotation in India than, say, Europe. Even in India, there is no one way of defining a smart city. And we have so many diverse cities because India is a very large country. So there are some guidelines that are laid down by the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and then the state governments can also they have also been given some modifications or the model can be changed by them as to suit their local requirements or conditions. So we shall see about these provisions. Some definitional boundaries are required to create cities in the mission. In the imagination of any city dweller in India, the picture of a smart city contains a wish list of infrastructure and services that describe his or her level of aspiration. To provide for the aspirations and needs of the citizens, urban planners ideally end at developing the entire urban ecosystem, which is represented by the 4 pillars of comprehensive development, that is institutional, physical, social, and economic infrastructure. We have some planning. If we see the how the city of Chandigarh, it was a completely planned city. There are even townships. I have myself lived in Ojhar HL township, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited in Maharashtra, in Nashik. We also have some capital cities that have some element of planning, like when Ahmedabad, capital of Gujarat, was shifted from Ahmedabad to Gandhinagar, from say Guwahati to Dispur in Assam. Recently, say from Hyderabad to say Amravati, as far as Telangana and Andhra Pradesh division is concerned. So these are some of the examples where some planning goes on in making the cities. That means it should not be a random or haphazard development, but there should be some planning by which they can be done if we have that flexibility or if that time is available to us. So this can be a long-term goal, and cities can work towards developing such comprehensive infrastructure incrementally, adding on layers of smartness. So let us see about this smart city concept. In the approach to the smart cities mission, the objective is to promote cities that provide core infrastructure and give a decent quality of life to its citizens, a clean and sustainable environment, and application of smart solutions. So these are the broad expectations. The focus is on sustainable and inclusive development, and the idea is to look at compact ideas, create a replicable model, that is which can be copied, which will act like a lighthouse to other aspiring cities. The smart cities mission of the government is a bold new initiative. It is meant to set examples that can be replicated both within and outside the smart city, catalyzing the creation of similar smart cities in various regions and parts of the country. So initially, this plan of 2015 is for 100 smart cities, so that it can be replicated to the remaining cities and towns also. The core infrastructure elements in a smart city would include, firstly, adequate water supply. This is the basic need, very essential. Assured electricity supply, that is reliability of electrical supply. Sanitation, including solid waste management. Then efficient urban mobility and public transport. Then affordable housing, especially for the poor. Robust IT connectivity and digitalization, that is say Wi-Fi connectivity, or even say wired WLAN network, so metropolitan area network. So these types of network infrastructure should be there for this. And then good governance, especially e-governance and citizen participation for citizen services. Then sustainable development, sustainable environment, that is, it should not have environmental side effects. Safety and security of citizens, particularly women, children, and the elderly, and health and education. So these are the, say, core infrastructure criteria. As far as smart solutions are concerned, an illustrative list is given below. This is not, however, an exhaustive list, and cities are free to add more applications, because if we see administratively or constitutionally, we have three types of government, that is central government, state government, and local government. So this touches the say aspects related to all the three types of governance or three types of governments, and therefore there is say role or scope for central government, state government, as well as the local government. Now these are the smart solutions that are given in this document. Firstly, e-governance and citizen services. This includes public information and grievance redressal, electronic service delivery, citizen engagement, citizens, that is cities eyes and ears, vigilant citizens we may say, and video crime monitoring. For waste management, we have waste to energy and fuel, waste to compost, wastewater to be treated, recycling and reduction of C&D waste, and then water management. So smart meters and management, leakage identification, preventive maintenance, and water quality monitoring. As far as energy management is concerned, smart meters and management, renewable sources of energy, energy efficient and green buildings. For urban mobility, we have smart parking, intelligent traffic management, integrated multimodal transport, and other facilities include telemedicine and tele-education, incubatory say trade facilitation center, incubation or trade facilitation center for startup, and then skill development centers. So these are some of the smart solutions that a smart city should contain, as per the Ministry of Urban Development, and the state government may add to this say illustrative list. Now, what is a smart city? So accordingly, the purpose of the smart cities mission is to drive economic growth and improve the quality of life of people by enabling local area development and harnessing technology, especially technology that leads to smart outcomes. Area-based development, because some things are suitable for a particular local area. So area-based development will transform existing areas, retrofit and redevelop. These terms are also defined subsequently in this document. What is retrofitting and redevelopment, including slums, into better planned ones, thereby improving livability of the whole city. We are facing this problem of slums in say, large metropolitan cities in say Bombay, Delhi, Kolkata. Most of the cities we are facing this problem. New areas, so greenfield, will be developed around cities in order to accommodate the expanding population in urban areas. That is, there should be scope for population also. We already know about ring road. Ring roads are always to divert the traffic from the main city, and ring roads are always planned outside the city. But the joke is that after the ring road is made, it comes within the city, and the population starts say beyond the ring road, and then the outer ring road has to be formed. So this is the problem that we have seen in many cities in India. So that is the problem of expansion. Application of smart solutions will enable cities to use technology, information, and data to improve infrastructure and services. Comprehensive development in this way will improve quality of life, create employment, and enhance incomes for all, especially the poor and the disadvantaged, leading to inclusive cities. This is one of the main reasons why people are leaving agriculture. They are migrating from, say, villages to cities, urbanization because of employment. So this employment generation is also one of the problems that is addressed in this. Now the smart city features. So some typical features of comprehensive development in smart cities are described below. Firstly, promoting mixed land use in area-based development, because we have agricultural land as well as arid land, different type of land use are there. Planning for unplanned areas containing a range of compatible activities and land uses close to one another in order to make land use more efficient. The states will enable some flexibility in land use and building bylaws to adapt to change. This is always a problem of legality as well as illegality, because there are illegal structures that are brought and then the government tries to legalize them with retrospective effect, and then there are questions whether there was some corruption in this or not. So these are problems that we are facing currently because of this unplanned or the city plan planning development. Even in architecture, now there is this town planning or is a separate subject or branch or a discipline of study that is being taught to the students in say BRs and other courses. Housing and inclusiveness. So expand housing opportunities for all. In Lucknow, we see we have a lower income group, middle income group, high income group, and LIG, MIG, HIG, different type of houses are created there, creating walkable localities. So reduce congestion, air pollution and resource depletion, boost local economy, promote interactions and ensure security. The road network is created or refurbished not only for vehicles and public transport, but also for pedestrians and cyclists. We are facing this problem of encroachment in many of the footpaths in our cities, and necessary administrative services are offered within walking or cycling distance, because now there is promotion of cycling also that is encouraged in many say closed campuses in universities and IITs. And in IIT Roorkee, I found that there are even cycle stands, and the free cycling is available. That is, people just can't take it outside the campus, but within campus they can use and they can park it at say designated parking locations. So this type of say encouragement to cycling is also being promoted in many institutions within their campuses. Now it will become citywide feature. Another feature is preserving and developing open spaces. So parks, playgrounds, and recreational spaces in order to enhance the quality of life of citizens, particularly for children and elderly people. Reduce the urban heat effects in areas and generally promote eco-balance, because they have economic, the ecological advantages also. Promoting a variety of transport options. So transit-oriented development, public transport, and last mile paratransport connectivity. So here, as we see, there should be more emphasis on public transport or shared transport rather than vehicle for every person, because that is not intended. It is leading to more environmental pollution, and therefore now we are moving towards public transport and more shared transport, as well as metropolitan or metro rail. Making governance citizen friendly and cost effective. Increasingly rely on online services to bring about accountability and transparency. Even in say e-commerce, earlier there was only business to business, business to citizen, business to customer, customer to customer, and customer to business. These were the four models, but now the new model is also C2G. C2G is citizen to government e-business. So that is called a C2G model. So that is also now part of e-commerce, we can say, for e-governance. So to bring about accountability and transparency, especially using mobiles to reduce cost of services and providing services without having to go to municipal offices. So from e-governance, it is leading to m-governance or mobile governance, because most of the features of the mobile computers are now coming to mobile phones. From e-groups to listen to people and obtain feedback, and use online monitoring of programs and activities with the aid of cyber tour of work sites. Giving an identity to the city based on its main economic activity, such as local cuisine, health, education, arts and craft, culture, sports goods, furniture, hosiery, textile, dairy, etc. Here we can exploit the advantages of because each city has got some unique strengths which can be utilized for the benefit of all. So these are the things that vary, and we have what we can say diversity in India in different cities. Applying smart solutions to infrastructure and services in area-based development in order to make them better. For example, making areas less vulnerable to disasters, using fewer resources and providing cheaper services. That means the smart cities should also be safe cities. So the safety element is included here and in other features also, as we shall see subsequently. Now the coverage and duration. So the mission will cover 100 cities and its duration will be 5 years. That is financial year 2015-16 to financial year 2019-20. Of course, due to Corona and due to say different say problems, because this involves three layers of government or governance, as we know, central government, state government, and local government. And because of this also, there was some delay, and the latest status and monitoring is being done by the Ministry of Urban Development and is available on MOUD website. The mission may be continued thereafter in the light of an evaluation to be done by the Ministry of Urban Development and incorporating the learning into the mission. Now the strategy for this. The strategic components of area-based development in the smart cities mission are city improvement, that is retrofitting. This retrofitting is very important. That is when the cities are already there. Now you cannot go like a planned city like Chandigarh that disassemble everything and bring them. So we have to improve on whatever has already been done, and then we can bring about improvement. This is the retrofitting. There is also city renewal, that is redevelopment. We see an example in Uttarakhand. There was Tiri, where rehabilitation was done because the entire city was to be drowned, and then new Tiri developed. So where it was done in a planned way, although it is not a big city, population is much less, but there is a renewal as well as rehabilitation element there, because there was large scale disbursement. And city extension, that is greenfield development. Most of the educational institutions are normally located outside the city because the land there are cheaper, and it also gives a peaceful environment away from the distractions of city. And that's why many university campuses or educational institutions or research institutions are located outside the city. Plus a pan city initiative in which smart solutions are applied covering larger parts of the city. That is pan cities covering all parts of the city. So below are given the description of the three models of area-based smart city development. So first model is retrofitting. Retrofitting will introduce planning in an existing built-up area to achieve smart city objectives, along with other objectives to make the existing area more effective and efficient and livable. In retrofitting, an area consisting of more than 500 acres will be identified by the city in consultation with citizens. Depending on the existing level of infrastructure services in the identified area and the vision of the resident, the cities will prepare a strategy to become smart. If we take example of Chandigarh, now we have got there instead of Chandigarh, it has got some area, Mohali and Panchkula, that is some area from Punjab, some area from Haryana, and that's why we call it a tri-city. So it has expanded into both the states, besides being a union territory itself. Since existing structures are likely to remain intact in this model, it is expected that more intensive infrastructure service levels and a large number of smart applications will be packed into the retrofitted smart city. This strategy may also be completed in a shorter time frame, leading to its replication in another part of the city. So this is the first model, that is the retrofitting. Now we come to second model. The second model is the redevelopment model. Now it may be suitable for some cities. So different models may suit different cities. Redevelopment will effect a replacement of the existing built-up environment and enable co-creation of a new layout with enhanced infrastructure using mixed land use and increased density. If we see Pune and then Pimpri-Chinchwad, now Pimpri-Chinchwad is an industrial area, and it has become, it itself has become a metropolitan like area because of the development, because of the industrialization there. So there is even a corporation, Mahanagar Palika, there in Pimpri-Chinchwad. So there are some areas adjacent to say main cities where development, even if we see the example of these twin cities, that is Hyderabad, Secunderabad, there are two cities that have developed side by side. What happens initially is that there are cities, and then both the cities expand, and the intervening area between the two cities also becomes a part of the city, as we see in the case of say Amravati, Patna in Maharashtra. So these are the towns that have almost merged because it is just 16 kilometers and the development is from both sides. So now we can also treat them as twins. So redevelopment envisages an area of more than 50 acres identified by urban local bodies, ULBs, in consultation with citizens. For example, for instance, a new layout plan of the identified area will be prepared with mixed land use, higher FSI, and high ground coverage. Two examples of the redevelopment model are the Saifi Burhani upliftment model project in Mumbai, also called the Bhendi Bazar project, and the redevelopment of East Kidwai Nagar in New Delhi being undertaken by the National Building Construction Corporation. So this is the redevelopment model. Third model is the greenfield model. Greenfield development will introduce most of the smart city solutions in a previously vacant area, that is establishing a new area. This was done in case of some of the say capital cities, but although the concept of the word greenfield was not used, but where a planned capital is built. So now we see a new Amravati is being planned in this Andhra Pradesh and Telangana after their division. So because Hyderabad is in Telangana, and now new say Amravati, a complete new capital city is being built. Similarly, we have seen these new capital cities, like in case of Dispur, Gandhinagar, and other places. Greenfield development will introduce most of the smart solutions in a previously vacant area, more than 250 acres, using innovative planning, plan financing, and plan implementation tools. For example, land pooling, land reconstitution, with provision for affordable housing, especially for the poor. Greenfield developments are required around cities in order to address the needs of the expanding population. One well-known example is the Gift City in Gujarat. Unlike retrofitting and redevelopment, greenfield developments could be located either within the limits of the UNB or within the limits of the local urban development authority UDA. We already have these urban development authorities. They are known by different names like LDA for Lucknow Development Authority, MDDA like Masuri Dehradun Development Authority. So the development authorities are already existing in most of the cities. Now it should be Pan City. So Pan City development envisages application of selected smart solutions to the existing city-wide infrastructure. That is, application of smart solutions will involve the use of technology, information, and data to make infrastructure and services better. For example, applying smart solutions in the transport sector, intelligent traffic management system, and reducing average commute time or cost to citizens will have positive effects on productivity and quality of life of citizens. If we take example of Uttar Pradesh, you will see in most of the towns there is old bus stand and there is new bus stand. Old bus stand because old bus stand was in a populated area, densely populated area, and now there are no scope for future expansion. So there had to be new bus stand, which is generally outside the city. We also see it in case of rail transport, in case of Delhi, because Delhi is connected to most of the cities through railway network, and therefore instead of Delhi, now we have got Delhi, New Delhi, as well as Hazrat Nizamuddin and Delhi Sarai Rohila for east, west, south, and north bound traffic. So it is decentralization that is practiced there. Another example can be wastewater recycling and a smart metering, which can make a substantial contribution to better water management in the city. Now the additional requirements. So the smart city proposal of each shortlisted city is expected to encapsulate either a retrofitting or redevelopment or greenfield development model or a mix thereof and a pan city feature with smart solution. So it should be either of these three models along with this pan city feature. It's important to note that pan city is an additional feature to be provided. That is to already existing area. Since smart city is taking a compact area approach, it is necessary that all the city residents feel there is something in it for them also. That means the citizens who are already living should also feel a change, that there is something changing because of the city has become smart city now. Therefore, the additional requirement of some, at least one city-wide smart solution has been put in the scheme to make it inclusive. For northeastern and Himalayan states, now these are special because hilly areas. The area proposed to be developed will be one half of what is prescribed for any of the alternative models, that is retrofitting, redevelopment, or greenfield development. If we consider Himachal Pradesh or Shimla, now it is a capital and it was formed in 1971. So there is more development there. If we compare that with Uttarakhand, which is a recent state that was formed in 2000, and here also there is a demand that in Gairsen or in some other places there should be capital city or Shimla-like development. Although capital, temporary capital has been formed in Dehradun because it's in let's say low-lying area. It is a city area, mainland, and away from the hills. So it's in a plain area, and if there is in hill area, then there will be some additional requirements, or there will be development of the hilly area also. That is another consideration. Now the proposal preparation, how the proposal will be prepared. So for that there is provision of SCP, that is Smart City Proposal. So that procedure is detailed out here. The government is not prescribing any particular model to be adopted by the smart cities, because some area fall within the purview of the state government also. So the approach is not one size fits all. Each city has to formulate its own concept, vision, mission, and plan proposal for a smart city that is appropriate to its local context, resources, and levels of ambition. Accordingly, they have to choose their model of smart city and answer the question, what kind of smart city do they want? So the state governments have to submit the proposals to the central government. The number has already been given in the document, which we shall see at the end. All the cities will prepare their smart city proposal, that is SCP. The smart city proposal containing the vision plan for mobilization of resources and intended outcomes in terms of infrastructure upgradation and smart application. That is how the state government plans these smart cities within their states or union territory. It may be now essential features of this SCP, that is smart city proposal. It may be noted that even though a particular model is not being prescribed, it is expected that the SCP will include a large number of infrastructure services and smart solutions highlighted in paras 2.4 and 2.5 above. In particular, the elements that must form part of a SCP are assured electricity supply with at least 10% of the smart cities energy requirements coming from solar, adequate water supply, including wastewater recycling and stormwater reuse, sanitation including solid waste management, rainwater harvesting, smart metering, robust IT connectivity and digitalization, pedestrian friendly pathways, encouragement to non-motorized transport, for example, walking and cycling, intelligent traffic management, non-vehicle streets or zones, smart parking, energy efficient street lighting, innovative use of open spaces, visible environment in the area, for example, replacing overhead electric wiring with underground wiring so that it is not visible, encroachment free public areas, and ensuring safety of citizens, especially children, women, and elderly. So these are some of the smart solutions that need to be incorporated into the SCP. Cities will have to add more smart applications to this list in order to improve their SCP. That is, every city will have its own smart city proposal. In the case of redevelopment and greenfield models of smart cities, in addition to the essential features mentioned above, at least 80% buildings should be energy efficient and green buildings. Additionally, of the total housing provided in greenfield development, there should be at least 15% of the affordable housing category. It must be emphasized that since cities are connecting with each other for selection, competing with each other under the smart cities mission, there are two stages of competition that we shall see: competition stage 1 and competition stage 2. Under the smart cities mission, the SCPs have to be prepared with great care and the proposed smart city made smart enough. That means first there is competition at national level, and there is also intra-state competition also, because even state may want to develop many smart cities, and number is here limited to say 100 in the first 5 years. Now cities will prepare SCPs, that is smart city proposals, using the principles of strategic planning process, and the proposal will contain area-based development plans and pan-city initiatives. The SCP is collaborative because the objectives and funds of all government departments, parastatals, private agencies, and the citizens are totaled during the process of preparing the SCP. It is realized that the task of preparing the SCP is quite challenging, and states or ULBs will require assistance of experts. So there is also provision of expert consultation and how they will be chosen. There are two ways of obtaining technical assistance support: by hiring consulting firm, that is outside consultant, and engaging with hand-holding agencies. These are named subsequently in the document. First is the consulting firm. So the Ministry of Urban Development will technically qualify a panel of consulting firms, and the states or union territories are at liberty to draw upon this panel. As considered necessary, the states or UTs may request financial proposals from these firms in the template RFP, that is request for proposals given in the toolkit, and do a selection based on applicable procurement rules and guidelines. The scope of work for the smart city consulting firms is given in Annexure 1. The states have the option of appointing a consulting firm outside the panel by following transparent and fair procedure as per the state financial rules. Now the hand-holding agency. So during the preparation of the Smart Cities mission, a number of foreign governments have offered to provide technical assistance, that is TA support. Additionally, other external organizations, including bilateral and multilateral institutions, as well as domestic organizations, have suggested to the Ministry of Urban Development that they can give technical assistance support. So this includes domestic as well as international organizations. These include World Bank, ADB, JICA, USTDA, JICA is Japan India Cooperation Agency, USTDA, AFD, KFW, TFID, UN Habitat, UNIDO, etc. Such organizations which have experience in the field of smart city development can also extend support to the states, union territories as hand-holding agencies in preparing the ACP. The ministry will assist in laying up the tying up the arrangements because these are international agreements, and therefore there has to be intervention of the central government also. Now, smart city selection process, how they will be chosen. So different steps in the selection of smart cities are given below. Later to all state governments to shortlist potential smart cities based on stage 1 criteria according to number of smart cities distributed across states or UTs by the Ministry of Urban Development. This is the first state of the intra-state competition. On the basis of response of states or union territories, the list of potential 100 smart cities is announced. The second stage of all India competition begins. Now, each potential smart city prepares its proposal assisted by a consultant from a panel prepared by MOUD and a hand-holding external agency, that is various offers received such as World Bank, ADB, GEF, USTDA, JICA, TFID, AFD, KFW, UN Habitat. So this is the second stage. That is, they will each city will submit its own smart city proposal (SCP). By stipulated date, stage 2 proposal submitted, evaluation by panel of experts, selected cities declared, that is round 1 smart cities. Then selected cities set up SPV, that is a say project vehicle for implementation, and start implementation of their SCP, preparation of TPRs, tenders, etc. We'll see about this SPV in detail subsequently. Other cities prepare to improve their proposal for next round of the challenge. So there is the selection process. Now the number. How many smart cities in each state or union territory? This is given in the answer 2. So the total number of 100 smart cities have been distributed among the states and union territories on the basis of an equitable criteria. The formula gives equal weightage, that is 50-50, to urban population of the state or UT and the number of statutory towns in the state or UT. Based on this formula, each state or UT will therefore have a certain number of potential smart cities, with each state UT having at least one. This distribution is given in another 2, which we shall see. The number of potential smart cities from each state or UT will be capped at the indicated number. That is, there is upper limit that smart cities in the first phase shall not be more than this. The distribution formula has also been used for allocation of funds under Atal Mission for rejuvenation and urban transformation, that is AMRUT. So these funds are given. Even the funding arrangement is there, that the expenses shall be given by central government, and equal contribution has to be there from the state government. We shall see about this financing also here. The distribution of smart cities will be reviewed after 2 years of the implementation of the mission, and based on an assessment of the performance of states or ULBs in the challenge, some reallocation of the remaining potential smart cities among states may be required to be done by Ministry of Urban Development. Now the process of selection of smart cities. So first is about the number of cities within each state or union territory. Second is the selection. So each aspiring city competes for selection as a smart city in what is called a city challenge. There are 2 stages in the selection process. After the number has been indicated to the respective chief secretary, as outlined in para 8 above, the state or UT will undertake the following steps. Firstly, the stage 1 of the competition, that is shortlisting of cities by states. So the state or UT begins with shortlisting the potential smart cities on the basis of conditions precedent and scoring criteria. These are given in the appendix and in accordance with the total number allotted. The first stage of the competition will be intra-state, in which cities in the state will compete on the conditions precedent and the scoring criteria laid out. These conditions precedent have to be met by the potential cities to succeed in the first round of competition, and the highest scoring potential smart cities will be shortlisted and recommended to participate in stage 2 of the challenge. The conditions precedent and the forms, that is, what are the point-wise distribution out of these 100 points, are given in the another 3. The information sent to by the ULBs in the forms has to be evaluated by the state mission director and evaluation placed before the state level high power steering committee, that is HPSC, for approval. And the competition of the state HPSC is given in composition of the state HPSC is given in para 13. The cities emerging successful in the list in the first round of competition will be sent by the state or UT as the recommended shortlist of smart cities to MOUD by the stipulated date to be indicated in the letter to Chief Secretary. The state government has to fill the form given in Annexure 3 and send with the state recommended list. The MOUD will thereafter announce the list of 100 smart cities, which has already done. The list is available on the MOUD website. Now in the second round, stage 2 of the competition, that is the challenge round for selection. So in the second stage of the competition, each of the potential 100 smart cities prepare their proposals for participation in the city challenge. This is a crucial stage as each city's smart city proposal is expected to contain the model chosen, that is which out of the 1 to 3 models they will choose, whether retrofitting or redevelopment or greenfield development or a mix thereof, and additionally include a pan city dimension with smart solution. The SCP will also outline the consultations held with the city residents and other stakeholders, how the aspirations are matched with the vision contained in the SCP, and importantly, what is the proposal for financing of the smart city plan, including the revenue model to attract private participation, because there is PPP, public-private partnership model also there. And evaluation criteria for the SCPs has been worked out by MOUD based on professional advice, and this should act as guidance to the cities for preparing their proposal. So they have just given the model, and this model can be then modified by the state governments or UTs appropriately. The criteria and the documents to be set with the application are given in Annexure 4. Now the evaluation of proposals. So by stipulated date to be indicated by MOUD to the states UTs, proposals will be submitted to MOUD for all these 100 cities. This will be evaluated by committee involving a panel of national and international experts, organizations and institutions. The winners of the first round of challenge will be announced by MOUD. Accordingly, it has been done. Thereafter, while the winning cities start taking action or making their cities smart, those who do not get selected will start out on improving their SCPs for consideration in the second round. That means there will be improvement of their smart city proposals if they are not chosen in the first round. Depending on the nature of the SCPs and the outcomes of the first round of the challenge, the MOUD may decide to provide hand-holding assistance to the potential smart cities. That means they can take external consultancy or guidance from these hand-holding agencies to upgrade their proposals before starting the second round. That is, professional advice will be available to them. Then implementation by a special purpose vehicle. How this special purpose vehicle, the word vehicle did not be misunderstood here. It is not a vehicle actually, but vehicle here means the implementing agency. That is just like the vehicle takes goods from one place to another place. So this vehicle will put this into implementation, and therefore it is called vehicle here. So this is special purpose vehicle. It is a company. The implementation of the mission at the city level will be done by a special purpose vehicle, as is SPV, created for the purpose. We know about this, like Konkan Railway Corporation that was assigned this task of building Konkan Railway. Similarly, Delhi Metropolitan Corporation DMC. So we have this Delhi Metro Corporation or Delhi Metro. Like that, this is the implementing agency. What is the meaning of SPV here? That is the implementing agency. The SPV will plan, appraise, approve, release funds, implement, manage, operate, monitor, and evaluate the smart city development projects. That is, after the cities have been chosen, this will perform the actual implementation stage. Each smart city will have a SPV, which will be headed by a full-time CEO, that means at least a full-time company, and have nominees of central government, state government, and ULB on its board. There will be 100 such companies or special purpose vehicles. The state ULBs shall ensure that this will be say urban level bodies will ensure that a dedicated and substantial revenue stream is made available to the SPV so as to make it self-sustainable and could evolve its own creditworthiness for raising additional resources from the market. That is, whether they can float their shares or not after obtaining the approval from registrar of companies. And government contribution for smart. Earlier, this model was used by Sharad Pawar in Konkan Railway Corporation Limited. Generally, railways are owned by the Indian Railways, but Konkan Railway is an example where the financing was done 11%, because there were 4 states that were actually involved in that. So Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, and Goa and therefore the percentage of 51% holding was by the Indian Railways majority stake, and remaining was 4 state governments, that is 11 and some 6%. Different states had different percentages. That was the Sharad Pawar model for Konkan Railway Corporation. So similarly, there could be share could be sold to the potential stakeholders or the beneficiaries will benefit from the improvement of the city. A government contribution for smart city is used only to create infrastructure that has public benefit outcome. The execution of projects may be done through joint ventures, subsidiaries, public-private partnership, that is PPP, turnkey contracts, etc., suitably doted with revenue streams. The SPV will be a limited company incorporated under the Companies Act 2013 at the city level, in which the state UT and the ULB will be the promoters at 50-50 equity shareholding. This is the financial structure of it. The private sector or financial institutions could be considered for taking equity stake in the SPV, provided the shareholding pattern of 50-50 of the state UT and the ULB is maintained, and the state UT and the ULB together have majority shareholding and control of the SPV. So these companies will be formed. Funds provided by the Government of India in the Smart Cities mission to the SPV will be in the form of a tied grant and kept in a separate grant fund. These funds will be utilized only for the purposes for which the grants have been given and subject to the conditions laid down by the MOUD. The state government and the ULB will determine the paid-up capital requirements of the SPV commensurate with the size of the project, commercial financing required, and the financing modalities. That is from where to bring the money for the smart city. There is a financing aspect. To enable the building up of the equity basis of the SPV and to enable ULBs to contribute their share of the equity capital, GOI grants will be permitted to be utilized as ULBs share of equity capital in the SPV, subject to the conditions given in Annex 5. Initially, to ensure a maximum capital base for the SPV, the paid-up capital of the SPV should be such that the ULB share is at least equal to rupees 100 crore, with an option to increase it to the full amount of the first installment of funds provided by GOI, that is rupees 194 crore. With a matching equity contribution by state ULB, the initial paid-up capital of the SPV will thus be rupees 200 crore, that is rupees 100 crore of Government of India contribution and rupees 100 crore of state or UT share. Since the initial GOI contribution is rupees 194 crore, along with the matching contribution of the state government, the initial paid-up capital can go up to rupees 384 crore at the option of the SPV. This will be for each city. The paid-up capital may be enhanced in the subsequent years as per project requirements, with the provision mentioned above, ensuring that ULB is able to match its shareholding in the SPV with that of the state or UT. That means they could even raise funds from the public or the other stakeholders or potential beneficiaries if necessary. The structure and functions of the SPV are given in Annex 5, and the articles of association will contain such provisions. A model article of association is given in the toolkit. This is at the end and given in the annex. This is just a model given by the central government. State government will make suitable modifications to it. So after selection of the cities in stage 2 of the challenge, the process of implementation will start with the setting up of the SPV. As already stated, it is proposed to give complete flexibility to the SPV to implement and manage the smart city project, and the state or ULB will undertake measures as detailed in Annex 5 for the purpose. The SPV may appoint project management consultants, that is PMC, for designing, developing, managing, and implementing area-based projects. SPVs may take assistance from any of the M-panel consulting firms in the list prepared by MOUD and the hand-holding agencies. For procurement of goods and services, transparent and fair procedures as prescribed under the state or ULB financial rules may be followed. Model frameworks as developed by MOUD may also be used for smart city projects. So these models have been laid down by the central government. Now the financing of smart cities. So smart city mission will be operated as a centrally sponsored scheme, that is CSS. And the central government proposes to give financial support to the mission to the extent of rupees 48,000 crores over 5 years. That is on an average rupees 100 crore per city per year. An equal amount or on a matching basis will have to be contributed by the state or ULB. Therefore, nearly rupees 1 lakh crore of government or ULB funds will be available for smart cities development. The project cost of each smart city proposal will vary. Now, this will be different from city to city, depending upon the level of ambition, that is what they expect, what is their plan, smart city proposal. model and capacity to execute and repay. It is actually there should be recovery plan also. Just like I give example of this Konkan Metro Corpo, this railway, Konkan Railway Corporation. So in Konkan Railway, the plan was that there will be at that time it was planned that there will be saving of 1200 crore rupees, and there will be saving of 200 crore rupees every year. That means within the 6th year, that means 6th year was the payback period within which the investment of this 1200 crore shall be recovered. So 6 year was planned for this Konkan Railway Corporation Limited. Because there was saving in diesel because of railways. Earlier it was road transport only. So it was planned to have a railway transport as an alternative in Konkan Railway. So project cost of the smart city proposal will vary depending upon the level of ambition, model and capacity to execute and repay. It is anticipated that substantial funds will be required to implement the smart city proposal, and towards this end, government grants of both the center and state will be leveraged to attract funding from internal and external sources. The success of this endeavor will depend upon the robustness of SPV's revenue model, that is from where they will get the finances, how they will sustain it, and comfort provided to lenders and investors. That is their share as well as borrowing. A number of state governments have successfully set up financial intermediaries such as Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Orissa, Punjab, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and PR, which can be tapped for support, and other states may consider some similar setup in their respective states. Some form of guarantee by the state or such a financial intermediary could also be considered as instrument of comfort referred to above. It is expected that a number of schemes in the smart city will be taken on PPP basis, and the SPVs have to accomplish this. The GOI funds and the matching contribution by the state or ULB will meet only a part of the project cost. Balance funds are expected to be mobilized from. So these are some of the other avenues that are given. That is states or ULB's own resources from collection of user fees, beneficiary charges and impact fees, land monetization, debt, loans, etc. Secondly, additional resources to be transferred due to acceptance of the recommendations of the 14th Finance Commission, that is FMC. Finance Commission is a statutory body, it's a constitutional body in India that distributes the funds between central and the respective state governments every year or every 5 years. Innovative finance mechanisms such as municipal bonds will credit rating of ULBs, pool finance mechanism, tax increment financing, TIF. Other central government schemes like Swachh Bharat Mission, Amrut, National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, that is Hriday, leverage borrowing from financial institutions, including bilateral and multilateral institutions for domestic and external sources. States or UTs also access the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, that is NII, which was announced by the Finance Minister in its 2015 budget speech and is likely to be set up this year, and private sector through PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. So these are some other modes of avenue for financing. The distribution of funds under the scheme will be as follows: 93% will be project funds, 5% administrative and office expenses, funds for state or ULB towards preparation of ACP, that is smart city proposals, and for PMCs, pilot studies connected to area-based developments and deployment and generation of smart solution. That is earlier some feasibility study will be carried out considering different types of feasibility. And then the detailed studies will be done, detailed planning will be done. Capacity building as approved in the challenge and out online services. 2% A&OE funds for MOUD, that is mission directorate and connected activity structures, research, pilot studies, capacity building and concurrent evaluation. Now the funds release. So after the stage 1 of the challenge, each potential smart city will be given an advance of 2 crore for preparation of ACP, which will come from the city's share of the A&OE funds and will be adjusted in the share of the city. In the first year, government proposes to give rupees 200 crore to each selected smart city to create a higher initial corpus. After deducting the rupees 2 crore advance and A&OE share of the MOUD, each selected smart city will be given rupees 194 crore out of rupees 200 crore in the first year, followed by rupees 98 crore out of rupees 100 crore every year for the next 3 years. This is the 5-year plan. The yearly installment of funds will be released by SPVs after they meet the following conditions. That is, timely submission of the city's scorecard every quarter to the MOUD Formats are given in the appendix. Satisfactory physical and financial progress as shown in the utilization certificate, that is another 6, and annual city score card, another 7. Achievement of milestone given in the roadmap contained in SCP, and fully functioning SPV as set out in the guidelines and the articles of association. A board resolution should certify that all these conditions have been met, including a certificate that all the conditions relating to establishment, structure, functions, and generations of the SPV as given in para 10 and another 5 are compliant. So just like utilization certificate has to be given before the new budget is sought for, here also they have to comply with these conditions for funds released from time to time. Now, mission monitoring, this will be done at 3 levels. Firstly, at national level, second is state level, third is city level. So all apex committees headed by the secretary MOUD and comprising representatives of related ministries and organizations will approve the proposals for smart cities mission, monitor their progress, and release funds. This committee will meet periodically as considered necessary. The AC, that is apex committee, will consist of the following indicative members: that is secretary housing and poverty alleviation member, secretary expenditure member, joint secretary finance MOUD member, director NIUA member, chief planner town and country planning member, select principal secretaries of states member, select CEOs of SPVs member, and mission director member secretary. The representatives of stakeholders like UN Habitat, World Bank, TERI, that is Tata Energy Research Institute, Center for Development of Advanced Computing CDAC, Center for Smart Cities CSE, Bangalore, or other bilateral and multilateral agencies and urban planning experts may be invited with the approval of the chair. That is the chairperson. The AC will provide overall guidance and play an advisory role to the mission, and its key responsibilities are given below. So what will be done at national level monitoring? Review the list of the names of cities sent by the state governments after stage 1. Review the proposals evaluated by panel of experts after stage 2. Approve the release of funds based on progress in implementation. Recommend and course correction in the implementation tools as and when required. Undertake quarterly review of activities of the scheme, including budget, implementation, and coordination with other missions, schemes, and activities of various ministries. There will be a national level national mission director, not below the rank of Joint Secretary to Government of India, who will be the overall in charge of all activities related to the mission. The mission directorate will take support from subject matter experts and such staff as considered necessary. The key responsibilities of the mission directorates are given below. Firstly, develop strategic blueprint and detailed implementation roadmap of the smart cities mission, including the detailed design of the city challenge. Secondly, coordinate across centers, states, ULBs, and external stakeholders in order to ensure that external agencies are efficiently used for preparation of SCRs, DPRs, that is detailed project reports, sharing of best practices, developing smart solutions, etc. Then oversee capacity building and assisting in hand-holding of SPVs, states, and ULBs. This includes developing and retaining best practice repository, that is model RFP documents, draft DPRs, financial models, and monetization ideas, best practices in SPV formation so that they could be followed by others, use of financial instruments and risk mitigation techniques, and mechanism for knowledge sharing across states and ULBs, that is publications, workshops, and seminars. At state level, so there shall be a state level high powered steering committee, that is HPSC, chaired by the chief secretary, which would steer the mission program in the entirety. The HPSC will have representatives of state government departments. The mayor and municipal commissioner of the ULB relating to the smart city would be represented in the HPSC. There would also be a state mission director, who will be an officer not below the rank of secretary to the state government, nominated by the state government. The state mission director will function as a member secretary of the state HPSC. The indicative composition of HPSC is given below. That is Principal Secretary Finance, Principal Secretary Planning, Principal Secretary or Director Town and Country Planning Department, State UT Government, Representative of MOUD, select CEO of SPV in the state as and when it is formed. Select mayors and municipal commissioners or chief executive of the state of the ULBs and heads of the concerned state line departments, secretary or engineering chief or equivalent, public health engineering department. So there will be secretary or chief engineer also at the state level, principal secretary, urban development, member secretary. The key responsibilities of HPSC are given below. So provide guidance to the mission and provide state level platform for exchange of ideas pertaining to development of smart cities. Oversee the process of first stage intra-state competition on the basis of stage 1 criteria. Review the SCPs and send to the MOUD for participation in the challenge. There will be third level of monitoring, that is the city level. So a smart city advisory forum will be established at the city level for all 100 smart cities to advise and enable. That is, there will be 100 such city level bodies that will monitor their respective cities to advise and enable collaboration among various stakeholders and will include the district collector, MP, MLA, mayor, CEO of SPV, local youth, technical experts, and at least one member from the area who is a president or secretary representing registered resident welfare association, member of registered taxpayers association or ratepayers association, president or secretary of slum level federation, and members of a non-government organization NGO of Mahila Mandal or Chamber of Commerce or Youth Association. The CEO of the SPV will be the convener of the Smart City Advisory Forum. So this is the third level of monitoring. Now the convergence with other government schemes. So comprehensive development occurs in areas by integrating the physical, institutional, social, and economic infrastructure. Many of the sectoral schemes of the government converge in this goal, although the path is different. There is a strong complementarity between the Atal mission for rejuvenation and urban transformation, that is Amrut, and Smart Cities mission in achieving urban transformation. So while Amrut follows a project-based approach, the Smart Cities mission follows an area-based strategy. Similarly, grant benefit can be derived by seeking convergence of other central and state government program schemes with the Smart Cities mission. At the planning stage itself, cities must seek convergence in the SCP with Amrut, Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM, National Heritage and Development and Augmentation Yojana, that is Hriday, Digital India, Skill Development, Housing for All, construction of museums funded by the Culture Department, and other programs connected to social infrastructure such as health, education, and culture. So this will be there will be convergence with other government schemes. Is given another one. Now the challenges. So this is the first time a MOUD program is using the challenge or competition method for select cities for funding and using a strategy of area-based development. That means whatever procedure is used, that should be fair, it should be equitable, it should be transparent. So all these criteria were kept in mind, and even the score, how the evaluation will be done is given in the annexes. So challenge or competition-based method is used to select cities for funding and using a strategy of area-based development. This captures the spirit of competitive and cooperative federalism. That means central and state have equal participation in this. States and ULBs will play a key supportive role in the development of smart cities. Smart leadership and vision at this level and ability to aid decisively will be important factors determining the success of the mission. Understanding the concepts of retrofitting, redevelopment, and greenfield development, these are the three models that we have seen in this. By the policymakers, implementers, and other stakeholders at different levels will require capacity assistance. Major investments in time and resources will have to be made during the planning phase prior to participation in the challenge. This is different from the conventional DPR-driven approach. That means conventionally the DPR is submitted and based on the detailed project report. Before that, the feasibility study or the preliminary study is based. After preliminary or feasibility study, this DPR is submitted and then that is done. So this is different from the conventional DPR-driven approach. Here there is provision for pilot study. The Smart Cities mission requires smart people who actively participate in governance and reforms. That is, proactiveness is also necessary. Citizen involvement is much more than a ceremonial participation in governance. Smart people involve themselves in the definition of the smart city, decisions on deploying smart solutions, implementing reforms, doing more with less, and that is within scarce resources, doing more with less. That is, efficiency should be very high, and oversight during implementing and designing post-project structures in order to make the smart city developments sustainable. That means they should be able to oversee as well as monitor. The participation of smart people will be enabled by the SPV through increasing use of ICT, especially mobile-based tools. So there is role of information and communication technology also in this. Now, lastly, there are some annexes. So we shall not go into details of all this, but just a list I have given first, and some annexes are given. The annexer 1 is scope of work for the smart city consulting firm. Annexer 2 is number of cities allocated to states based on urban population and number of statute-ready towns. This we shall see in detail. Annexer 3 challenge stage 1, that is preconditions that documents should be submitted by each stage. state. Form 1 is to be sent by state to MOUD. Form 2 is scorecard, that is to be sent by ULPs to state. Another 4 is challenge stage 2, that is criteria and indicative table of content. Another 5 is structure and functions of SPV. Another 6 is utilization certificate format, form of utilization certificate. Another 7 is scorecard for smart cities, that is progress or on mission objectives. So another 1 gives the scope of work for the smart city consulting firm. The consulting firm will assist in preparing smart city proposal under the supervision of the urban local body and the ULB, urban local body, and the state government. The scope of work will include preparation of a citywide concept plan based on a review of previous plans, interventions, and documents of all departments and agencies. For example, old or revised city development plan, city sanitation plan, city mobility plan, master plan. The citywide concept plan will include the smart city vision, how the city visualizes itself in 5 years, mission and identification of key challenges, situation analysis, that is physical, economic, social, legal, and institutional infrastructure, or as is description. After detailed citizen consultations, an overall strategy will be prepared that will define the smart city and clearly state the objectives based on the mission document and guidelines. This is the city level. The consulting firm will prepare a smart city proposal. This will be prepared for each of the 100 cities, SCP, to participate in challenge competition according to the smart city mission statement and guidelines. The proposal will contain retrofitting or redevelopment or greenfield models and at least one pan city initiative. The focus will be on transformative projects with the highest possible impact on economic growth in the city. That is, number of new jobs created, new firms attracted, increased productivity and business climate in the formal as well as informal sectors, recognition of and incorporating urban vendors. We already have examples like Chandigarh, planned city in India, and even many townships are there, which are planned town, and improving the quality of life for all, especially the poor. For example, reduction in commuting time, support of non-motorized transport, improvement in an air and water quality, increased coverage of water, solid waste management, street lighting, enhanced green public spaces, improved safety and security. And this SCP will consist of strategic action plans for area development based on 3 typologies, that is area development improvement, that is retrofitting. Second model that we have seen is the city renewal, that is redevelopment. And third is the city extension, that is greenfield model. And at least one pan city wide, that is pan city initiative, that covers the entire city, that applies smart solutions to the physical, economic, social, and institutional infrastructure that is already existing within that city. Application of smart solutions will involve the use of technology, information, and data to make infrastructure and services better, and using smart technologies to the development of the poor and marginalized will be an important part of the proposal. The smart city proposal will include financing plan for the complete life cycle of the proposal. This financial plan will identify external, that is taxes, rates, licenses, and user charges, and external, internal, that is taxes, rates, licenses, and user charges, and external, that is grants, assigned revenue, loans, and borrowings, sources of mobilizing funds for capital investments, and operation and maintenance over the life cycle of the project. So this will be different for every city, and therefore every city will have its own financing proposal also. The financial plan will provide for sources for repayment of the project cost, that is payback period we will call it, for a period of 8 to 10 years or more, O&M cost, operation and maintenance, and also include resource improvement action plan for financial sustainability of the urban local body. Now, convergence of area plans with national and state level sectoral financial plans, for example, the Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrut, Housing for All, Swachh Bharat, and Digital India. The proposal development will lead to innovation, to creation of a smart citizenry. The proposal will be citizen driven from the beginning, achieved through citizen consultations, including active participation of groups of people such as Residents Welfare Association, Taxpayers Association, Senior Citizens and Slum Dwellers Association. During consultations, issues, the needs and priorities of citizens and groups of people will be identified and citizen-driven solutions generated. The consulting firms will develop the ACPs for participation in the challenge. These are the number of cities. So number of cities allocated to states based on urban population and number of statutory towns. So Andaman and Nicobar Islands 1, Andhra Pradesh 3, Arunachal Pradesh 1, Assam 1, Bihar 3, Chandigarh 1, Chhattisgarh 2, Daman and Diu 1, Dadra and Nagar Haveli 1, Delhi 1, Goa 1, Gujarat 6, Haryana 2, Himachal Pradesh 1, Jammu and Kashmir 1, Jharkhand 1, Karnataka 6, Kerala 1, Lakshadweep 1, Madhya Pradesh 7, Maharashtra 10, Manipur 1, Meghalaya 1, Mizoram 1, Nagaland 1, Odisha 2, Pondicherry 1, Punjab 3, Rajasthan 4, Sikkim 1, Tamil Nadu 12, Telangana 2, Tripura 1, Uttar Pradesh 13, Uttarakhand 1, West Bengal 4, and grand total is 100. So this is the city, the state or union territory wise distribution of 100. Now the conditions. So challenge stage 1 is preconditions and documents to be submitted by each state. So conditions present the state undertaking to make the cities smart. Form 1 is given, part 3. Interdepartmental task force consisting of parastatal bodies, urban level body, that is ULB, organizations and urban development authorities, UDS, will be constituted in order to make the city smart. This is form 1, part 4. Then elected city council's resolution to make the city smart, that is form 2, part 5. And consultation held with residents on city development priorities, this is given in part 2, form 2, part 6. Now these are the scoring criteria. That means there are 100 points for everything. So this how the distribution of 100 points is done. So below are given the scoring criteria to be used by the states or UTs to score the potential smart cities and send the names of cities with the highest scores to MOUD for their selection to participate in the score 2 of the challenge. So existing service level, that is percentage of increase over census 2011 or Swachh Bharat baseline or number of household sanitary latrines whichever is there. Form 2, part 1, 10 points. Making operable online grievance redressal system with response being sent back to complainant. Form 2, part 2, this is yes or no, 5 points. At least first monthly e-newsletter published. Form 2, part 3, this is yes or no, 5 points. And electronically placed project-wise municipal budget expenditure information for the last 2 financial years on the website. Form 2, part 4, this is yes or no, 5 points. Now, institutional systems or capacities. So, started to levy compensatory penalty for delays in service delivery. Form 2, part 7, yes or no, 5 points. And have the total collection of internal generated revenue, for example, taxes, fees, charges shown as increasing trend during the last 3 financial years, 2012 to 2015. That is Form 2, part 8, yes or no, 10 points. Then payment of salaries by ULB up to last month, Form 2, part 9, 5 points. This to ensure that their financial health and they are paying salaries regularly to their workers, their employees. Audit of accounts up to financial year 12-13, that is Form 2, part 10, 5 points. Percentage contribution of tax revenue, fees and user charges, rents and other internal revenue sources to the ULP budget actuals in 2014-15, that is Form 2, part 11, 10 points. And percentage of operation and maintenance cost of water supply, which is made by collected user charges for supply of water during last financial year, that is 2014-15, Form 2, part 12, 10 points. Now, past track record and reforms. So, percentage of internal revenue sources, self-generated budget funds used for capital fund works during financial year 2014-15. This is Form 2, part 13, 10 points. Percentage of city level in reforms achieved, that is Form 2, part 14, 10 points for 6 ULB level reforms. And percentage of in projects that is completed which were sanctioned during the original mission period up to 2012, Form 2, part 15, 10 points. The documents, that is, these are the forms that are required. The forms in which states have to get proposals from the ULPs and in which they have to send to the MOUD are given below. The list of cities shortlisted by each state. Declaration of shortlisted criteria made by each shortlisted city. This form needs to be submitted for each shortlisted city. Undertaking by the state government to make the city smart. Order of constitution of interdepartmental task force. Additional documents in support of Form 1 will be submitted by each shortlisted city under the signature of municipal commissioner, head of the ULP, to the state mission director. That is Form 2. So these are some forms that are given in the annex. So this is to be sent by state to the MOUD. So serial number, name of city, population of city, conditions resident satisfied, yes or no. This is part 2. That is details of score obtained by each shortlisted city. We have already seen that. So these are given here in tabular form, and score obtained will be recorded in the last column. So these are the 13 scoring criteria. How the 100 points will be distributed. Points will be awarded out of 100. Then undertaking from the state government. This is your part 3. And then we have the end of the presentation. So we have seen this smart city project document, or the smart city vision and the guidelines given by the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India in detail. If there are any questions on this, I'll be glad to take up that. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to make the detailed presentation.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session on the smart cities. It is also very much important now in the term of sustainable development. Sustainable cities is also one of the goals of sustainable development. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself and ask, or you can use chat box also to share your queries.
I would be glad to answer any question. My contact information is given in this title slide. I'm thankful to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and ICMCHCISW for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. Thanks to all the participants also. This is a policy document, part of administrative law, very comprehensive and detailed document. Even I came to know many of the legal aspects of it. Earlier, I was knowing only about few of the technical features because 5G technology and urban transport and many other technical level sessions I have attended from IITs, NITs, and many national level faculty development programs during past 2 years. So I have been also hearing about these smart cities. I'm also undertaking undergoing one of the courses. I have enrolled for this safe cities because that is one of the courses being run by National Institute of Disaster Management. So safe city is also integral to smart city. So I hope I will further learn about this in the coming month. What are safe cities? So even here we have many different things, and for this knowledge of this 3 levels, 3 tiers of government is also very important as given in the Constitution. So we not only have Schedule 7, but also Schedule 12 is there. What are the powers of local government, or what are the duties of local government? Because when we talk of government, it is not a single entity, it is a composite entity. And when we are giving votes at national level, there are national level issues. At state level, there are state level issues. And when we are electing for urban bodies, so there are local issues, and each have their own powers and roles and there's responsibilities. So we must take this in consider this while giving votes to our elected members. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us and sharing this wonderful insights about smart cities. And we wish you all the success for all your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, feedback form for session 6 has been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form. And tomorrow evening also, we have an international seminar on mental health. So this entire month is mental health month, and tomorrow is the last day for mental health month. So we are organizing at 6 o'clock, the routine webinar session time only. If anyone is interested to present, you are welcome. You can share your details. The registration form has been shared in the chat box for tomorrow's international seminar on mental health and sustainable development. You can register for it as a participant, as a speaker. And if you are planning to present, you can share details after registration. It's free only, completely. All the events are free only. Only when there is any specific event, we'll let you know. But this platform, there might be different platforms where we also conduct some paid programs. But this entire platform is free. Every event is free. You can join and enjoy. You can present also, collaborate. Quickly fill up the feedback form and you can register. Today's registration form also I have shared. If anyone of you has not registered, have directly joined, you can register. And our next session would be by Nagarajji.
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, Nagarajji. Kindly wait for 2-3 minutes.
Sure.
The feedback form is on. Then after closing it.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. And next week, we'll be having workshop on cyber security. So we have a wonderful resource person, Virendra Kumarji is there with us. So sir will be taking, it will be an exclusively, dedicated with hands-on technical, more of technical kind of workshop. So we might or might not have conference. Or even if conference is there, it will be there for short time. And maybe morning session we'll have conference and afternoon session we'll have workshop. So kindly join us. It will be a very good session and it's very much essential for everyone to safeguard ourselves, do's and don'ts, and we'll learn a lot of things. We'll have separate registration form and certificate also, workshop. We'll just see if we can have whole day workshop or we will let you know in a day or two based on the availability of speakers and their time. We'll let you know. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. And we'll be having 2 more sessions after this, and we'll be concluding. So we'll move on to our next session. We have with us Nagarajji. He is a professional social worker. He completed his MSW, and he is presently working as Deputy Manager in State Bank of India, Bangalore. And he is also Assistant Governor for Rotary Club, Bangalore. He is visually challenged person, but in spite of that, he has achieved a lot, and he is a role model, and he is very much active into social service, social work. So we will invite you, Nagarajji. You can switch on your mic and audio, video, for your presentation on social reformer Srimati Durgabai Deshmukh.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Nagarajji, please continue.
Yeah. So today I will be discussing with all of you about the social reforms. So social reform movement was a major thing for us. So social reform we are discussing 3-4 weeks, which is this. So reform means the reform reshaping the cultural acceptance of laws and norms which are occurred at the local, state, national or global levels. So when you say reform movements, they are the group of individuals, they're completely dedicated to have a common ideas and understanding who work for the welfare of the poor, and they actually focused on the social changes in the society by advancing the common goals like emancipation of women, providing education, providing legislation changes. So this way, some political, humanitarian, or religious levels of some desired changes they wanted to bring. So that is a major purpose of thing, and they wanted to basically eradicate poverty and social evils, or some old laws or old practices, whatever is there, which is not acceptable by the people. For example, sati system or widow remarriage. These are all the things they wanted to align with the social values. They wanted to provide the legal codes and the systems they want to change, and the changing in the institutions and deficiencies, whatever is there in the old laws, they have changed. So in that, I'm going to take a very important person today, that is Dr. Durgabai Deshmukh. So Durgabai Deshmukh was one of the eminent social reformer or a social worker, and she was born on July 15, 1909 at Rajahmundry in Andhra Pradesh. And she, struggled for the freedom. And in an early age itself, she got a child marriage and she banned it and she refused it. And she went it for the education. And through that, she went for the freedom movement. She was a great freedom fighter, and she even fought in the jail. She was there 3 years in the jail. And she actually was considered as the biggest one of the politician and a social worker, and she was a lawyer. She studied advocacy in Presidency College of Madras, and she was the member of the Planning Commission, and she was also worked for the drafting of the Constitution. And in Andhra Pradesh, she started the Mahila Samiti Sanghas and all, which are very, very famous. And she was one of the first directors for Central Social Welfare Board. We call it as a director, not a director. She was a chairman. She was a chairperson. And her father was one of the social worker, that is B.V. Ramarao. And her mother was also one of the greatest spiritual person, that is Madam Veena Krishnamma. And Chintali Deshmukh was the first got a lot of awards like Padma Bhushan, Samiti Award. So a lot of things she got, and she was, after her marriage also, her husband supported her to do a lot of social related programs and all these things. Until 1980s, she was doing plenty of social work in the Andhra Pradesh area and around the India. And she was a very good speaker. And she died in the year 1981, May 9. Even though I am from Karnataka, I am very much influenced with Durgabai Deshmukh because she started one of the pioneering organizations. She was the director. So Jawaharlal Nehru, who started this concept of welfare program for the poor and needy, which was implemented by the social worker like our Durgabai Deshmukh. So because of the Durgabai Deshmukh, this Central Social Welfare Board was started in 1953 as a voluntary organization to provide health, and under the Ministry of Social Welfare earlier, now it is Social Justice and Empowerment, it is there. And previously also it was coming under the Education Department, also Education Ministry. So when it was formed in 13th August 1953, Jawaharlal Nehru in his speech said on the Independence Day of 1953, we started the Social Central Welfare Board because to care for the poor, needy, women, children and all. So this way, Durgabai Deshmukh's contribution is immemorable, and we have to really appreciate for her tremendous amount of work. When I speak about this Central Social Welfare Board, there are 56 members for this board, and 15 executive committees are there. And in each state, we have got a state social welfare board. It is basically concentrate on providing education, research, training, and women empowerment, child development, youth development, establishment of Anganwadis and Balwadis, establishment of play centers, and giving health services to the needy people. And especially as a voluntary organization, it is giving training to NGOs to establish NGOs, and giving monitoring, evaluating, supervising, coordinating, doing research about how to establish very big way. So this way, this NGOs, when I speak about these NGOs, we have got this Societies Registration Act 1860 and Trust Act 1956 and the Companies Act 1961. All these things, actually, a lot of bogus NGOs have come, a lot of profit-making NGOs have come along with the service agencies. So their intention basically will be to do service. Later on, they wanted to, some of them wanted to do a lot of profits, and they wanted to earn their livelihood, and they wanted to start their own things. That is why this Central Social Welfare Board is there. It is actually coordinating all these things, and they are actually making this people to have a good NGO, good setup NGO. That is why they are inspecting NGOs, they are giving referral service, and they are giving more funds will be granted to the children and women welfare NGOs, followed by the youth and old age and this health related and persons with disabilities NGOs. So this way, Central Social Welfare Board, the pioneering work has been done in the social work thing. So after this only, we got the wing from the Central Social Welfare Board, that is ICDS, that is Integrated Child Development Schemes, have come in the year 1974 because of the National Child Policy of 1974. And this one also started, that is Indian Child Council for Child Welfare for exclusively children development. So these are all the part of Central Social Welfare Board's wings. So because they are formed to make empowerment of women, bring laws, bring new changes, and bringing the women under the mainstream of the society. So even today, Central Social Welfare Board plays a pivotal role in providing granting aids to many NGOs on the basis of their performance and on the basis of their evaluations. So this way, Durgabai Deshmukh, we should be really feel proud that she has worked a lot during those days for the freedom struggle, and after the freedom also, she contributed a lot for the social welfare, even for the environment, health, education, sustainable development, and overall development of the people. So with this, I want to tell you that Durgabai Deshmukh, whatever she started, the women sanghas, Mahila sanghas in Andhra Pradesh, which are still prevalent, which are still exist. They're doing a tremendous amount of activities over there. And really we have to, feel proud to get such a enthusiastic, energetic person as a social reformer who has contributed a lot for the growth of this country. So with that, I thank the speaker, sir, Ravindra sir, Mary madam, and everybody for giving me this opportunity and to speak a little bit about Durgabai Deshmukh and the functions of the Central Social Welfare Board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for taking time and joining with us. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and ask. If there are no queries, then we'll conclude this session. Thank you, Nagaraj, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to next session. Kindly fill up the feedback form for this session. Session 7. Feedback form has been launched for session 7. And next session would be by Ravichandran. Be prepared. After this feedback form, after 5 minutes, we will start it. Next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for sessions 7. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 7. To keep updated, kindly join our Facebook group, Telegram channel, so that you receive all the updates. The daily events are happening and weekly events, and on special occasions, we are commemorating special events. So kindly join Telegram group and WhatsApp group and Facebook group, so that you will get updates daily, and you can subscribe to Google Calendar. It will also remind you daily when session is about to start. And all sessions are live on YouTube. You can subscribe to YouTube channel where whenever there is a session going on live, you can get an update and you can watch it. Whenever you want to watch again, you can go there and watch the session. And all the certificates will be updated on the website. The website link also has been shared in the chat box along with the registration link. You can visit that link after specified time and you can download your certificates. So make sure you are putting all the details correctly. If not registered, kindly register. Registration form is there in the chat box and provide feedback. We are sharing our social media links along with website. You can visit and like, follow, subscribe so that you will get updates whenever there is anything. If you enable notifications, no? Even if you are share in the chat box, Facebook group, Telegram channel, and also our Facebook pages and website link. All details are there. Hope WhatsApp group link has been already shared in the registration form. So is there even in the tomorrow's registration form also has been shared in the chat box. You can register. Next month we are having a special paid workshop. Generally all are free. This is an event raising for fundraising event workshop. Basically this whatever the funds are raised through this is sponsored for a cause. So for that reason we are conducting a workshop. That will be a very good workshop. Basically it will give new insights. Basically it's new insights about how we look our daily things. Basically we all have same time, same resources. We might have additional resources also, but it's all about management, understanding, and relooking about ourselves, our time and resources. Often we give lectures hours together, we preach, but we don't practice. No, so this workshop gives a theoretical as well as practical aspect of getting, and definitely it will be a very good change for your coming new year, all of us, because we always take some or other new year resolutions. So this is set in context of resolution, new year resolution also, because it's in almost end of the November 26th, 7th, that is on Sunday. It's a full day workshop and it will give you a lot of insights. And it's really going to be a wonderful session. And in that session, we'll also discuss you discuss with you, and we'll share our thoughts on how to effectively use our time resources. And we have additional resources like there are additional benefits also associated. You will be getting a 1 year premium membership for consultations, along with consultation and lot of freebies. Like there are a lot of topics that will be dealt on that day. I will share that link also with you. If anyone is interested, you can join it, and you will get lot of takeaways in the form of material, and also you'll get a wonderful New Year diary, journal diary with organizers, schedulers, everything integrated into it, and that will be very useful. You know, this amount is very insignificant because our time and resources are more valuable, and it will help you. That journal diary special, it's a limited edition, it's not available anywhere. It's a limited edition diary that everyone is getting, so that you can note everything in that, and you can also go through, review it every day, and effectively plan, manage time. And you will also get free consultation with experts, where you can book your appointment and have consultation regarding this workshop and various aspects. You know, you can always get back to us with those. All this including there is a price for that workshop, and you are going to get a number of times more than what you are going to invest in it. So it's a very good opportunity for everyone. Personally, so if it definitely it's useful for everyone. If interested, you can register, and definitely, as I said, the return of investment is many times more. Basically, it's nothing when compared to its takeaways, but it's like we just wanted to involve you, everyone. And unless and until sometimes, if you don't keep something, because this is a 1 year long commitment we give to ourselves, not to anyone else, ourselves. So we thought if we keep something, so that will keep us motivated. Even if we spend 1 rupee also, if it comes for free, that will have a different attitude. But if we spend at least 1 rupee, we'll be thinking that, yes, I have spent 1 rupee, so I have to work on it. So that kind of attitude is widely prevalent. So in that way, we have planned it, and you can also register and join and enjoy, and wonderful takeaways are there. As part of takeaways, we have workshop kit that contains this wonderful journal, that is calendar, journal, all inclusive. And you will be getting a New Year calendar also along with that, a pad, pen, keychain, and a lot of other things. Bag, that pouch where you can keep everything. So that is a very good opportunity. So if interested, you can join. I'll be sharing that link also to you all. So hope everyone has filled the feedback form. I'm closing it. So we will be moving to our next session. Our next session would be by Ravindra Ji, Principal Consultant, HRM, Mapper Consulting for Chennai. And he would be presenting on bullying, psychopath in workplace, and HR overview. over to you, Ravichandranji. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Ravichandran? Can you hear me, Ravichandran? Okay. So, okay, then we will move on to today's commemoration. Actually, it is tomorrow, but tomorrow we'll be having mental health, and this has been part of our theme. So we will move on to commemoration. So what we'll do today, tomorrow, that is 31st October, is World Cities Day. Act local to go global. With the theme for this World Cities Day 2022, it brings Urban October to an end on 31st October each year and was first celebrated in 2014. As with World Habitat Day recently, which was commemorated, a global observance is held in different cities each year, and the day focuses on a specific theme. So this year's global observance is planned in Shanghai, China, under the theme Act Local to Go Global. And we want to bring different partners and diverse stakeholders together to share their experiences and approaches to local action, and what local action worked and what is needed to empower local and regional governments to create greener, more equitable and sustainable cities. So local action is crucial to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UN Habitat has been forefront of Sustainable Development Goals localization since their very endorsement of the 2030 agenda. Since then, UN Habitat has been working So this year's global observance is planned in Shanghai, China, under the theme Act Local to Global. And also share our experiences and approaches to local action, what local action worked and what is needed to empower local and regional governments to create greener, more equitable and sustainable cities. So local action is critical to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and UN Habitat has been at forefront of SDG localization. Since the very endorsement of 2030 agenda, since then, UN Habitat has been working to advance Sustainable Development Goals localization by providing technical expertise to partner across the globe, by leading the development of cutting-edge research, by capacitating local and regional governments on SDG localization, and by strengthening the voice of local governments and local actors within the main international and UN-led fora on Sustainable Development Goals. So the United Nations General Assembly designated 31st October as the World Cities Day by its resolution 68/239. The day is expected to greatly promote the international community interest in global urbanization, push forward cooperation among countries in meeting opportunities, addressing challenges of urbanization, and contributing to sustainable urban development around the world. Urbanization provides the potential for new forms of social inclusion, including greater equality, access to services, and new opportunities, and engagement and mobilization that reflects the diversity of cities, countries, and the globe. Yet too often, this is not the shape of urban development. Inequality and exclusion abound, often at rates greater than the national average, at the expense of sustainable development that delivers for all. So Urban October was launched by UN Habitat in 2014 to emphasize the world's urban challenges and engage the international community towards the new urban agenda. Sustainable Development Goal 11, which formulates the ambition to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, underlying the relevance of UN Habitat's mission. Inequalities in cities have grown since 1980. The world's largest cities are also often most unequal, and this year's theme is embraced by the action and implementation of the new urban agenda, which is putting the topic of inclusive cities as one of the main pillars for the urban shift. In October 2016, the Habitat Conference, third one held in Quito, adopted a new framework which will set the world on a course towards sustainable urban development by rethinking how cities are planned, managed, and inhabited. The new urban agenda will set the pace on how to deal with the challenges of urbanization in the next 2 decades and is seen as an extension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, agreed on by the 193 member states of United Nations in September 2015. So until 2009, more people lived in rural than in urban areas. Today, around 55% of the world population lives in towns and cities, with the level of urbanization projected to reach almost 70% by 2050. Much of the growth in urban populations will take place in Asia, Africa, especially in China, India, and Nigeria, where the fertility rates remain high. So the cities should be encouraged to innovate and experiment, and also to learn from one another in order to hasten the transaction. For instance, through twin town initiatives or city networks. Moreover, report says it will be necessary to replace a competitive cities governance approach to urban economies with a well-grounded cities approach that serves the interest of all citizens. We have only about 87 months, 380 weeks, or 2,600 days left to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The best way to do so is by ensuring our cities and communities sustainable. Communities are sustainable, and they are big words. What we mean to say is that sometimes the solutions to the challenges we are facing, such as COVID-19 pandemic, on the climate, ongoing conflicts and climate disasters, is staring us in this ways. So with this, we shall end the commemoration of World Cities Day, and we'll move on to our next session. We have Professor Ronaldo Denal, and Professor would be addressing. He is a clinical professor, program manager, international programs, senior global future scientist, Julian Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, and is associated with the Arizona State University College of Health Solutions, USA. Professor would be delivering today on skills for life, habitat change, making new habits, habit change, making new habits, and breaking bad habits. Over to you, Professor. We welcome you once again on this wonderful occasion, and over to you for your session. Thanks you once again for joining us. Over to you, Professor.
Dr. Ravindra, thank you for a wonderful introduction. I'm happy to join you all, and good evening to my colleagues. Happy to see all of you again too. My topic today is how do you change your habits, especially bad habits? One moment.
Yes, Professor. Oh, it's
Just
gone
a second.
off. Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay.
Yes, Professor. Please continue.
Great. So an important life skill is being able to change our habits. How many of you have ever tried to eat healthier food, go to sleep at an earlier time, go for exercise, do physical activity? How many of you tried to stop a bad habit like tobacco smoking, alcohol use, watching too much TV or watching too much social media? We know that changing habits is very difficult. If you're a clinician, you'll see many patients who are trying to change habits have great difficulty, and we haven't had very good success as clinicians in helping people to change their habits, because we know, for example, across the globe, obesity is increasing because of unhealthy eating and lack of exercise, increased sedentary time, people sitting at their desk or at their home chair watching TV or social media. We know that because of obesity increasing, things like hypertension and diabetes are increasing. So in spite of our best efforts in great science and medications, changing habits has been a very difficult challenge for all of us. So my talk today is about, number one, how do we add a new healthy habit? And number two, if we have a bad habit we want to change, how do we change an existing bad habit? There have been many recent publications that I think are worth looking into. They describe the science of habit change. There's increasing research by neuroscientists, by psychologists, other researchers on how are habits formed and how do we change habits. So here's some of the examples. The book Atomic Habits has sold over 5 million copies. So something about these books are very popular with our population. Our consumers want to learn how to change their habits. Habit stacking, tiny habits, mini habits. Many books have been published on these topics. And if you want to check out one, I recommend Atomic Habits. It's a very good place to start. A very simple book to read, very clear. And some of the ideas of these, the sciences, focus on not what you want to achieve, but who you want to become. Rather than saying, my goal is to walk 10,000 steps every day, your goal should be something about your identity. I want to be a walker. I want to be an exerciser. Make it easy. Set a goal that's very small. That's why they have these books here, Tiny Habits, Atomic Habits. Make it a goal of 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Don't try and make a hard, difficult goal you're not going to achieve. Other things include the idea of habit stacking. I'll talk about that in just a moment. So first of all, what is a habit? This is from the dictionary. The definition is an acquired mode of behavior that has become nearly or completely involuntary. Something you do every day without thinking about it. When you wake up in the morning, maybe the first thing you do is prepare a cup of coffee or tea. Maybe you then make breakfast. Perhaps you go out and sit in your car and drive your car to work or take public transportation. Maybe you stop for prayer every day. These are things you do at the same day, almost every time, the same way. And they become unconscious. We don't think about them as we do them. When you drive a car, you don't think about, how do I turn the car on? How do I put the car into drive? How do I turn the wheel? How do I drive down the street and navigate? These things are done without thinking. They're done unconsciously, involuntarily. We don't have to think about them. And that's important because habits help us to conserve our brain, right? We don't have to think about driving. We think about watching the road. We don't have to worry about having breakfast. It happens automatically. So the things that become automatic, involuntary, unconscious behaviors over time. We know from research on habit science that there's a typical habit loop in terms of how habits are formed and maintained. First, there's some kind of cue, or a craving. Maybe it might be in the morning you want to feel more awake, so you have a cup of tea or coffee. Maybe that you have to go to work, so you make some money for your family, so you hop in the car and drive to work every day. Maybe you want to feel clean and refreshed, so you wash your face every day. The cue or craving leads to a behavior, a response, or what I would call routine, something you do to make that craving go away. And you have a reward from that. If you have your coffee, you feel more awake. You wash your face, you feel refreshed, nice water on your face and dry off. So this cue or craving leads to a response, a routine you do. And in response to that routine, you have reward and the craving is satisfied. You don't have the craving anymore. Now, bad habits are the same way. What if you have some kind of stress in your life? You have an argument with your spouse. You have a deadline or a time pressure you need to keep. You might feel nervous or stressed, anxious or depressed. Perhaps you'll grab a cigarette for a smoke, or maybe a glass of alcohol to get relief. You find the cigarette or alcohol gives you reward. You feel relieved, less anxious. So you now have a cue, stress, leading to a bad habit, tobacco, alcohol, and you feel reward from that. Even though cigarettes, smoking, and alcohol have long-term, often bad consequences, the immediate consequence is a very positive feeling of relief, satisfaction. So that our regular good habits, our neutral habits, and bad habits all follow this habit loop in terms of how they're formed and how they're maintained. So we know from research now the science of how to change habits. Pick a small routine or behavior, a tiny habit, an atomic habit. Here's an example. I will meditate for 5 minutes. I'll eat one healthy fruit or vegetable. Set a reminder so you do it every day at the same time. You can tie it to an existing habit. That's called habit stacking. So for example, if every morning you have a cup of coffee or tea, you can say, I'll begin my new habit by doing 5 minutes of meditation right after I finish my coffee or tea. So the existing habit becomes a reminder or a cue for the new habit. Be persistent. It takes weeks or months to create a new habit. There used to be an idea, well, I can make a new habit by doing this for 30 days. We know from research, well, yes, some very easy things can be learned and become a habit in 30 days. But most difficult habits take weeks or nearly months to become a habit. And when I say become a habit, it means you keep on practicing and doing the new routine daily at the same time until it becomes automatic, unconscious. You do it without thinking about it. That's a definition of a habit. So a cue or craving can be something in your environment. Maybe you walk by on the way to work a very wonderful food stand with some fried food you love, and you smell that in the air and you think, I must have a taste. It can be an emotional state. Maybe you feel nervous, upset about something that happened in the past or something in the future, something you're anxious about or worried about. It can be a time of day. Maybe I get off work, I want some relief and want to have a nice unhealthy snack, a glass of alcohol or a cigarette. It can be another person. Maybe somebody you don't like, a coworker you don't like who causes you conflict. In any case, this cue creates a desire, a craving to do something to relieve the unhappy feeling, the undesirable feeling. And you form a routine to satisfy that craving. If you smell that wonderful food in the street vendor, you might go ahead and buy something wonderful to eat. If you feel worried or stressed, you might try alcohol, tobacco, unhealthy food, a nice piece of candy to resolve that craving. These are all examples of cues or cravings we experience in our life. In response to that cue or craving, we do a routine. We do some behavior to satisfy the craving and take an action. Maybe having that healthy snack is the action you take in response to smell in the air of the street vendor. Maybe having a tobacco cigarette to smoke makes you feel relief of stress about something you're worried about. And that action, it satisfies the craving. You feel better. This food tastes wonderful. I enjoy this. One important finding from habit change theory is that we should try to identify not simply the goal, not the outcome, or how we do it. The outcome might be, I want to try and walk 10,000 steps daily. I want to eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables every day. If that's where we start from, it can be very difficult. It's hard to walk 10,000 steps a day every day as a new habit. So, in the process, how do we do it? What kind of steps do we take to solve the goal? We must keep those simple. It's best to start with the identity, your beliefs, values, and self-image. Your identity is, who is the person I want to become? That should be your goal. And why is that? If you define who you want to become, it might be, I want to be a meditator. I want to be a yoga practitioner. I want to be a healthy eater. I want to be a walker, exerciser. Every small step you take in that direction is success. If I say I'm going to walk for 5 minutes in my house every day as a first step, and I do that, that's a realistic small goal. I'll feel good. I'm a walker. If I say I'm going to walk 10,000 steps every day, that's a long, difficult goal. It takes all day to achieve that goal. I may not be successful and feel, I cannot be successful, it's too difficult. So starting very small is important. Pick a small goal that is tied to who you want to be. Every time you do that small goal, you are successful. It gives you more confidence. It gives you more self-efficacy. This is from the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. He has examples of creating good habits. Make it obvious. If you want to eat healthy fruit, have a bowl of fruit on your table at home or at work. Make it attractive. Make it look very pleasant and enjoyable. Make it easy. If it's right there on your table, it's easy to pick up. Make it satisfying. When you eat a fruit, pick a fruit you think is tasty and enjoy. For bad habits, some of just the opposite. Make it invisible. If you want to stop smoking or stop drinking alcohol, don't have cigarettes or alcohol in your home. Try to not avoid going to places that sell those goods. Make it unattractive. Tell yourself how much you will regret later on the feeling of smoking or alcohol, especially if it causes you problems in life. Make it difficult to achieve. Try to make difficult barriers between you and what you want to indulge in, and make it unsatisfying by, again, telling yourself how much you don't like the way you feel or people react to you when you're doing a bad habit. This is also from the James Clear book, some ideas for how to create a good habit. Make an intention. I'm going to do a certain thing at the same time every day. That's called an intention statement. Use habit stacking. After my current habit, I'll do a new habit. Design your environment. Give yourself reminders. It could be making a calendar and having it in your calendar, a reminder. It could be using your smartwatch or your phone to make an automatic reminder or an alarm for you to do the habit. It might be, if you want to exercise more, putting out your exercise clothes the day before you go to sleep. So there's a reminder, seeing your clothes right there in the morning as a reminder. So do things to make your environment give you a cue to do the activity. I'll give you an example here. Let's say I want to become a yoga practitioner. My habit intention, I say I will do yoga. I'm very specific what I'll do for 5 minutes every day after breakfast. So I'm setting a small goal, tying it to my existing habit, breakfast. Temptation bundling means I want to, if I do my habit, give myself a reward. I'll bundle together my new habit and something I enjoy doing. So in this case, after meditation, I'll enjoy browsing my social media phone, maybe looking at Facebook, Instagram, things like that. I'll set a reminder for myself in my calendar or on my watch or on my phone. I'll set a yoga mat on the floor every night before I go to sleep. So I wake up in the morning, I have a yoga mat on my floor where I have my coffee as a reminder. These are all examples of how to create a new healthy habit. This is an example of habit stacking. As you create new habits, you can stack them together and add new habits over time. So maybe you learn after having your coffee, you'll meditate. You're successful doing that. You become a meditator. And then you say, after I meditate, I'm going to have a healthy fruit or vegetable when I have lunch that day. After I have lunch, I'll put the fruit or vegetable in plain sight so I see it for my next meal. You can add habits on top of each other to make them more likely to occur. Think about it. Right now, our current habits are all stacked together. I set my alarm to wake up. I get out of bed. I wash my face. I change my clothes. I have my coffee or tea. I have my breakfast. I get dressed for work. We do things every day that are stacked together. So adding a new habit, you want to try and add a new habit into that stack of existing habits. That's why it's really important. I'll give you some, well, let me keep on going. Now, it's much more difficult to replace an existing bad habit. And the reason why, we know from habit science, you can't simply stop your routine, your bad habit, because the habit loop is too strong. The craving is there. If you simply try and remove your current routine, whether it's tobacco smoking, eating unhealthy food, watching too much TV, if you try and remove that routine, the craving is still there. Whatever it is, the need to relax, the need to avoid stress, it still is there. And it'll be pulling you back to repeat that routine again, the bad habit. The craving is so strong, you can't simply stop and break that cycle. Instead, you must find a new routine that will satisfy the same existing craving and give you a similar reward. So, for example, if my current bad habit is tobacco smoking, my cue is I feel stressed and anxious, so I take a break from work for a smoke. The routine is smoking one cigarette. The reward is a feeling of relief, calm, clear thinking from the tobacco, from nicotine. So that's the cycle. If I want to break that cycle, I'll have the same cue, maybe stress at work. I should take a break and try a new routine, such as doing meditation for 5 minutes, taking a walk for 5 minutes, something different that's still rewarding. When I meditate, I feel good. It helps me resolve the stress, it helps me to address the craving. If I walk for 5 minutes, I feel more relaxed, helps me to address the craving. When I meditate and when I take a walk, I feel good, it's a reward. So I have a new routine in the same habit loop. I'm trying to remove the tobacco smoking as my routine and add meditation or taking a walk. So the first step to break a bad habit is analyze your habit loop. And when you want to isolate the cue, what is the cue that sets your habit or your routine in motion? And we know from research that the cue might be a place where you are. It might be when you get off work every day. It might be on the way to work when you pass the food vendor. It might be a time of day when you first wake up, when you get off work, when you're ready to go to sleep. It might be an emotional state. I feel anxious, unhappy, worried. It might be other people. Again, somebody in your environment that sets you off to feel stressed or worried. So find out what your cue is first of all. What's the cue for your bad habit? Why do you want to eat unhealthy food? Why do you want to smoke a cigarette? What's your response? What do you do? I might have a cigarette. I might watch TV. I might watch social media. How does it feel after? What's the reward you feel? When I have a tobacco, I feel very relieved. So first step is analyze your own habit loop and know what it is. It might take weeks to find out exactly what cue you had. It might be more than one cue. But that's the very first step, is to know what your habit loop is. Become familiar with your habit loop. Then you want to experiment and find a new routine to replace the current routine. This may take time. So you can use the habit intention. I will add meditation or yoga for 5 minutes whenever I feel that cue and want to typically engage in having a glass of alcohol. I will do this every day at the same time, and so it becomes a new habit. So you want to test out the new routine. Now, if you try to add a new routine, if you feel stressed, that leads to smoking and you feel better, and you try 5 minutes of walking, you might find after 5 minutes of walking, you still feel stressed. That was not successful. The new routine must satisfy the original craving and lead to a reward. So if you try something that doesn't work, you got to try to find something else that's a healthier replacement. You got to test the new routine. After you do the new routine, how do I feel? Is the craving still there? If it's not there, you've been successful. But sure, just to make sure, wait 15 minutes. Is the craving or cue still there? If the answer is yes, you must go back and try and start over and find a new routine to replace it. If the craving is gone, it means you've been successful. You found a new routine to replace the old routine that was a bad habit. You can also add, again, the habit intention statement and habit stacking to be more successful. So here's a couple of examples. On the left-hand side is the existing habit. I have an argument with my spouse. I decide to go and have a glass of alcohol to relieve the stress of that. I feel more calm and relaxed. Of course, there are negative consequences. Having alcohol to solve problems leads to more problems, but the immediate habit loop is the relief you get. So in the future, you might say, if I have a fight with my spouse, I'll try to walk and do a short mindful meditation. And I might feel in that case relief, calmness, relaxation. I feel reward. And I find that after that meditation, I don't feel the stress or conflict from my argument anymore. That's a successful example of adding a new routine to your habits. So in summary, the keys for success are repetition. Pick for a new healthy habit, do it the same day, every day, the same time, be consistent, design your environment, put reminders in your environment. It could be a Post-it note. It could be, again, a reminder in your calendar, on your watch, on your phone. Try not to miss more than one day in a row. We all might miss one day. No one's perfect, but try and be consistently repeat the same habit, same time every day, and be persistent. It often takes more than 200 days for a difficult habit to be added. So don't expect quick success, but keep in mind, doing the same habit every day, it becomes a true habit, meaning you do it without thinking. It becomes a permanent part of your life. And of course, if you're trying to change your unhealthy habits, eat healthier to lose weight, exercise more, watch less TV or do less social media so you have other time for things you want to do, like hobbies, reading, spending time with your spouse or family. These are all things that you can find rewarding by this kind of approach. So again, if you have any questions about this approach, feel free to contact me by email. I will stop for a moment. If you have any questions, I will take questions now. And I just appreciate your time. And I want to thank you for your time today, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you for inviting me today. And I think habit change is an important life skill. It's very difficult, but we're seeing some good news about habit science, giving us ideas how to change our habits, either adding new healthy habits or replacing bad habits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us an elaborate session. Your PPT is very good, sir. Tomorrow also we are having one session, sir. If you can give us a session tomorrow 6 to 9, we are having sessions, sir.
I will try.
Because every time you give, we learn lots, sir. That's why we always want you to come and give us sessions, sir.
It looks so beautiful, but why are you looking like a ghost? I do not know why.
Thank you, Professor Ronan. It was really insightful session, and it's very much needed. We all have different habits, and as part of daily process, we keep learning new habits, changing habits, and leaving habits. And it was really a very apt session for everyone. You can mute yourself.
Thank you, my friends. I'm happy to talk to you, and I look forward to seeing you again next time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Professor, for joining us. It was really a wonderful session. Take care.
Bye-bye, all.
Bye. So after wonderful session, hope with this wonderful insights by our professor, hope you will start practicing. If you want to get rid of habits, you can use these techniques and procedures mentioned by our professor and benefit from them. So kindly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 8. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 8, and we'll be having last session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 8. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, we are moving to next session. We are closing the feedback form for this session. If anyone is still filling it, quickly fill up. We have another 30 seconds. Okay, we'll be moving to our last session for the day. By Ravichandran ji. On bullying psychopath in workplace, HR overview. Over to you, Ravichandran ji. You can start your PPT.
Yes.
Your video.
Eugene. Can you able to view my screen, sir? 1 minute.
Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible, right. Just 1 second, please. Wait for a second. I'm just. Good evening to all of you. I'd like to invite all the participants, and very often we are in the program of doing various social connects subject to our individuals, subject to our social life, subject to our licensing, like, the government relations, statutory relations, various complexities of culture, learning, heritage, city life, social work, indigenous social skill development, work, social workers, particularly NGOs, and health and environment. We have got various bouquet in our services giving you and rendering services to all of you. It's all being represented by Dr. Ravindra as a man who takes care of multiple skills, carrying all the way in his time, Monday to Sunday, 7 days a week. As of now, I found it's now 365 days. The way he takes in such a way with highest energy, with the highest number of speakers, lectures, professors, delegates, participants, youth, young, middle age, all were coming. The numbers are, keep aside all those, but the involvements brings very high purity and clarity. Whoever gets on this board, I'm sure, very often and often I'm seeing many of them are not the new face, and all the way we are addicted to our new practice of inventive model designed by Dr. Ravindra is being going and growing, and many speakers from across the universe, across the country, it's all the sample of his altogether-ness with the highest charity mind. It's all goes to and thanks and claps and salutes to Dr. Ravindra. Well, I'm going to the topic straight. The subject is concerned to bullying and psychopath. This is the field of understanding within HR overview. My discussions most of the time falls in fact on HR aspects. Why do my profession need to be put in every situation of the time, situations? The involvement makes from the HR angle will encourage me, encourage you, and encourage all together and the entire social system. Anything starts from me, I, or we, right? We use it, right? I, we, me. Some people always we call it themselves as a we, because they ignore he himself alone exists. Many of the people who talks his own nature of his personality all the time, I did this, I did that, I come across in my life. Yes, it's certainly required to, in order to explain others, to understand the situation. But at last, when we work on anything, we need to go with a little impunity of making more connect with the we team, we mean WE, and many of the time we lose it. So coming to the point of bullying, what do I feel is, it's all my personal experiences and opinion where it starts. We watch television from the childhood time. Keep aside, when I was in, I watched, I touched and felt and viewed the television at the age of 11 in Chennai. Before that, there was no television in Tamil Nadu. When I came down to Chennai at the age of 12 age, I was in Chennai from Trichy all the way, stayed in my Chitappa house, my father's younger brother. First time I watched television, it was quite wonderful experience to me viewing a television because not existed anywhere in other down south. Black and white TV called a Dinora. Three days later in the same television, I watched a small cartoons. Small cartoons. I love to watch cartoons. I read cartoon stories those times. The cartoon, over a period of time, it was really good, wonderful experience. Over a period of time, our childhood period growing, and later concerned, many of them coming with a lot of cartoons watching. Look at the view of Tom and Jerry. Jerry all the time bullying the Tom. Look at the game, both Tom and Jerry plays of the time making you to love bullying. Where the bullying starts from our childhood. It's quite joking you. Today the movie, many of the movies, you look at it, bullying is a common, which is making you to love and love and laugh and laugh and laugh, smile at last. Why do we fall in laughing when others were getting either cheated, bullied? The one who all the time wins called a psychopath. The one who sometimes fails and fails falls into bullying. Bullying, what does it mean? One or the other way you are getting with the cheater. Look at my slide, please. Imbalanced behavior, repeated aggressive behavior from the other one, getting cheated individually, physically, mentally, emotionally. At your office, we'll talk next stage later, how the bullying keeps growing stage by stage along with your educational curriculum. Along with your educational curriculum. Examples of behavior, whether intentional or unintentional, that may be considered. Repeatedly playing along, unreasonably. Look at it, how unreasonably played with you and making you to get little emotionally, or you yourself get jokingly falling in, or you get emotional disconnect for certain time of moment, unhappiness, and suddenly you coming off subconsciously, but little consciously you get irritated in your studies period, college period, school period. Look at it. The bucking, bullying is common around the society. People enjoy it. If anybody is getting bullied, Vambulkapattar in Tamil, they get little happy money moment. The one who gets either whatever way of effect, So, getting insulted, you are getting insulted, but others makes them to little entertained. A little entertained. Not little, but yeah, little. Little entertainment means no entertainment at all. Let me make it in English. If it is called little entertainment, called no entertainment. If it is called a little entertainment, it is called yes, small amount of entertainment. So the A makes large sense of opposite and synonyms and antonyms. Antonyms in English. Everybody knows, maybe I just want to say. A little, a small amount means a small amount. If it is little, small amount means nothing. There's nothing it means. Well, so the behavior, deliberately we are putting others into problem in workplace, college time, in your workplace, at your night shift job, day job, at home, at family side, or by children. You make other bullying, you make your spouse bullying, you make bullying others in social life, on your road on regular your mobility moving across, wherever happen to talk to, even over phone, you know doing abusing or giving something about a false input to others, something false about the government, false about sarkaris, false about doctors are cheaters, police are rowdies, movie artists are uglies, teachers are cheaters. Everything is in our back of mind registered. It's a graphically copied. You never come across an experience with any police or a lawyer or professor or teachers or with anybody, but still you feel yourself, you're all cheats. Anybody in the common society and giving your rendering services to you, you're all cheaters. Imagine it. Bullying you yourself have got in your mind, won't set prefixed. At last, when you feel it, you get annoyed and troubled. So that's what I want to say. This is the point where I'm giving the slide in front. It's all readable, but readable alone does not make any sense to you. But I want to say my experiments and experiences, which I have come across in my own personal life, along with others, I feel all the time it's a greenery. Let me say, it's not greenery from the day one of my age, but over the experience of my life through for the past of 10, 15 years, I find everything is greenery. Anywhere I landed up, I feel greenery. First, I make my mind clear, it's a greenery. Anything is in front of me is greenery. So that kind of practice required. Anyway, we'll go next step by step and on the bullying and psychopath mind. Well, okay, this is all kind of happening with us. You are cyber bullied, socially bullied, physically bullied on road. You are suddenly pulled out of your subconscious. One of my friends lost his iPad just last week from the Maharashtra. He called me. His close in-law, brother-in-law lost his iPhone, costing around 1.35 lakhs from the US when he came. He was moving around the city. Suddenly he lost his baggage. In it, he was keeping in the early morning without even realizing the mobile would be stolen. But he could not open it. He could not do anything with it because it requires the image of his. But how he suddenly bullied, though it is not in the baggage, somebody's stolen it. It's happened just a week back. We are working with the police from Paris, Chennai police station. It's happening in my case since 2-3 days. One of my closest friends in Maharashtra, he called me yesterday night. We were talking about, and I'm already talking with the Paris police station in Chennai. Anyway, I'm giving you my personal happening thing. But let's see, the consignment of the baggage is not the concern, but he's trying to steal it. He's stolen it, and he took the everything, the address, everything is there. He wants to enjoy the bag alone, not even the device. But he cannot open anything, nothing to do. All the time the police registration is done. Maharashtra police is already called to the Chennai police and trying to nab the man. They are trying to nab the man. Everything location is found out because the Apple iPad, Apple iPhone. But anyway, how see the bullying? Types of bullying, cyber bullying, social bullying, verbal bullying, every day at home, every day children, every day I myself do. I do others, and my spouse does, my children does, and everywhere. It's like a Tom and Jerry game within the home. We are all the time, subconscious. We live in a subconscious almost the entire life. Subconscious, and we even complete our highest and toughest education in IAS study. Our involvement in even doing IAS study itself is an unconscious, not in full conscious education. That's on the different path of experiment I will talk about later. But the bullying, how things. Setting tasks that are unreasonably below or beyond us personal skill level. Assuming a man who bullies you within workplace. So we are all little mature. Many of my participants, I'm very sure they are either working or engaged in social services, any of their own streamlines. My friend who is working in Southern Bank, State Bank of India, my Virendra Kumar Thakkar sir is already, in the professional of various RTI activities. He knows everybody, Dr. Ravindra, Dr. Lakshmi, and Dr. our Florence, Mary, madam, she knows many things. We are all the time bullied by somebody at our workplace. My experience when I entered into a new office 10 years behind, more than 18 years behind, joined in a company. Within second day, one of my friends was saying, within the two joining within a few days, he became very close to me, and he came down, and we were very partly connected when I was in Delhi. I'm talking about very close, very beautiful natured man. Everything was quite good. Everything went off good. And one day after 15 days of my joining, he said, Ravi, you be careful with the other man. He is very troublemaker. He said, see the other one, he's also all the time ping pong with you, play with you, fiddle you around, and he will trouble you one or the other way. Be careful with it. Within 15 days, he became close to me, and he started giving others' opinion that he will bully you, he will teach you, he will tease you by even giving a teaching. Everything will do, but he will tease you. He will put you about your wrong impression to others. Something bad you did it, in an informal time, he will say to others. He will give a wrong opinion about you to someone else. So be careful. He said, be careful. I found him when he was giving me like a monster. He was looking very super personal man. But suddenly it's popped me out of my view that he himself is my view became looking at a monster. Why do I look into? Suddenly he's giving the note about others, giving a wrong impression about others, and making fun about others. Somebody's get disturbed, people enjoy. Look at things. Somebody gets disturbed in your office, workplace, wherever, at home, everything. People get enjoy. Sometimes the teasing itself makes others happy. It's like a joke, or Prem Chopra with, Joker, Johnny Walker Joker, and our Charlie Chaplin comedy all carries into bullying, all the movement, motion. From the beginning of our life experience starts with bullying. Okay, while we talk more of this, it becomes a sick over a period of time. If you fall into this kind of situation, longer and longer and later, rumors, malicious inputs, deliberately making to others to look at your views, then make somebody annoyed, and the one who man into a lot of these kind of politicking, bullying about others, cheating others by giving a wrong impressions. No, they always grow well, They grow very well. You look at them, many of them in your office. There is nothing happens to them, and they make you little unhappy. They make you something irrelevant. They make you little disturbed. They will make your office work disturbed. They will politics many things. It's called inner politics, not allowed. Bullying means unwantedly, wantedly not, unwantedly making others getting engaged into trouble, and they feel happy about it. They feel happy. It's not necessary physical assault to give you a harm, make you engage in trouble, and you feel insecure. Little paradise, little anesthesia bringing to your work life. It's keep happening repetition. You look at things, bullying happens very repeatedly. It makes you confusing. Arguably the least confusing criterion, same behavior, repeated, different behaviors. Man is a multi-mind. In HR aspect, the man is a disciplined, multi-minded, in spite of he's having the all personality successful, making all larger in his progression, careers, everything, family, everything would be good, but he looks like a mafia. In one ground, he is a mafia man. I have come across a man who all the time bully, and every third year gets grown up, promoted. You could see yourself in your own lifestyle. Find this. Somebody work in spite of all the difficulties, they work very difficult, very continue. They work very continuously for completing their highest difficult task. That's why I explained you, this is very important. Please, I will look at this. Unreasonable skill level is given to you. A man who can do the job, assuming you are in the job. Mary madam, you are in the job. So what happens? You are given with a job unreasonably given you large amount of work, supervision, consulting on work activities. Again, finally, you are put into malicious rumors about something. Somebody will put you all the time you work, and suddenly they'll say something wrong about you to others, making escalating to others. All the point I'm covering in this slide. You touch your heart, you could have come across this your experience, but we never go to police station. Anywhere, nobody is policing us. Nobody is supporting us. You cannot go to HR department. You cannot go to any support managers. Suddenly you cannot go and reveal everything because everybody's practice, everybody man, everything, everywhere is quite common, including us. Let's call it ourselves, put our heart and soul into we feeling this. That's right. So what I can show at this point of time, I'm coming with a very quick going. Bullies, we always try to avoid or not to react, not get too much reactive. So we need to be very careful when anybody is faced. Everywhere, wherever you go, you get connected into Only thing is not to get react and hear it or keep way to way of ear to ear disconnect. That means somewhat help you at the initial time. Many bullying people have a good, excellent language. In my experience, maybe I would also be the best bully. Who knows? At my workplace, at home, I never go with the bullying now. What to, because professionally all the time we are very effort, but at home we don't know what we do at home. We bully our spouse, wife, husband, children, nagging. Nagging is different sense of understanding, but bullying is a different sense of understanding. The bullying mean mostly enjoys after doing it. Very sad, very sad. They become psychopath. They fall into prey of the mind itself. Respect. Don't shout. Anybody bullying you, don't shout. It is his own standard he was delivering to you. Don't yell. That means don't shout. Don't react. Very difficult to manipulate your mind over a period of immediately manipulate. You can't change your manipulating mind suddenly because of the slides I'm reading it out. It requires a lot of inventive thinking within yourself, not by reading books, not by doing things. At last, several books practitioners are talking about in everywhere. Look at in the screen of today, anything can be learned. But when we shut down the desktop of our computer, everything invisible. Everything is invisible. The black screen means dark man. We again fall into the same of our own. The moment your power shuts off your mobile, all the personality of today leaves like your oxygen from the last breath. So we don't think that you are carrying the externally superb device in your hand, mobile phone, iPad, iPod, whatever. Let me tell you, it's a black screen. You are just visually watching it. You are nothing learning unless until you practice. It's go off power, your brain goes off power. So need to be learned, taught, practiced, hearing something, but at last, step by step, we need to comparatively work on it. The consistency if we do, the persistent I told you in the earlier slide, we need to work. Well, okay. What to do? Health and safety is quite important in this kind of situation. And we need to be very careful, one-to-one relation between each other and each outcome. Not get ignored. Sometimes, go to offices, a group of people, 4, 5, all the way together, 7, 8 people. Suddenly one will go off. Some reason, and all the 5 will listen. And the moment all things go, and the 5 will go independently, go together, they will try to avoid the one who went off. They will try to bully him by not making him into participatories. Even the social events, even at your home side, your relative side, somebody will tease you, bully you. You bully one, the other one bully the other. But at last the third one will bully you because the first one is not happy with you. In the relationship of at your home, at your everywhere, one may not be talking to the X, A may not talk to the B. And A, B, C, D will talk all put together. But A will, because of stopping with B, the C, D, E, F will stop talking to you. They will create a group. It happens common in relation side. Everything you keep it in personal side. You will see it. Sometimes they will not invite you for the marriage. Sometimes they will not call you for the office meeting. Sometimes they will disallow you to come for the evening sessions, or they will not allow you for the group meeting, board level, some discussion meeting, a departmental meeting. Unknown reason. Everything falls in problem without even realizing of others. What to do? All the time as a HR man, we can draw a big draw for you and show you a slide and make you blah, 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 blah. Everything makes you happier. We are analyzing everything, the problem, identify solution, choosing solution, why it is happening, planning of action, implementing, defining. At last, the bullying is nobody can really view it. In the office of today, workplace of today, anywhere, on road, bus stop, depots, railways, court sessions, police stations, everywhere bullying is common. Everybody has to live with it. Then how system can be developed? Within the HR department, the manager and manager executive, and they themselves bullied each other. And they are going to draw a plan of problem solving steps. It's a fun of their life. Everybody loves bullying. Don't smoke, but the entire world smokes, consuming the cigar. Don't speak lies, but the entire world speaks lies. You be a German in a German, you be a French in a France. So similar to the lifestyle, we all bully each other and love each other, and bully each other, love each other. So how to practice and how to dislocate from that, disconnect. Something, bullying, harassment, discrimination. See, very important point, discrimination by various reasons. My personal experience, very bad to say about, but make you to quickly understand. Very quickly, I want to say you one, but maybe harming or something, making you a little eruption. But I want to say, in the central government office, something happened. Hey, he's a scheduled caste. He's a scheduled tribe. He will behave. He's a form of Brahmin, forward caste community. He'll behave like this. They'll put your discrimination by scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, scheduled blah blah. This is a bullying. It behaves like it. The title is given with his own either region or by caste name or by central government decided 75 years ago OCBC, BFC will have their own priority for next 10 years. Started Nehru is going till date. It's going as of today. At the same way, the government boys, children, we all are using the same word OCBC all time. It's our memory register, carbon copied from the Nehru. Nehru is the father of us. Is this right or so? I don't know. It's all making us. The nation speaks, the children we all speak. Harassment, conflict bringing, escalating things, developing unwantedly, unreasonably. People need quite a larger amount of involvement, bullying, how to manage it. And we all become a psychopath over a period of time. We enjoy it. The various behaviors and behavioral patterns, combinations can make identification difficult individually and organizationally. We don't feel this is a bad approach. We don't feel that it is next to next getting harm. We don't feel anything about this. Children, their nurturing and their interest getting hijacked for time at that time. The context of every situation may be getting partially disconnect but disrupts. So importance of this, we need to have a little time, context understanding, accept it, live with it, allow, not, urge to engage it. How to do it? How to work on, keep aside, how to do ourselves. We need to little master ourselves to practice, which will make us avoiding such kind of situations. Many of us having a WhatsApp group images, everything, every day watching. My intention is always, if you really want in the group of WhatsApp, anything forwarded to you, you keep on watching them, may not be necessary. Why do we necessarily to look at every forwarded messages of either video, messages, input, content, everything? You are sitting at home, joyfully cooking yourself one day. I love to cook every time I feel it. And most of the time, every Sunday, I prefer cooking myself for the home. I love to do cooking. He suddenly leave the kitchen area and go to the phone, catch hold and read the forwarded message or watch the video. Why unnecessarily? When you want the same one, you watch it. Whenever you get it and watching it, you fall in something unwanted. Leaving the kitchen currently, going to the sudden mobile phone, picking up. Do you want it? Are you called to view this video? Not necessarily. If you really want 1 hour you spend on yourself, what do you want to watch today? Watch it. Close it. Make the screen blank, black. Sleep. Why every forwarded message of your videograph, images, everything you watch it? It's not bullying you. Unnecessarily bullying you to view this. Don't look at it. You will feel happy. Anything you want to watch, decided, watch it. Your mind wants that. You looked at it, viewed it, close it. Don't forward it on the. Why? You're happy, man. Make yourself first happy first. First is the first step, making yourself happier. Don't make others happier because of your knowledge. Let him learn it on his own. Having an information sharing to others, don't think that you are a qualified and knowledge man. Nothing, you are even not bringing awareness. Many of the cartoon, comedy, cinema, movies, everything is only bullying, cheating, teasing. Really enjoyable. All the TV shows are like it. We talk about psychopath, we talk about HR concerns, cheating, relationship management, and change management, everything. But we don't talk about bullying, teasing, all that. But okay, quickly I'm finishing off in next 1 minute. I'm completing. So the psychosocial life is very important from the HR aspect. So I'm thinking I want to put my words in a personal front. Make what you see, watch it, what you said. Don't look into everything, whatever available because of the free of water like it. India does not carry any more water for you in over a period of years. Even the air will go soon. This way of conduct of our life going. And many of the countries are buying and big one container and want to share the best oxygen containers. They throw it in their home. They flash it at home, and that is also carrying good fragrance. Fragrance have oxygen. Very funny. It's happened. It's in Japan country. It's all going on nowadays. No free oxygen available. Healthy oxygen. So they want to have that in the container and throw it in their AC hall. World Health, Work Health, locally think. Work health safety management framework we need to think of doing all this kind. Otherwise, unless until we take it in a psychological understanding, whatever we pass through, it's required a little mastering yourself on it. I'm telling you, bullying is not easier to attain. Certain things are easy not to attain at all. Easy attainment is by way of your own experiment where you come across and felt yourself sense of it, then you come out of the victimized. and try to make others not to get fit. Bring powerful mind. Bullying for the end results, nothing can be done. It's a social life of everyone. You make your mind stronger. You know the crow in Tamil called kaka, lizard in Tamil called talik. At home, lizard and crow can live in anywhere in the world corner, on city road, traffic place. Lizard can live at any place, including the marble place or a glass which is not even movable. Not me, it cannot even snake, but still it gets practice. It lives in the social life. At home, you'll find a lot of lizard. How it often get from the day of thousands of years and entered into your marble stones, vitrified tiles, walking so comfortably. It cannot actually get into that way of walking, but still it's get practice. Look at it, how. This is a kind of a man today. We are all living, turning, bending, curving, living with our government, turning, living, bending, living with our family, turning, bending, losing ourselves, mind and turning, all twisting, moving around the social life, government rules, regulations. In similar way, we are all into. So, at last, we need to learn how to overcome by doing basic yoga, makes your mind, body connect stronger, avoiding falling in such kind of often and often at your workplace. Try to be avoiding, try to be more careful, alert, bringing yourself. We cannot change everything in the society life. Everybody has got their own past experiments and experiences. Everyone is good in their side. We must respect others. They are also good in everything. So peacefully you will start living. Living itself, living peacefully means start from you. Learn others, teach others. Jhana. Jhana engaging will make you very reasonably good. Socially go with the social life like us, the team like us today. You are having a good skill of anything. Try, conform, pass on among our team groups. Dr. Ravindra knows many. Pass on of your own interest. Anything is momentable, bringing within our team, within your own fraternity. Talk to. Many of them love to hear your all voices. Sooner or later, as and when you feel, keep opening your mouth and talk. Give us your comment. Try give us a more opportunity to come with a larger programs like us, giving more commentaries. Thank you very much. Dr. Ravindra, on completing the discussions, I invite you to take the platform and the podium of our webinar session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravichandranji, for your insightful session on bullying and types of bullying and what is bullying and not. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and can share any observations. If any. Finally, we have come to the end of the sessions. So quickly fill up the feedback form. It is being shared for this session.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. I wish to access my video so that I can be seen. Just a quick comment on the presentation. I want to say I have really learned a lot about bullying and some of the things that presents or depicts bullying. Usually, people have a wrong definition of what bullying is, and we see these things happening every day in our environment, and we don't do anything about it, making the people that have been bullied suffer for no obvious reason, and they really don't know that it is their right to do something about them being bullied. Thank you so much. I have learned a lot, and I take it as a personal responsibility to begin to look out for this actions or behaviors that depicts bullying towards other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian.
Christina?
Yes, please.
Yeah, can you share today, tomorrow being World Cities Day, and can you share your inputs or observations how in Nigeria or Africa, how this urban development or urban infrastructure or cities are impacting sustainable development, whether it is positively or negatively?
If I get the topic written sent to me, I can look at it.
Okay, fine.
Yes, please. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the opportunity to always learn and share.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just to add a quick one, since you give me the opportunity now, I want to say that I used to think only younger people are bullied. And I want to add that even older people are bullied, and they either know that this is bullying or not. So we need to intensify or enhance our sensitization and awareness to people so that they will know what boundary interactions becomes bullying. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ravichandran, here she asked you a query. Hope did you get it? Or you want to...
No, I'm sorry. For the youth, for the younger people, you mean? I'm still not very clear with her question line.
Christina, would you not repeat it? Yeah.
Okay. These
please,
are not questions.
Christina, please, can you repeat the question once again?
Yes, please. It's not a question, it's just a comment. It's a comment
that's
following.
That's what I found yours is a comment. Yes, correct.
A comment following the presentation. First of all, I talked about my learning on what bullying is, and then some of the behaviors that depicts bullying. And then we see this every day happening in our environment towards people, both young and older people, and we don't do anything about it. And those that suffer bullying in our communities don't know that it is their right to do something about it. That was my first comment. The second comment I just added is that I used to think only young people are bullied. And from this discussion today, added to my knowledge that even older people can be bullied, considering some of the characteristics or some of the things that present bullying. That people need to know this and then do something about it to use the rate of oppression and bullying in the society and community.
Exactly.
For the social worker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, bullying happens with everyone. There is, I don't think there is a particular age criteria as such.
Mm.
But
Yes.
It
yeah,
happens too.
Ravichandran has focused more, mainly on HR aspect. So it is it is for working population basically. But otherwise, we see bullying even at
It's quite common.
residence also, homes, schools, colleges, everywhere bullying
Everywhere.
is there.
College ragging, and girls play together, and sometimes they fall into making a groupism, mannered by way of teaching others, but no passing on clouds like some inputs, giving a wrong input, suddenly making others to laugh at. No, it's no. The bullying sometimes at the age matters. Assuming the age of children, most of the time they laugh at. It's like a movie watching, like a cartoon watching for them. Somebody gets irritated by something, they feel happy. Over a period of age, it keeps growing and goes into the serious matters, including professionally. You could become the best doctor in the world, but at last your professional manner keep aside. But he could be doing something which is perpendicularly not relatively good in for others, makes others turmoil, unimaginatory thinking. So not imageful, but unimaginatory. So that bullying is quite common. Subconsciously, it's falling within us. We do it ourselves, and either others do it. It requires a little professionalism to how to avoid, because then subconsciously we need to see. Consciously we have to look into, not subconsciously. A little partially, a little consciously we need to think about it. Otherwise, it's quite common. Everybody accepts it. And the one who does it, a lot of bullying, he grows very well in the world. He grows up very well. There is nothing, no stop for it. That's why I'm saying. So it needs to be parents make children don't laugh at others' trouble. Don't laugh at others in trouble. Don't laugh at others' difficulties. Over a period of years, and similarly, stage by stage, and he himself started as a professional. In the entire office environment of today, it's quite common. Entire society is common. How to stop it? You need to little master yourself as an individual, because they're not coming under any criminal action. It's a crime in a many company. I'll tell you a company name called Enron. Since Christian is asking more detail about, I want to tell you the truth of one biggest company called Enron. It is totally gone off from the world today. That company had a research work on bullying. Almost the entire company employees were doing large amount of research, creation, stress management. Where the stress comes, we call it by stress management. What is stress management? It's more than 40% involved in bullying. Officially, a top man bullies others. He goes into CMD level after doing of his bullying experiences, make others unhappy, and he try to avoid the other one to grow, and he try to become a CMD of a company, a top chairman, directorship on the board. He bullies others, make others unhappy. He makes little tragedy in his profession. He makes everything wrong for others. He tried to grow, and he grown up. It's a top of corporate level. Even go to the police station, the case is registered by someone. Somebody is taken action. At last, somebody is gaining out and making the others the who did the job, and they try to steal the inputs. And somewhat steal does not mean stealing of physically, but make things happier, disconnect from their like it, and make the joy of his achievements. Bullying, where, why not, whatever, every shape it has got it. It's a habit, it's not a habit. So Christina, we need to look into in a very big aspects how the bullying works.
Sorry,
Thank you very much.
can you say that again? Can you say that again?
It is happening commonly across in every situation of our life in the bullying concept. So we need to individually look into, yes, we are treated, we are experienced, we also need to find out what we are, and our self-existence need to be assessed upon. Then we try to learn somewhat little mastery to stop bullying. Hope you got it.
I didn't. Is it a question to me? I didn't get the question. I'm sorry.
You didn't get that?
I didn't get that. What specifically do you want me to say? What do you want me?
Bullying is common in our lifestyle. Bullying is a common in our lifestyle. Consciously, subconsciously, it is happening among the entire community.
Absolutely. I see
you
bullying.
Realized it today. You realized it today. Yes. Today the session talked about a bullying. So we need to start from here. Then consciously think of wherever it happened. You can give them alert. That's it.
Yes. I think first of all we'll start by saying the intent. What is the intent of the perpetrator, the person carrying out the act of bullying? The intent is to oppress. The intent is to inflict pain on on his victim or her victim.
Exactly.
Now, if the intention has been established, then it's a conscious sin. It's not a mistake, and that is why I said I have learned a lot today. And even when you talked about bullying in the schools, in the community, in the society, you didn't mention bullying at work. And that is where it captures even the adults being bullied in the places of work. Because
workplace
some of the
quite common. Workplace, the highest amount of bullying is there.
Yes. So it is very common in where I come from. Very, very common. Young people are being beaten, even young people in primary schools, in creches, are being beaten by in colleges, are being punished by beating, which is somehow not age appropriate. Sometimes you only need to either spank, or you need to speak with the person, or need to be more patient to understand why that behavior is exhibited. But most times, punitive measures that are inappropriate or not commensurate the age of the person is being meted out. So most times it is very common in the community where I come from here in Nigeria. And even you find young people being bullied even at home, even in their homes where they're supposed to feel safe and comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well,
thank you, Christina, for sharing your insights. So we will move on to our final session, valedictory. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It was really very insightful session this morning. And
thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for giving us the opportunity to learn.
Thank you, Christina, for joining us. And finally, before ending up the session, now I invite Manasa to propose vote of thanks.
A very good evening to one and all. I, Manasa, thank Dr. Ravindra sir, moderator and coordinator, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to express my gratitude. First of all, we thank Dr. Ravindra sir, moderator and coordinator. and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Well-being, for giving everyone a wonderful opportunity to gain knowledge, and also organizing, inviting and conducting sessions in a very excellent and well-organized manner. Enjoy insights of International Conference of the Day today. Without their efforts, this couldn't have been possible. And also, I would like to thank all our valuable session speakers of the day today. Firstly, a session by Dr. Ravindra sir on many more multiple topics like media, culture, heritage, cities, Indian social work, indigenous social work, eminent Indian social workers, reformers, education, environment, health, nutrition, vegetarianism, and sustainable development. And not only that, many more observations like regarding global warming, and also the malnutrition and the demand in technology and resources. And we are literally getting affected by the climatic changes, disturbances in monsoon changing, and also self-employment and entrepreneurships, and regarding the soft skills, hard skills, and attitude towards employability, and social work models, like very indigenous, and animal farming, and also more important and highlighting observations from Dr. Ravindra sir. Thank you, sir. It's been really very insightful session. And the very next session speaker, Professor Dr. Patel, regarding the secrets of Sanatana Dharma. It's in a different dimension and path of liberation. As per sir observations, sir highlighted the points, differences between the dharma and religion, and also the pinpoints of creating power, energy, and many more concepts like our four Vedas, Rig Veda, Yadur Veda, Sama Veda, and Atharvana Veda. Thank you, sir. It's been really very nice session. And the very next session speaker, Arthi Makkar ma'am, regarding our social reformer, Sri Raja Ram Mohan Rai Garu. And yes, as per ma'am observations, he is such a wonderful person to contribute his presence in independence and in also journals. And at the very tender age, like 15, he just excelled in several languages, and also he traveled a lot. And he worked on many systems. He is a Hindu philosopher, and he contributed a lot. He spread his loads of knowledge to the society by creating the Brahma Samaj. Thank you, ma'am. It's been really very insightful session. And the very next session was presented by me regarding Jhansi Rani Lakshmi Bai. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts on this platform. Thank you, sir. And the very next session speaker, Mary ma'am, regarding Sudha Murthy Garu. And as all we know, Sudha Murthy Garu is a philanthropist and the one and only first female engineer and actor in films, and very core historical experiences, and written many books, and also got published and received many honorable achievements, fourth highest civilian, and also from the top notch literature, R.K. Narayan Garu, and also contributing a lot to the students, especially from the government schools. She is a wonderful person and very down to earth. Thank you, ma'am. It's been really very knowledgeable session. And coming to the very next session speaker, Virendra Kumar sir, regarding Smart Cities Mission Statement and Guidelines 2015. As per the sir observations, sir highlighted the features of how the smart city regarding this agriculture land, and also various options has to be promoted during this transport, and to identify the economic activities, and also mission on coverage and duration and strategic points, and what are the effects and impacts on redevelopment, and also essential features of SCP's rules and guidelines. Thank you, sir. It's been really very new topic, but we learn at least many more points from this. Thank you, sir. And the very next session speaker, Nagaraju sir, regarding a social reformer, Srimati Durgabai Deshmukh Garu. As per sir observations, she is such a wonderful person. Her contributions are really immemorable regarding health, education, and also many developments and involving Anganwadi centers and ICDS schemes and approaches, contributions. And she's a very good lawyer, and she also started Mahila Sangam and all, and she did a lot for our contributions and all. Thank you, sir. It's been really a very knowledgeable session. And the very next session speaker, Ronaldo sir, regarding the life skills, habit change science. Sir also pointed us a few books which related to habits, like habit shocking and many habits and atomic habits and also the power of habits. And he highlighted the points like, yes, we do have universal or habitual actions in our day-to-day life. Are we supposed to maintain them in a proper manner by keeping certain clues or hints like reminder, be persistent, and we're supposed to think about the 3 layers of we're supposed to identify what exactly the problem is, and we should work on it, the process, and what are the better outcomes we are getting, and also converting the bad habits into good habits, and how we're supposed to analyze this bad habits and how to rectify it. It's been very knowledgeable session, sir. Thank you so much. And the very next session speaker, Ravichandra Garu, regarding this bullying and psychopath. Yes, it's been very good topic. Everyone nowadays, irrespective of their age and all, irrespective of their workplace, they are going through this. Sometimes like very aggressive behavior, and this sir highlighted us how to solve these problems in a step-by-step manner, and also especially in the view or point of HR aspects and how to work on it. Thank you, sir. It's been really very wonderful session. And once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to express my gratitude and to be a part of this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations and international conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa. It was for summing up the proceedings of the conference and proposing vote of thanks. I thank on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and the Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. I thank all the speakers and all the participants, especially for staying us since morning till now and gaining a lot of insights, and without you this wouldn't have been successful. And we thank each and everyone and see you all tomorrow. There is a final feedback form that has to be shared, so quickly fill up the overall feedback form. Overall feedback form has been launched. Thank you, everyone. Once again, before leaving, quickly fill up the feedback form and see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, there is a special event, international seminar on mental health and sustainable development. If anyone would like to speak, present tomorrow, you are welcome. The registration link has been shared in the chat box. And it's also available on the website, and we'll be sharing in all our social media handles. You can visit our website or Telegram channel or Facebook group or WhatsApp group for registration link, or you can even check it on website also. Link will be available. And see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night. And for certificates, yes, the website link which has been provided in the chat box, you can visit. Generally, there is a 15 days working days policy for all certificates. All certificates will be available on the website. So only thing is like you need to complete formalities. If there are any formalities pending from any of the participant side, speaker side, there will be a delay. Otherwise, they are issued as early as possible. So you can save the link, or even you can subscribe to our calendar where you can have a daily updates, and as well as it will remind you where to look for certificates. And today's link is also there. You can visit that after specified time, and you can download your certificate. It will be there at any time. You can download, even not this month, next month, whenever you want, you can go there and you can download your certificates. It will be there forever till this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is going on, even after that also. So no need to worry about certificates. You keep attending. Daily we have sessions from 6 to 8 p.m. with the same joining link. And every Sunday we have international conference. So you can use that same link. Tomorrow also there is special event, international seminar on mental health. You can join with the same link. And every day we have different certificate for each event. And the registration form is also for special events, it is different. Sundays it is different, but daily it is only same form. You can register with the same registration form, and you can attend, provide feedback, so that you will be eligible for downloading your certificates. Make sure you are completing these formalities. And if any one of you are interested to present, you can contact us, and you can fill up the registration form, or you can share details as mentioned on the website, or you can contact us in WhatsApp. We'll share it so that you can make presentations. So next Sunday, we will be having workshop from afternoon, post lunch. So there will be a separate link for that. That will be available, made available soon. You can use that form to register. That will be on cyber security and safety, which will address, various aspects of staying safe online, and what are different threats and challenges, and how to face those threats and challenges, keep ourselves secure. So it will be very useful for all. Widely share the registration link. It's free. You all can join and gain a lot of insights, because now we are connected to online. Even our mobile is also always connected. Systems are always connected, and it's like it's open for everyone. And a little more information, security, who is expert, can easily access our systems, mobiles, and there are a lot of training resources available and tools available online, which can be used to, gain illegal access or unauthorized access also. And a lot of luring, persuading ads and, these messages, which in the form of advertisements or offers, they are often a threat and a link, a connection or a channel to gain access, and by mistakenly if I click it, and that will provide access, complete access to our data as well as our device. So we have to be very careful, and we will also look into various aspects of online safety, online hygiene, cyber hygiene, and various other aspects. And thank you once again for everyone joining us. See you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for always giving us the opportunity to learn and contribute to knowledge. Thank you, and I say God bless you.
Thank you, Christina. God bless you too.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Have a great day.
You too.